Good morning, all, and welcome to our budget presentation and constitutional officers workshop. That is a mouthful. I'm looking forward to today. We're going to go ahead and have the invocation, and it's going to be led by Pastor Mark Childers of the Bayside Community Church, West Bradenton campus. And we will follow that with Commissioner Bellamy doing the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's bow our heads for a word of prayer. God, thank you so much for today, God, for this meeting today. God, I pray for just wisdom and your grace, God, upon every person that's a part of it, God, all of the commissioners, God, every city official, county official. God, we just pray that we never take for granted the opportunities that we're given and, God, the positions, the roles that we play in this city, in this community. God, bless every person that's a part of it. God, we specifically lift up all of our city workers, God, and all the staff, God, all of our first responders. God, I pray that you bless them, all of our servicemen and women. God, I pray for protection for them. And God, we thank you for that today. We thank you for the privilege and honor even living in this city, God, that we call paradise. God, may we never take it for granted. God, we thank you for this opportunity to come before you and to even pray. God, the freedom that we have to do that, God, we thank you for it. So God, bless this meeting today. God, I pray for peace, and I pray for wisdom, and I pray that everything that is said and done would bring glory and honor to you. We thank you for it in Jesus' name. Amen.
Jan, did you want to lead us off this morning?
I actually am going to defer to Dr.
Oh, okay. Dr. Hopes, good to see you, sir.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I am here before you today to present for the first time as your new county administrator my budget recommendations. I first, to the members of the public, the sheriff, other officers, I really want to express my gratitude to Jan Brewer and the Finance Department, Sheila McLean, Hunter Foxwell, Candy Cruz, Claudia Campos, George Giovino, who makes a great cup of cappuccino. I've had many of them over the course of the past 6 weeks. Debbie Marchbank, Taryn Jenna, Melissa Kennedy, Haley Harrison, John Abreu, Omar Floyd, Johnny Yetter. And when you see the video, I really want to express my thanks to Jason Evans, who from the EMS department, who was working up till about 10:30 last night with the final edits. One thing that did not make it in, but I want everybody to know that it's in the budget when you see it, is the aquatics facility at Premier Sports, which I had this great thing in the video, and it will be in the follow-up video. But with that, Madam Chair, what I'd like to do is go ahead and have them run my budget message in a video format.
Dr. Hopes, if you don't mind, if we could wait on the video just for a second.
Sure.
Commissioner Cruz would like to make a statement.
I just had a question about policy and procedure going forward. I just got here like 10 minutes ago, and this is the first time I've seen these budgets in any way, shape, or form.
That's what the meeting's for.
Understood, but I mean, it would have been nice to be able to review them and look at deltas and changes ahead of time and make an independent view of things and then hear a narrative after the fact. Otherwise, it feels like we're getting a narrative on how we're supposed to look at it, and that just kind of... That's just how I do things. Like when someone sends me a deal for business, I say, just send it to me. Let me look at it first, and then we'll discuss it. Not tell me all the great things first, because then when I review the deal, I'm going to look at it with rose-colored glasses based on what I've been told ahead of time. That's just my opinion.
Dr. Hopes, if you don't mind, I'd like to respond to that. It is the first time that we're all seeing it, and I know, as I just heard, it's just now getting completed to give to us. The cool thing about it is, even though we're going to be on recess, this is going to really come back in July, where we'll really we'll have plenty of time, I guess is what I'm trying to say, to go through it. But I do understand where Commissioner Cruz is coming from. But at the same time, it's been an unusual year with everything that's transpired. So, but the process, I'm sure, Dr. Hopes, you and Jan will go over that to make sure. Commissioner Whitmore.
And again, this is just the first blush. We're going to look at it just like you would be at a one-on-one meeting with them, but we're all looking at it together. And we usually do it in May, but we all know with Piney Point and everything else that's been going on. But it's just a first blush. We are going to have many meetings regarding this, and this is totally going to change.
Yeah, and just for your benefit, Commissioner Cruz, I mean, I've been dealing with government budgets for about 20, 30 years, and budgets get presented to the governor in the same format, the recommended budget that his staff, he doesn't really see it beforehand. When you see it, you realize you've been part of some of the process all along. It just has to come together in a very voluminous form. And you will have yet another work session, if you look at the calendar next week, where we're going to do an initial splash into the CIP, and then you'll go on recess. You'll have plenty of time to work through the materials. If you don't have it, you've been given a USB drive with everything in it. But this is that first introduction. This is like the first day in the course where you're given the syllabus, you're told what the textbooks are, and the professor may do something animated, so you want to stay in the course and don't drop it, and then you dive in the materials. So if you're ready,
Dr. Hopes, the last thing that I would add to that is instead of reading the 2 books that we were given as homework.
No.
Calm down. We got 2 books and a budget to deal with.
However, Commissioner Cruz just informed me that he's already read them. I can't.
All right, are we ready?
The past year in Manatee County has been challenging to say the least. With the continued battle of a pandemic, economic recovery, and a significant increase in people wanting to come to enjoy our sunshine, fiscal year 21 was as challenging as the year before. Looking forward to next year, Manatee County is moving toward a new era of growth and a new challenge. Our population is exceeding 400,000 plus. The construction industry is moving toward maximum capacity, and we strive to keep our community a wonderful place to enjoy life. The net budget for Manatee County for fiscal year 22 is $853.5 million. The FY22 budget maintains the same operational millage as the previous year, but adds the environmental land millage. The environmental land millage was voted by the taxpayers, and it will begin its first year in FY22. Highlights which will help us meet our challenges are as follows. Public safety. This budget places a high priority on our citizens and visitor safety. In partnership with Sheriff Rick Wells, we have identified an increased need of investment to meet the safety needs of our growing population. My recommendation within this budget is to increase the Sheriff's Office funding by $12.5 million for FY22. Highlights of the law enforcement additional funding include the addition of 14 deputies, 7 law enforcement, 3 Marine deputies, plus an additional patrol boat for $475,000 to expand Marine responses in our miles of coastline. 1 resource assistant program deputy, which enhances the program began in the prior year. This program focuses on homeless issues with the goal of reduced crime and increase positive relationships in the community. 1 body-worn camera deputy to lead the education and training for this new technology. Deployed last year, all deputies are now outfitted with body cameras and tasers. An additional increase of $1.7 million is added to the budget for the maintenance agreements for this equipment. New school resource officer for the Palmview K-8 school. This position is a cost share with the school district as with all other school resource officers. and the addition of one domestic violence unit detective to assist in investigations of domestic violence cases. We have provided the additional support personnel requested by the Manatee County Sheriff's Office. These include a fleet mechanic, a paralegal, crime analyst, public records coordinator, and professional compliance coordinator. In summary, we have added 19 total positions for $2.6 million, of which $912,542 will be allocated from public safety impact fees for equipment, with a difference of $1.7 million coming from the general fund. 4 positions will begin on March 1 of 2022. The sheriff's salaries have been increased for the 2.9% minimum wage increase and 1% increase for performance pay increases, as well as FRS adjustments. Total increase to existing salaries is $5.1 million. We have increased support for the helicopter program, including additional engine overhauls and maintenance for $277,000, and for outfitting the new, soon-to-be-delivered second helicopter with an advanced camera system for $400,000. The sheriff's overall budget is increased by $12.5 million for a total budget of $148.8 million. Within our capital improvement plan, we have 3 large projects beginning construction in FY22 totaling $29.8 million, which are supportive of the sheriff's operations. A fleet facility for $6.9 million, new property evidence building for $6.8 million, and a jail new medical wing for $14.2 million, with a total cost of $16.1 million. An increased emphasis in public safety continues with our public safety department. In our Emergency Communications Center, we have added 1 telecommunicator for 911, 2 customer services representatives for 311, and 1 customer service representative for 311 for data entry. The 911 industry has gained the ability to receive multimedia information from callers' cell phones. With this technology, first responders are provided additional information before arriving on scene to augment their operations and enhance their safety, which assists with medical, fire, and police incidents. I am recommending the software for this program for $144,000 to improve emergency responses. Total increases for our Emergency Communications Center in new levels of service are $345,462. We have added 17 positions within our EMS structure to help accommodate the population growth. 12 24-hour float paramedic positions, 1 deputy director, 4 12-hour district chiefs, and in addition, we have identified 3 new stations which are also included within our FY22-26 CIP program, which are scheduled to be completed within the next several years. Lake Manatee EMS Base Station for $2.1 million in FY24, Moccasin Wallow Road EMS Station and Ambulance for $3.2 million beginning in FY22, North County EMS Base Station for $1 million in FY23. We are scheduled within our CIP plan to upgrade all EMS cardiac monitors for $1.3 million and the final stage of our upgrade in the 911 basic platform for $1 million, which will occur in FY22. Excess CARES funds are being used to purchase 4 basic life support ambulances for inter-facility patient transports. This budget includes funding for additional paramedics. The State of Florida Agency for Healthcare Administration established a Medicaid supplemental program to address Medicaid payment inadequacy. The Florida Medicaid Managed Care Supplemental Payment Program will allow qualifying government-owned ambulance providers to receive supplemental payments for emergency transports of Medicaid managed care patients. Manatee began this program in FY21, and I am recommending increasing the budget in FY22 by $543,000 for a total program cost of $958,230. This amount of cost to participate in the program will return to Manatee County an additional $1.4 million beyond the prior year's revenues. Total revenues received are estimated to be $2.4 million and will allow the county to use the funding to bring additional EMS personnel. Infrastructure improvements in transportation. After a year into the pandemic, Manatee County has continued to see a surge in business and population growth, and construction can be seen in all areas of the county. To maintain the quality of life we have in Manatee County, this budget contains substantial investments in our county's infrastructure. My recommendation to the board is to invest $338 million in transportation improvements over the next 5 years to help our citizens with the rapid growth which is occurring. The investment can be broken down into 3 major areas: road improvement, intersections, and sidewalks. The major emphasis of investment is by far road improvements, which represent 92.2% or $289.8 million of transportation investments. This amount includes 25 new projects, of which 18 projects will begin in the next fiscal year. Highlights of new road projects include Erie Road, Martha Road to US 301 in Parish for $13.1 million to 4-lane. Upper Manatee River Road North of SR 64 to Hamer Bridge, $22.7 million to 4-lane. 28th Avenue East, US 301 to 17th Street East for $1.4 million. 59th Street West from Cortez to Manatee Avenue for $23.4 million. 63rd Avenue East, US 301 to Tuttle Avenue for $16.2 million to 4-lane. Lena Road, south of 44th Avenue East of Landfill Road, $6.9 million. Lorraine Road, SR 64 to 59th Avenue East for $38.1 million, 4-lane. We have 4 projects for rebase and resurfacing for $14.6 million and a rural road improvement program. These projects include 75th Street West, Cortez Road to Manatee Avenue for rebase and resurfacing for $2.5 million. 9th Street East, US 301 to SR 64 for rebase and resurfacing for $2.1 million. Lockwood Ridge Road, 56th Avenue Terrace East, University Parkway for rebase and resurfacing, $7.6 million. 53rd Avenue West, 14th Street to 43rd Street West for $2.4 million for rebase and resurfacing. 63rd Avenue, median and Cortez land improvements for $0.8 million. In addition, we have final funding investments for critical roads for our county. These roads represent the last phase of the projects and will complete the item in helping to enhance our transportation system. We have included 9th Avenue Northwest, 92nd Street Northwest, 99th Street Northwest for $9.3 million, 27th Street East, 38th Avenue East to 26th Avenue East for $4.9 million, 44th Avenue to 44th Avenue Plaza East, Lakewood Ranch for $20 million to 4-lane. Canal Road, US 301 to US 41 for $21.2 million to 4-lane. Whitfield Avenue from 301 Boulevard to US 301 for $7.5 million. Sidewalks for the FY 22-26 Capital Improvement Plan total $8.5 million. This provides additional funding for 3 existing sidewalks, which are Memphis neighborhood sidewalks for an additional $1.2 million for construction, Palma-Solo, 34th Avenue West to 27th Avenue West for $444,000 for construction. Bayshore Road, 72nd Street Court East to US 41 for $792,200 for construction. New sidewalks totaled 19 new projects over various areas of our county. In the upcoming fiscal year 22, 7 of the 19 new projects will begin. These costs of the new sidewalks in fiscal year 22 total $1.9 million and include the following: 5th Avenue Northwest, 71st Street Northwest to 75th Street Northwest, and 67th Street West going from Manatee Avenue West to 5th Avenue Northwest. On 75th Street West, Cortez to 53rd Avenue West. On 7th Avenue Northwest, 75th Street Northwest to 71st Street Northwest. 83rd Street Northwest, 13th Avenue Drive Northwest to 17th Avenue Northwest. On Erie Road East, West Sidewalk, Phase 2, Samoset area sidewalks. With the implementation of this CIP plan, Manatee County will have a total of 44 sidewalk projects underway in the capital improvement plan. Parks. After a year into the pandemic, many families have moved to Manatee County to enjoy not only the Florida weather, but also the beautiful beaches, preserves, and parks. To maintain the quality of our parks in relation to the population, we need to make major investments into our county parks and recreation system. Highlights of the parks system improvements include Buffalo Creek Park soccer fields and County Road 675 establishment of soccer fields, Parish Community Central Park project, Lincoln Park improvements, including fencing, a walking bridge connecting the community, bleachers, scoreboard, press box, and restrooms. GT Bray amenities, 3 highlighted projects will complete the plan. Tennis court replacements, GT Bray Outlook restroom upgrades, GT Bray Rec Center playground in fiscal year 23. We've included Canam Park improvements to finish that project. John Marble Gymnasium, the John Marble Splash Pad will begin construction in FY22. Premier Sports Complex will begin design and receive a pickleball and racquetball center. And finally, funding to build a multi-purpose soccer building in fiscal year 22. Business operations. Manatee County has developed essential needs to support the levels of growth in our community. Adapting our business operations to meet the increased needs is the last level of emphasis of my proposed budget. In meeting the needs of our county, I have doubled the prior year's planned FY22-25 CIP by an additional $222.8 million over the next 4 years. This represents a 106.6% increase in the work scheduled, and to meet this schedule, we are altering our workforce to achieve this goal. The level of service we have maintained has been pressured by the additional population of individuals and families moving into our community. To continue to assist our citizens, I am addressing several levels of need which have seen intensified pressures. In May of 2021, Building and Development Services issued 587 residential permits, which is a 131% increase from fiscal year 20 and a 119% increase from fiscal year 19. I am addressing the workload increases as well as the statutory timelines which have been issued in state law. Increased usage of our transportation system by our citizens has placed increased pressure on our Public Works Department. I have recommended increased shell material for the existing roads, a North County response team for increased requests, and sidewalk material for existing sidewalk maintenance. We are implementing support for additional traffic calming support and traffic control technicians to assist with our heavy traffic and congested roadways. Finally, our parks have increased over the last 4 years through our investment of $48.5 million. The CIP presented reflects an additional $65.3 million over the next 5 years, which is a 134.6% increased investment in our parks. To catch up with the growth that has already occurred and staging for the increase in demand for our parks, I am adjusting the workforce to the demands for maintaining parks and providing for beach maintenance requirements. As Manatee County has thrived during the past few years, we are looking forward to meeting the challenges ahead. Being able to help our community make the transition from a small community to a large community is the task. The goal being we will still want to be a community which focuses on the safety, quality of life, and well-being of our residents and visitors. The fiscal year 22 budget helps us meet these goals. The future is challenging, but we move forward to make Manatee a stronger place to live, work, and play.
You want me to?
Everybody turn around and look at that camera.
I just want to make sure that commissioners don't have any comments, because that was powerful. Just a minute. Any comments, commissioners, before we move forward?
I'd just like to thank Dr. Hopes for listening to the concerns and the input of the commissioners, because I think pretty much what I heard from each of us, the major desires were on that list.
Yes.
And we all
Except
said
for
that we
my-
wanted to focus heavily on transportation infrastructure. We wanted to increase the capacity of the roads, and obviously there's a huge investment in that. So just thank you, Dr. Hopes.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Ditto.
Yes, ma'am.
That's on the web, right? So we can look at it a couple times? Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I just want to add that that was a very professionally done budget message. I really appreciate it. It's a great job.
Refreshing would be my word. Refreshing. Thank you. Jan, you taking over from here? Because I know we need to start with our presentation.
Yes, we do. Next on the list is we're going to go through the constitutional officers, and how we usually address it is we'll bring them up individually. You have a book in front of you that is the constitutional book. We were going to start with the sheriff, but the Angel Coloniso, your clerk of court, has a prior appointment. So the sheriff was gracious enough and said she can go right ahead. So as Angel makes her way up to the front podium, Sheila, I'm going to let you go ahead and move to the clerk. And if you don't mind, Angel, maybe I can just give a preface of where it's going.
Could I just say one thing, Jan?
You go right ahead.
I want to thank the sheriff for allowing me to go first. I want to thank the sheriff for allowing me to go first. I actually have to be in Lake County by 11:30, so thank you, Sheriff. I appreciate that.
That's good.
With Angel, with your budget, ma'am, we started the base year. How this reads is that the first column gives you an idea of what was in the adopted budget last year. The second column is what the clerk had requested when she submitted her budget to you. And the last column is where we ended up, and we adjusted if there was any adjustments. We have adjustments in health insurance, if anything else needed to be worked out. And so she ends with a minimal increase going to $8.2 million in the bottom of the third column. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Jan. That's it in a nutshell, Jan. We came in 35,000 less. Actually, our base budget request is less than it was last year. Of course, we ask for the add-ons of the standard we all get hit with, FRS insurance, and that's our budget.
That's it.
Angel, I'm going to butt in here. You're 30, how much?
35,000.
Okay, that's like really weird. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we come in pretty much under a little each year. We try to measure that and do right by that.
Any questions, commissioners?
No, I think that's just a typo. So is that supposed to be requested budget FY22, the middle?
Yes, it is. Sorry.
That's why I was
Sorry.
like, wait, this doesn't make sense. Okay, it's just a typo.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I want to give credit where credit's due.
Right.
Great job.
Right.
Asking for less money.
Right.
That's impressive.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you so much, and safe travels.
Thank you. I appreciate it again.
If you drive as quick as you present budgets, you'll be there.
The next on the list is Sheriff Wells. And as he makes his way to the podium, Sheila, you've already got him up there. Again, his is a little more detailed. In your book, we have a complete breakdown. That way, we're able to make sure that we're reconciling to what Neil has. So it's just a little more detailed. So the important part is the third column. That's where he ended up with everything. The highlight of this is that we were able to use on the very far right column next to the last, it's 149.4 million roughly budget, but we were able to use 1.5 of impact fees because those are new equipment coming in. The remainder of it came from general fund, the increase. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sheriff Wells.
Morning, Commissioners. I just want to say for the record, if I would have known for a minute that Angel was going to have a budget that was less than what she presented last year, I would have never allowed her to go first. So just let me say, you saw the video, Dr. Hopes, that was a great presentation. I think that you got all the information that I could have possibly give you. I'll just tell you that during the pandemic, we did not stop growing, and our calls for service did not decrease. We answered over 900 calls per day in 2020. 2021 continues with almost 360,000 plus calls for service every year. So we're not slowing down, and obviously you would not expect that to occur when we are experiencing the growth that we have going on throughout the county. So we really are trying to catch up, and there have been years when we have compromised. There have been years when you have been very gracious to give us the road deputies that we need on the road, but also understand that with the growth, everything on the back end is expanding as well. So all the clerks that we have, the records clerks, right, dispatchers, everything is increasing as well. And we're trying to touch upon some of that here on this budget, but and we're being asked to do more. We're still working over 175 crashes every month because the highway patrol was so short. We are covering our beautiful waterways because FWC, they have one officer that's covering the entire county, and they just don't have the resource. So we're picking that up, and we need to pick that up. And I get calls from you. Tell me I need to pick it up. So there's your boat. Okay? We're going to be out there, and we're going to continue to provide the services. So, don't forget, I'm the sheriff of Anna Maria all the way out to DeWitt. That's a lot of area to cover, 741 square miles and 411,000 people. So I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Commissioner Whitmore.
Sorry. Did you get the radio? Remember we were talking about your radio system. Did you get that? Is that in here? You and I, when we met?
Yes, Dr. Hopes has been, and Jan, we have been working on that, and
okay.
We feel very good about being able to improve those radios here in the next couple months.
Okay.
It's there.
And your boat, serving on that WCIND, don't we have a grant process where we can help fund it? Because that's usually what WCIND helps pay for. I mean, not the $475,000, but I think we need to apply for a grant to get that, to help fund some of that. Just so
Yeah,
you
because
know.
I think Holmes Beach made an application for funding.
WCIND?
They just did. They're buying a yellowfin, which unfortunately is not the right boat for us. And, we have to have a dive door up there. Ours is a little bit bigger. We go into deeper water than they have to. And we need the electronics obviously
Right.
cost more for us. But I know they're getting a yellowfin.
But we should apply for
But
the
we'll
sheriff.
apply for what
Yeah, we need
funding
to
we
apply
can
for the
get.
sheriff,
Absolutely.
too. Okay. Thanks.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
So Commissioner Whitmore stole my narrative and talked about boat funding, which is where I was going to go. My only other question would be, could we include impact fees from all the districts that have coastline to apply, to put that towards the funding of the boat as well?
Yes, the law enforcement impact fees and the public safety do all
Our countywide?
unincorporated areas, yes.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I just have one question. Resource Assistant Program Deputy, Joy's department. It was 89, you requested 160, it's 102. I know that was something you mentioned in Tiger Bay was important, and I believe it's important that we expand that, especially in light of the discussions we recently have. how are we going from 89 to 102? We're obviously not hiring a second person for $10,000. I mean, what would be the plan going forward if we didn't hire another Joy?
The funding that we have is going to cover a second deputy. I mean, Joy is, if you look at her position, she's a seasoned veteran. We're going to have probably someone that makes less than her coming out of the ranks, and we have the funding already available.
Okay, we do. Okay,
yeah,
perfect.
it's there.
Okay, as long as it's
Yeah.
there.
Commissioner Bellamy?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you as far as, for the body cams and identifying the fact in the video that all of the deputies will have body cams. I want to know in the budget, is there anywhere that I can see a line item as far as de-escalation training? We kind of talked about that.
It'll be in there under training. We've already sent several of our instructors to a de-escalation training called For Science. It's an outfit that trains us to come back and train our deputies on de-escalation. So we've already started that. It's a line item. It's in there. I don't have the entire budget in front of me,
Right.
but it's there.
When we get into the decision unit level, then you'll be able to see where those items show up.
Okay.
We've already started the training. So I mean
I know.
that
We
came from
talked about
last
that
year's
last
budget.
Friday.
Right.
We talked about that last Friday, but I just want to be able to have those collective numbers, and I asked for them. So
Let me tell you that the body cameras have reduced my complaints by 76% already.
Right.
Wow. Complaints that turned out to be false.
Just for if I'm sorry, it's not my turn.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Oh, it's still my turn. We two questions. We had and I don't know whether or not you want to share that what we talked about last Friday on the impact as far as how the complaints come, and then the fact that what the cameras are bringing forth is actually decreasing. You brought it up, but I want to know, are you willing to share that story? Because I think the public should hear that also.
Well, I mean, every time we receive a complaint from the public, it's a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks of investigating. We have to prove either way that the incident occurred, the complaint is valid, or it is not. So we have to get all the facts. Now with these videos, when we get a complaint, we look at the video and we can determine within just 2 minutes whether this is a valid complaint or if it's a false complaint. So either way, we have the evidence to prove what actually took place during that incident. So they've been very helpful.
I think commissioners need them too. No.
Commissioners need body cam. Y'all
Commissioner
need to see
Satcher?
here where I'm going.
So on your list for requested deputies, you had requested 10, and right now we're being recommended 7, is that correct?
That's correct.
So I'd just like to say to the commission, we're within right at $2.5 million of what he's requesting. And it looks like some of where our recommended has shaved money is on the deputies that are on the road. Now, I trust everyone in the decision-making department as far as where they made cuts. But what I would encourage this commission to do is to adopt his requested budget the way he asked for it, instead of shaving, especially things that make a difference in our day-to-day life. North County, as much area as there is to cover, you need deputies out there on the road. And that's just me taking a look at it in 2 minutes. There's no telling what else, where we would be better off if we went with the requested plan and fully funded our sheriff. So that's my request to the board, is that we adopt the requested budget from the sheriff rather than the recommended.
And just for the record, I work very closely with Dr. Hopes, and as we try to determine what's going to be the best course of action, not just for the Manatee County Sheriff's Office, but for all of the different departments within the county. So understanding what we truly had coming in for new revenue, we're team players, so we're just trying to make sure that there's some money left over. I mean, we're the biggest part of the pie, and I understand that. Yeah.
And I appreciate that, and I appreciate Dr. Hopes. I mean, I was part of, hiring Dr. Hopes, right? So I'm glad he's here, and he's doing a good job. And the difference in the numbers is way less than what I remember seeing at a commission meeting 3 or 4 years ago. I mean, extremely. So it does make a statement right there. But I'm going to stick to my guns and ask this commission to adopt what he requested.
Okay, Dr. Hope, did you
I
want to
think,
comment?
and as we get deeper into this, here's where I think we're going to need to go over the next couple of years. Our county is growing at such a rapid rate that I believe we're going to move into a different type of budget cycle where quarterly we're going to need to assess the new revenues coming in, the increased demand for services, the various departments' ability to do the hiring for the FTEs that have already been afforded. And I believe I'll be coming to you quarterly for budget amendments because of the rapidly changing economy. And these are the conversations that I've not only had with the constitutional officers, but with the sheriff and the other directors, that this is the initial budget. I expect the budget to change over the course of these next 2 years because we are only forecasting what the great rate of growth is going to be, but all of you drive your districts and you see that houses are going up faster than we ever anticipated, and people are moving in quicker. And with the sheriff, he's got new geography that, number one, he's getting caught up, because of prior years of not being able to get the budget. And so we came very close to his request. And in reality, I believe that, and I believe the sheriff believes it, that he has what he needs coming out of the box, and we're going to constantly assess the budget needs moving forward and work with you as a board on amending the budget as we realize the impacts of our economy.
If I could ask, I've not heard this year, what is the date in July when we're going to hear from the tax collector?
The tax collector,
Yeah.
you'll get the certification on July 1st.
Okay, so
That's
we'll
when
know
formally-
then if our budget is within line or if it's short or over
Yes,
where we
ma'am.
are. Okay, great, thank you. Yes, sir? You're not done, it's still you.
Well, I'm okay. If nobody else is on the board, I wanted to speak.
No,
Is
I do
anybody on
have
the
other
board?
people on the board,
Oh,
but.
go ahead, let them go.
Okay, Commissioner Survey is next, and then Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Sheriff, for presenting a great budget. I would like to understand the school resource officers. How are we equipping our schools with those? Is it one per high school and one per middle school?
So you have one SRO at every middle school, and then at every high school, we have one SRO and one guardian.
Okay, and none at the elementary schools, is that correct?
Yes, that's all guardians that are.
Oh, so we do have guardians at the
Guardians
elementary
are
school.
employed by the Manatee County School Board.
Got it, okay. And then, has there been any discussion between you and the school board about bringing back something that we used to call like drug-free, drug training, drug education for our kids? DARE.
Yeah, so we have sent the deputies, the SRO deputies through some new DARE training, but we don't know what the school board wants to participate in. We're ready. We did, with donations, purchase a brand new trailer that we wrapped, and basically it's a model of a child's room where parents can go in and basically find the dope.
Oh.
Right? So, so it gives them an opportunity to see how creative, kids can become when they're hiding
They would have found it.
contraband in their own room, right? So we're constantly, now we do know the law. We have programs in there, as but here's another issue that you have to understand is that SROs don't have the same flexibility to teach inside the schools like they used to. They have to be there for security.
Right.
Can't have them in a classroom. So we do have two that float, and they can do the teaching, but we always have to have someone on guard, obviously.
Right, and do we have then enough people that are able to float and
We
do that education?
Yes, ma'am, we
Okay.
do.
Okay.
And we take that training anytime that we can educate, and the principal wants us to be involved. We take that very seriously, and we accommodate.
And are we including our elementary age children in that education?
We are,
Good.
yes.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge and then Commissioner Whitmore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jan, I heard in the video evidence storage facility, and I did not catch the price tag on that.
One moment, I can tell you.
Okay, and then the fleet maintenance facility, I didn't catch the price tag on that either.
Yeah,
I thought I heard 7 for the fleet.
It is, and Candy, help me out. I believe it's 6.8 for the evidence facility. She can pull it up real quick, and 6.9 for the property evidence. And
Wait, 6.9, not 6.8?
Wait a minute, hang on one
Okay.
second, I'll do it.
6.8, Jan, and the property evidence is 6.8, 678.
So 6.8 for fleet and 6.8 basically for evidence.
And where that came from was the adopted IST project list.
Perfect.
That's what we were pulling
both come
forward.
from IST.
And then the new jail medical, the total cost of it will be, I believe, 14.3.
Total will be 16.
16. And the 14.3 is the investment, the extra investment that we're doing now. They've gotten a little bit for design.
And that's all IST money. Thank you. Sheriff, what is the cost out the door annually for a deputy for starting out?
About 105, 105,
105.
training, all the way to equipment.
Okay. And then my last question would be, do you feel that this proposed budget fully funds your department?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Whitmore?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. On the way home last night, I was listening to the meeting, and George had mentioned that the revenues were going to be changing, with the impact fee, 50%. We don't know what that's going to be bringing in. And so, like Dr. Hope said, things are going to be fluid and changing. Also, I think you mentioned get sales tax or gas tax, but I do remember the impact fees. And I had written down the same thing. Sheriff, are you comfortable with what you're presenting to us? Is this causing any stress on your department with the number that Dr. Hopes has recommended?
I feel very comfortable with the number. In fact, the number is more than efficient for, I want to say this about Dr. Hopes, and I want you to go back years past. So we would present to you this budget. We would have an estimate of what the property values were going to be.
Right.
Sometimes those numbers were low. And then we were already through the budget process, and there was money left over. There was money available, but it didn't come to us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he's taking care of that problem.
Mm-hmm. Good.
So if there's money needed in the next quarter or two, and we just have to have a position for whatever reason, at least we know that the funding is available if we come back in front of you and discuss it. We didn't have those options before. So
And
I think that's important for y'all to know.
Yeah, and just an FYI, Dr. Hope said he's going to be bringing the budget back to us every quarter, so you'd feel comfortable if there's issues then, you would bring them before us.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're okay with what's being proposed today?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Commissioner Satcher, did you have anything you wanted to add, sir? Go ahead.
I think
Let me think just a moment how I'm going to phrase it.
Kindly.
yes,
course.
exactly. I just say, come on, guys. We're going to approve what we approve up on this board, which I'm not saying we should or shouldn't do it. The houses that we approve, the places that we're talking about, we're straining over gnats. We're find somewhere else to save $2.5 million. That's my request. I'll drop it at that for the morning.
Well, if I might add, Commissioner Satcher, today is just a workshop. You will have ample opportunity, and this board will have ample opportunity to have a thorough discussion on that. Commissioner Cruz?
Yeah, I think all of us, or most of us, I'm guessing all of us, agree that safety and welfare of the citizens are first and foremost the number one concern of government. So we all respect the budget. We're hearing the budget's more than sufficient to what they need. And if we can find $2.5 million, this is where the $2.5 million go, or whatever the number is the difference. But we've got thousands of pages of budget. So it's like, let's get through this first and then see, do we have $2.5 million left over before we start? If we start going around to each and every person as they show up and trying to adjust budgets, then we're going to get to halfway through this and be out of money. Well, so I'd rather see all that. I'm just saying, I appreciate what you're saying. I don't disagree with what you're saying. But, I think we should see everything first and then come back and see how the puzzle pieces fit together. And if there's excess money, then this is a conversation I think most of us would be willing to have.
I think I may have a help here. The governor, the sheriff, maybe he'll be a governor one day. The sheriff,
I hope not. I don't wanna lose him.
it'd be nice to have a sheriff as a governor,
I live
especially
here.
since I know
Believe
him.
me, I'm going golfing and fishing.
So the sheriff's original proposed budget, I was initially targeting a 3.9 salary increase for the minimum wage requirements and a 2% pay for performance pay. And so the reduction isn't in the sheriff not getting what he requested. The significant difference is the fact that we lowered that minimum wage increase percentage to 2.9 and the performance pay down to 1. So that's why you're seeing the amount of drop, not necessarily with regards to the governor's request for people. It has to do, the sheriff. Why do I keep?
He wants you to be governor.
The
I'm so happy
sheriff's
right here.
it's in a reduction in the wage increases across the sheriff department. So I want to make sure you understand that the sheriff's original proposed budget included a higher percentage of increased salaries.
More than the difference in price.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honestly, Hopes and Cruz said most of what I wanted to say, so I'll pass. Thanks.
I'm going to finish this up. Sheriff, being here, this is my 9th budget, I think. And I will tell you, it's really, it's a joy to see so many of the other things in your budget this year than just, having a fight, if you will, on how many deputies that you'll have to put on the street. I mean, we're actually looking at other needs in your department, and I know the needs are there. So I'm very pleased. I'm glad to hear you say that this hits your need at this point. And I also know that in speaking with the county administrator, I knew that law enforcement's very important to him. And so I knew that, or at least I was hoping, that it would be enjoyable and good when we saw the budget. And I must say, for me, it's a pleasure. So I look forward to any of your other needs coming forward. And that's all that I think the commissioners have at this point.
Well, thank you. I just want to say, I don't know if you've been around much. It's been a difficult time
It
for all
has.
of you. I want to thank Dr. Hope. I mean, just the whole county administrator and try and get everybody in place during a crucial time for the constitutionals that we're trying to do this budget. Jan has been awesome. Dr. Hope's the entire finance team. They were able to pull this thing together, and we're talking about 2 different philosophies coming in here, and so I really appreciate all the hard work that you have done to get us to this point. So thank y'all.
Thank you. Thank you, Sheriff.
Nice work, Governor.
Safe drive back to Tallahassee.
And I just want to echo, I failed to say that when the clerk came up, and I want to say it now that I have the opportunity. It is a pleasure to work with their staff. Neil is exceptional to work with, Kathy Kramashi, and now Kim Wilder is going to be the new Kathy Kramashi. They really make it a very good work relationship. Next on the list is the Supervisor of Elections budget, but I don't see him in the audience. He had planned to attend. I can go over it in case he's held up somewhere. So if we want to move forward, the Supervisor of Elections budget for FY22, in the first column, last year it was $2.5 million roughly. The budget he requested was at 2.6. The largest change, his base changes went down by about 67,000. He did have software and printing charges increases. That is pretty in agreement with what we're seeing across all the departments. Software continues to rise as we're going through. We had quite a bit of a shift last year. This year it's not as much, but still it's increasing. His budget is also increased in the far third column by the salary and the health insurance that are mimicking the increases on our side. That's always been the history. The constitutionals follow suit with what we do. A total increase of 4%. Sheila, is there anything else I need to add on that one? Your microphone?
Madam Chair, are other constitutionals here to present?
No. The court administration is here, sir, and the chief judge is on her way over.
Okay.
And go ahead.
I just want to state that I know on the supervisor of elections, since Mike's been in office, has he even ever asked for increased? He's actually, except something that was mandatory.
I
Only
believe it was
mandatory.
1 year.
1 year.
But other than that, everything has come back
Yeah,
lower.
because he's like, but the software, I'm sure with all the changes coming down with the voter stuff. So, okay.
That's exactly what that part
Okay.
is. Are there any questions or anything I can answer on that any further? Okay.
I mean, we kind of have to ask the supervisor of elections.
No, there isn't.
And generally, in the past, Mike has
Been here.
been here, so I'm not sure why he's not here now, but has been here.
And he did confirm that he was coming yesterday, so he may be tied in traffic or something.
Maybe he thought we'd take longer before we got to him, but if he shows up. Because the sheriff.
Well, and it's us. We usually take longer for things.
That's true.
So with that, we can go ahead and move forward. I see Kim in the back. Kim Miller, if you'll make your way to the front. And Sheila, I'm going to let you do the court administration, which is the next one.
Where are we? Judicial? Where are we?
You're on court administration. It's under judicial programs. If you flip in your book under judicial programs, first you'll find the chief judge's memo, and then on page 67, which is if you flip another tab, it's court administration. Good morning.
Good morning, Kim. They actually have a video. They want to show a PowerPoint presentation. I will briefly explain their budget, and then I will let Kim explain.
You put the mic
and
closer?
present.
Sheila,
Or is it
closer.
just me?
Sorry. So for court administration, they have 4 different programs. They have the main one being the drug court, where they have probation counseling, probation substance abuse, and counseling, which is their main contract with Centerstone. So that's why if you see in their budget, I have it broken down so that you can see each one of their categories and how they are well funded. With truancy court, it's a little bit different because the school board funds 100% of that, but it flows under court administration. That's why you see it there. With citizen dispute, the only increases that really they asked for, and it was not really significant, is that we gave them was, and I discussed this with their financial person, was on their core technology, the need that they have at this moment is more towards replacing the servers and video cameras and items like that every year have a replacement aging factor. So they had requested a $20,000 to be brought forward as a non-recurring item for that. Unfortunately, it was not recommended for funding, but as we bring it as it was discussed, it could be as the increase in the revenues come in forward and we have higher ad valorem revenues, we could place it. And also because the core technology fund itself, which is money that gets brought, we receive money from the state in order to fund some of the core technologies for the judicial programs, have come at a larger amount. So they might be the opportunity that if they continue to increase this revenue, we could fund some of that eventually.
Let me give you just a quick background on court technology for all items for these, mostly for the judicial system. It was set up under Article 5, which I'm sure you've heard of that. It's a revenue stream that went through, dedicated, that they're receiving, that they give to us specifically for technology. Problem was, it hasn't been enough. And so over the last 7 years, we've continued to fund out of the general fund in order to support it, because it is our problem with funding it. Just in this last year, what Sheila's referring to is we've seen a change, and now it's getting stronger. So some of the fees, I believe, have changed on some level, but also some increase in traffic. So this year, it's much more positive, and that's what Sheila's saying. By the end of this year, we'll probably be able to report back and say we have this much more that we could offer. So Sheila, back to you.
Okay, so with that, the total budget that they have requested for this year has been a total of $1,341,158, but as recommended for funding is only $1.3 million. And this includes also because the court administration is funded through the county human resources, we have to place the 8% increase on the health insurance, as well as the 2.9 and the 1% of pay for performance that we have, that the administrator is recommending. With that, it is a 3.3% reduction in their budget. So with that said, I'm going to leave Kim Burley-Miller with her presentation, and so just a second.
Good morning, everybody. This will be a very short presentation, but since we have so many new faces here, and we've never had the opportunity to be before many of you, I wanted to just spend 5 minutes just explaining a little bit about court administration and the court system. As Sheila explained, by statute, the counties are responsible for funding the court for some things. The state funds a lot of things. Your primary responsibilities are the facility, the technology, security, communication, and then what are defined by statute as local options. And for us, the local options have been treatment courts. It's been the guardianship monitor that we got a couple years ago, and our citizen dispute county mediation program. So we have 32 judges in our circuit. Our circuit is Manatee, Sarasota, and DeSoto counties, but here we have 14 full-time and 1 part-time. Judge Roberts is our treatment court judge, our Division P, so he's only here 1 or 2 days a week. So next slide. This is just showing all the different locations that we have court. It's our org chart, and I don't expect you to be able to see it, but I just wanted you to see the court is more than just judges. We have mediators and staff attorneys and case managers, lab techs, administrative assistants, purchasing, IT, all of that. So, and that's spread throughout all of the 3 counties and in 5 different locations. So when we come down to our Manatee County budget, as Sheila indicated, we only have 5 cost centers, and really the drug court and counseling services for drug court are really for the same program. Historically, our ask has been a level budget, and that's pretty much what we've asked for again. We do have some technology needs, and for treatment court, and Commissioner Bellamy knows because he chairs the Public Safety Coordinating Council. Treatment court counseling services have historically been funded partially by grants, partially by general revenue. And at the public safety meetings, there's always discussion. Why does treatment court get most of it? Probation gets some. The police want some. The sheriff's office wants some. So we are renewing our request that it be fully funded by general revenue so that the grant funding could be utilized for other public safety concerns. The other thing that I just wanted to touch on is what Sheila said about the technology. Even though we haven't been fully funded, I do think we can work out. It's not a whole lot of money. I think we'll be able to work out with either moving money forward or reallocating some funds to be able to cover this little shortfall that you've recommended. So I'm not really worried about the fact that the bottom number is a little bit different. And I did ask Judge Bonner to come because I wanted to thank you all for your help during the pandemic. The court is a little different than everybody else. We operate under Chief Justice Kennedy. And Judge Bonner, I'm going to have you come up and just talk about the weekly meetings we've done. Karen Stewart's participated. The prior county administrator participated. Charlie Bishop participates. I mean, it's been wonderful on how much you have helped us. Through the CARES Act, we've actually had close to $20,000 in technology reimbursed through CARES Act funding. So for laptops and digital equipment and things that we needed to be able to work remotely. So it's been a great partnership, and I just want to say thank you to all of you. Okay, Judge Bonner.
And I would like to reiterate that. Thank you all. If you have any hard questions, I'll let Kim answer them. She does all the money and the math. I do want to thank you sincerely. Now that we are finally in the last bend of the journey that was COVID over the last 15 months, I do want to sincerely thank everybody in Manatee County and all departments. It was a very difficult pivot for us to go from Friday to Monday with basically a complete shutdown and trying to figure out how we were going to keep courts open, how we were going to make sure that people had their cases heard in an appropriate and reasonable and fair way. And all of our counties in the circuit were extremely responsive to us. And in particular, I would really like to thank the Manatee County government for giving us the resources that we needed for things like, hand sanitizer, equipment, cleaning, the people to help screen all of the people who were permitted to come into the building. All of those things cost money and resources. The Sheriff's Department was a tremendous ally for us in every possible way. Changing the way that they structured their personnel. Your health department was an amazing partner to us, the county administration. We had weekly meetings almost from the very beginning with everybody in all three counties, with all of our partners, Department of Health, county administration, court administration, public defender, state attorney. Everybody who has, a stake in the outcome of these cases. And those meetings, I think, were very beneficial to all of us to see how we could all work together and collaborate. And I just want to really thank the counties, the administrators, the health department officials who we called, and probably they needed to get a restraining order on me because I called them almost every day asking them, what does this number mean? What does this mean? What can we do? And I know it was frustrating, and it was a challenge to get the information out there to the public about why the courts looked at times so different from the rest of the state, because being under the judicial branch, we operate under the auspices of the Supreme Court, and my boss is the Chief Justice, and if he tells us to do something, that's what we do. And if it looks different than what was going on in the communities, then I understand that messaging sometimes became challenging, but we did try to make sure that we were keeping the public informed. So I just want to thank you now that we are nearing the end of it and we can all actually see each other again and be in the same spaces. We really could not have kept our doors open, even virtually, if it were not for the support of our county. So I do want to thank you sincerely, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have, as long as they don't involve math. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Any questions?
No, I got a comment.
Yes, sir.
And
Go ahead.
I just brought it to the county administrator's attention as, I don't know whether or not it's in the budget now, but we want to look at what our options on fully funding drug court. This is something that's been going on annually, and I've been asking for it annually through the Public Safety Council. So
Can I speak to that?
Yeah.
So let me just tell you how it's structured right now. So then going
trying to
forward
get
as we
away
do this
from that
work session.
structure.
Right. So the way it's structured right now, there is actually a grant that they're matching for the expenditures to make
Right.
it work for that. We have placed in reserves about $166,000. That's what Mr. Bellamy is referring to. You'd like to get away from that and have it fully funded in the item.
Yeah, Madam Chair, may I?
Sure.
Yeah, and the intent is the grant is supposed to enhance the program with more outreach and potential intervention and prevention. That's what we want. Instead, the grant is impacting the operations, and I want us to look at it from a different perspective so we can obviously challenge it a little different for the more positive outcome. If we just take and utilize the grant, right? Go ahead.
So here's a suggestion, and it is I was going to get into this with the decision units, but I'll make a comment now. The process we've always done is a pull process, and it is you would like to have this item pulled, and then another commissioner agrees with you, and then we write all these down and bring it back when we come back to reconcile. So I'm thinking you would like to make
Yeah, I make a
suggestion to
pull, so I
that.
need a little love from a friend up here. That's what you're basically saying?
Yes.
Okay. All right, work on pull process.
Commissioner Serbia, then
Oh.
Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead. Let him go.
No, it was more of a question. I'm looking at I'm looking ahead for state attorney, and it's referring to expenses for drug court. I just want to make sure I'm not looking at
Two
the wrong
different
thing. Okay. All right.
avenues.
Just want to make sure.
Commissioner Serbia? No, I'm going to pass. I'm good. Oh, Commissioner Whitmore.
Like you said, the grant is to expand the program. Well, if you expand the program, then the next year, grants are usually only temporary. And then that means you got to commit to fully funding it in the future. So what we're doing now, we're using the grants, but we're probably matching it. But then we'd have to, when you do that, you have to fully fund it. So I know where you're coming from, but also we got to look, there's always recurring expenses in your budget. I mean, if it's something that we got this grant to expand it, but then eventually the grant goes away and then you have to fully fund it, so.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Bellamy?
Yeah, and again, it's the mindset on how you look at it, and for our drug court to in its existence to rely on a grant. You know, it's not necessarily showing our commitment from our county. We're saying, well, if we get the grant, we're going to do drug court. You know, I'm asking for someone to look at it from a different perspective. We're going to fund drug court. Right, and then we also are going to make sure we have that grant so we can put more resources in it so we can have a little bit more success. So it's just the mindset of the individual, but the drug court has been living off of the grant. And here's the thing, we put in a safeguard where and this is my job to fight from the public safety part, but if you put in a safeguard and the grant's going to take and make sure we support it, I think there's another opportunity that we should look at and saying, how about we just fund drug court? From our perspective, and then the grant will enhance it, and now we're impacting from a different way out in our community.
Commissioner Serbia?
Yes, I have a question. I don't know if Judge Bonner can answer this, and I don't know if maybe we need the sheriff in this discussion as well, but for years we've talked about a diversion program for mental health to keep these patients out of the courtroom, out of our jails, and fund what they really need through Centerstone or other avenues. Can you address how to approach that, and if you guys have considered that?
I can speak to, through the Public Safety Council, Centerstone had applied for a grant, and it was awarded. We were just found out last week, we were awarded a 3-year mental health grant that we will be able to start a mental health court here. A comprehensive court.
Okay, that's fantastic.
Yes.
And then I'm going to just follow up with the same sort of comments we just heard, that should be something that's fully funded, because if nothing else, there's an economic benefit to it, period.
Absolutely.
But there are also human elements that are very important. Thank you.
Yes. Well, we were told 11:15, so that's why we weren't here early. We were told 11:15, so.
Yes. Okay. I'm going to make a comment on the grants. I totally agree. Drug court is so important. And the mental health grant that we're talking about, so important with Centerstone. But at the same time, we know, this board knows, that if for some reason the grant went away, we would certainly continue with drug court. We're not going to let that go away. But at the same time, you know, if there's money available, we use it, and we should use it. That's what it's for. So that's kind of where I'm at. I mean, I totally support drug court, totally support Centerstone with mental health. But, you know, if there's monies out there that we can use to help with our budget, yes, I'm going to go there too. So any other commissioners? I don't have anyone else on the board. And I just saw our esteemed supervisor of elections come in.
My man.
Yeah, we already declined that budget.
We already turned it down. No. Jan, I guess that's it, but
Yes,
thank you so much.
I just want to say thank you. Kim has always been an amazing individual to work with. You make it very simple for us, and we really appreciate the partnership, too, on our side. And thank you to Judge Bonner, too.
Thank you.
And thank you for the chart, the spreadsheet. I've never seen that before, and I didn't realize that it was as big as it is. So thank you for that.
Thank you, ladies.
Judge, thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I forgot to thank the clerk, too. Angel was awesome.
Yeah.
So, Madam Chairman, with that, I'd like to ask Mr. Bennett to come up to the podium. I had just explained to him that we went very quickly through the sheriff, but we've already touched on his budget, but I know he'd like to address you, and we appreciate him coming.
Good morning.
There's no telling what Mike's going to say.
Any questions?
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Whitmore.
We did talk, and we assumed the minimal increase that you asked for software, we assumed it's because of all the changes that are coming before with the elections. Can you just tell us as a board if what's going to be costing the county for any changes that have happened so far?
We don't know. Okay, and the problem with it is you've got Senate Bill 90 floating around out there, and there's been a lot of court hearings, and they've got a lot of court hearings scheduled. We don't necessarily know what's going to happen. But we feel that even with those issues, no matter how it comes out, again, I think in the 9 years that I've been there, we've never asked for a budget increase. And we don't think we're going to need a budget increase this time. However, if one of those court cases comes back funny, we could have a problem. And if we have a problem, it would be postage, okay, could be a problem. As you know, that the U.S. Post Office has decided to increase their cost, but we don't necessarily know what the cost of our mailing would be. We know what they're doing with first-class mail, but that doesn't necessarily affect us. The number of people who vote by mail continues to increase and continues to increase, and we've continued to push it, which is one of the reasons we've been able to hold the budget consistent, is because we've been able to eliminate a lot of the precincts, okay? When I got there were 133, I believe it was, precincts. We just did the last presidential election with 60 some odd precincts. We don't know what's going to happen depends on how the court rules. If we've got to push for more precincts, we will have to do it. But other than that, we don't see anything. We've been able to do some with technology, some with printing. The printing, again, it's just depends on what's going to happen with the vote by mail. And, you know, anything that's going to happen with those court hearings, we really don't know.
In your budget, did you allow for positions for the drop box where you're going to have somebody there?
You really don't want me to get me started on that stupid
No,
line,
I just want to,
but I will.
wait a minute, I just want to know if it's
No,
if
in
it's
fact,
planned on
it's
it.
interesting. The only one that would require that is actually the one at our office, okay? And what we've decided to do is block off the one at the actual office and move it down to the early voting site. And then we would have a deputy there the entire time. So we're really not expecting an increase because we always have a deputy at that location anyhow. So we're not going to have to do that, and we've already figured that out. We're looking at buying. The fact is, it was interesting, you know, again, and there's no way I can say enough praise about Scott Farrington in my office and Sharon. We looked at different drop boxes of where I might go. We found that they ranged over a little over $1,000 a piece to do it. We found out we could do it with garbage cans, seriously, and lock them up and do it. The same ones you have at your house, as long as we've got a deputy there, we'll mark them, and we're able to do that for about $110 a piece or something like that. So, again, just watching the pennies. It's not my money, it's y'all's money, and so we continue to watch that. Any other questions?
I like the idea of the garbage can. You put Democrats ballots go here, and that could be the garbage can. And then,
Absolutely.
I'm just teasing you, Reggie. I do have a question, though, about the budget that it's just sort of an oddity. So
an oddity that we never asked for an increase? Is that
no. It perplexes me. So telephone communication, you have $40,000 in rent. You only have 35. Your phone bill is more than your rent. So could you maybe just explain that to us real quick?
Which one are you talking about, Kevin? I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay. So telephone communication, you have 40,000, and then just below that, rents and leases, 35,000.
Okay, basically what's been happening is as we've eliminated some of those precincts, we don't have to pay to rent them anymore. And so basically that's the decrease. That's the only one that we're not 100% sure of is if the vote by mail, if the court comes back and says, hey, it's not going to play that way you've been doing it, and we would have to increase some of those precincts, some of that communications could go up and so could some of the rents. But I think that we're covered with it. Again, Scott goes through this thing with a fine-tooth comb. I wish I was as sharp at pushing that budget as Scott is, to be honest with you.
So, in the end, have we left this where you're fully funded, regardless of what happens with that bill, and then we could hopefully get some money back?
We believe that we are.
Okay.
We kind of budgeted to take a look at that any way that they do it, that if we have to increase the number of precincts, then the cost of the vote by mail would go down. And so you're trying to balance the two of them out, but we think we're covered either way.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Mike, as always, we said when you weren't here, it was odd because you were always here.
Well, no. I've got a confirmation email that we were not going to be here until 10:30, so that's why we're on time. I don't know why you all aren't, but okay.
Moved a little faster than usual.
There you go.
I know, it's unusual.
Have a good day.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, sir. And again, we really enjoy the relationship. Scott Farrington's excellent to work with, and we really appreciate Mr. Bennett's office. So what we thought we'd do is we're going to go over a couple of others before we move into the state attorney. We're moving a little quicker than we ever anticipated, so they'll be coming in just a moment. We thought we'd start. Two will not be here today, which I'll go over those. That's the property appraiser and the tax collector. And let me explain each of those. So if you go to page 47. Yes, ma'am.
It's 10:30. I didn't even realize that. But Brandon, maybe we should go ahead and take a 10-minute.
Please, that would be great.
You want to say to the mic?
Rest your mic.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Eagles
What is it? I know what I got for you.
I might start with them kicks. I know it's 13.
Yeah. Hey, let me tell you something. My son bought me my Christmas gift.
Commissioners, we're getting ready to start the meeting. It's like,
He do good, man. He's 20 years old, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, how old you think I am, man? It's my year 50.
I didn't stick.
I'll be 50 August 29th. Yeah, a little buck. That's all. My son and his mama.
all right, we are back in session. Jan, what now? Where are we going to go to?
Well, I believe we have the public defender in the room, so I believe we'll go ahead and go that way.
All right, great.
I can preface it as you make your way up, sir, if you want to come up here to speak. All the way to the front.
It's up to you.
So the public defender, the budget for last year had a total of $444,623. We did amend his budget partway through the year, brought it to $511,973. He is requesting $606,941. The recommended that Dr. Hopes has placed in the budget is $532,027. So with that, Mr. Egert, would you want to go ahead and address the board?
Sure. By way of introduction, since there's
Are you on?
I'm on. All right.
Okay.
My apologies and thank you very much. And it's kind of unnerving to have face-to-face contact and also be able to read the expressions on the face. It was kind of nice to be mercifully free from the ravages of knowing what you were actually thinking based upon your facial expressions. And now I see, and it's.
I think everybody's smiling, Larry.
Oh,
we like you.
It's still young. The day is still young. Actually, the requests that we're asking, and again, recognizing the fact that for people like myself, math is hard, which is why I've got my budget director next to me to guide me through this process. We're not too far off. The specific budget request increase that we're making is for a half-time IT person and IT equipment. On other line items, you've been more than generous and gave us more money than we requested. So in an attempt, and I spoke very briefly with Mr. Hope, our new administrator, who first time I've got to introduce myself to him, trying to juggle some of those things. If I go by my math, which again is a dangerous thing, which is why we have here, the increase comes to approximately $87,000, of which $55,000 is for a half-time IT person. What has become abundantly clear in the past year based upon our reliance on IT is we need IT assistance. The equipment is wonderful, but it's the actual person who can run to the individual attorneys and support staff and fix things, because all the equipment in the world is useless if it's not operating. And as much as we want to think that we can operate it, it's like a skit out of Saturday Night Live, having to have Mike move us out of the way and fix things for us. So that's really where the request comes. The balance of that $55,000 is for equipment. And I would rather forego the equipment than have, and so that would bring that down considerably. Eliminate the $30,000. The other point that I wanted to at least see if we can sort of juggle things around is that you've given us additional monies beyond what we requested in two categories, which come to about $18,000. Again, I would rather dedicate that money to an IT person.
What is that for?
And so that really comes down to what our real request is not the $87,000, but we can bring it down to $37,000. Other than that, we're kind of good with everything. And I'm going to look to my budget person to see if I've accurately presented what I should let somebody else represent.
We can send the numbers to Sheila and Mr. Hope to show that we can forego some of the equipment and to offset the cost of the IT person.
If I may, I think we'd love to do that. I think what I'm looking at up there, I see what we gave you that you didn't need was that we gave you the matching increase of 2.9 and the 1 point and the 8%. So there's the difference in what was different than they gave more. As I go down through this line items, I can see it is definitely in IT. It's the IT assistant, correct?
Yes.
And then the difference in, I believe, the contractual services associated with that too. Okay, so I think what we can do is, Dr. Hopes, we can do an analysis, bring it back to you, and then we can bring it back to the board to work on when you come back in July. So then that way we won't get hung up here. But that would be great.
Madam Chair?
Yeah. Commissioner Whitmore.
Well, you're going to forego the IT equipment to get the full-time person, but you need the current, and you need the IT equipment for the person to work on. So I would just ask staff to look at it, because the IT person is a recurring cost versus the equipment is a one-time. So if we can do it and you're really in desperate need, and are we paying a half-time now, or are you contracting it out?
I was incorrect. I said to Mr. Hope that we already have a half-time. We don't. We need a half-time
Oh,
person.
so you were actually contracting it out. So it's probably cheaper to even have a person under you versus a contract, because they charge terrible. But am I right? Right now you don't have anybody for IT. You're asking for a half-time, part-time position.
We have a person, but we've got floaters and we have people who
You don't have anybody consistent to be working on the equipment. But then again, if you cut on your equipment, I see what you're trying to do, be fiscally responsible. But if you cut back on the equipment that you actually need, then that may, what's the use of your IT? You know what I'm saying? You may need the equipment.
I agree, and it's the sort of thing of what can we kick down, and
Okay.
that's what we're looking
And
at.
these guys will figure that out. But yeah, if you need the equipment, and you do need it like everybody else so far has asked for it, then we just have to figure out maybe if we can fund a half-time position for you. Okay.
I guess that's it, Larry. Also, I apologize. Is this the first time you've met Dr. Hopes, the new county administrator?
The first time I've met Dr. Hopes. It's the first time I've appeared with the new commission. So it's I'm looking forward to. There's no offense, but Zoom meetings are just the bane of my existence. It is wonderful to see everyone and to be able to kind of.
Have you met the new commissioners that we have?
I've met. Actually, no. I've had the occasion to meet the one commissioner who was having lunch with Reggie prior to, and I stuck my foot in my mouth then because he was just elected and hadn't taken office, and I was like, "Oh, who are you and what do you do?" Sort of thing. Like, "Oh, you're the new commissioner."
Look, why don't we do this? Why don't we have the new commissioners introduce themselves to you?
I would appreciate
He's an important part of the county. So, James, why don't you start?
Morning, my name's James Satcher. I'm in District 1, so that is mostly the north and east of the county, but also goes over into Terracea and Rabonia, that area as well. And appreciate what you do and helping our justice system work appropriately and well. So thank you so much for being here. I look forward to maybe having lunch or anyway, meeting you face-to-face in person later. Thank you.
Very good.
Kevin?
Hey there, I'm Kevin Van Ostenbridge. I represent District 3, which is West Bradenton and the Barrier Islands. Very nice to meet you.
Good meeting you, sir.
Yeah, and again, I'm George Cruz, District 7. That's one of the two at-larges along with Commissioner Whitmore.
I look forward to working with all of you.
And of course, you've met Dr. Hopes.
I have.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks for being with us, Larry.
Still have smiles. I'm leaving when I have the opportunity.
See? Told you.
Brevity of being the soul of wit. I'm leaving now.
Okay, thank you. So, Commissioner, if I may,
please.
what we'll do, we have the state attorney that is also going to come in the guardian ad litem. They're not here yet, so I'm going to do two of the ones that are not going to appear, and we'll go through those. So on page 47 is the property appraiser's budget. The property appraiser budget is set by the state of Florida. They turn it in, and they are approved through that state. They then allocate out based upon the levies of how they are assessing. It is allocated out among the different entities that they're collecting for. So, for example, if it is the Southwest Water Management District, that an allocation of how much they collect for them, the percentage of allocation, that is allocated into their budget. You represent roughly about 90+% of their budget, because by state statute, not only do you pay for your assessment, you also are paying for school assessment, I believe, as well. So at the current time, for example, in their budget on page 47, their last year's adopted budget in the first column was $6.3 million. Your share to pay, based upon all that you're being assessed for, is $5.8 million. The amount they requested shifted to $6.2 million this year, and from that, $6.6 million, and from that, your allocation is $6.2 million that we've allocated appropriately within the different taxing collection districts that we have. And with that, I can answer any questions.
Jan, one thing I was going to mention, and maybe you said it and I missed it, I'm sorry if I did, but you might mention to the new commissioners about how we really, it's really up to the state. They send their
Correct.
budgets to the state and it's approved and we have to do it. We don't have a choice. So that kind of, a lot of times you don't realize that. And then when something comes up and you're like, what?
Yes.
So.
And actually, she is exactly right. There's two constitutionals that work that way. The property appraiser is the first, the tax collector is the second. The tax collector, by Florida statutes, has his allocations, and I'll talk about that in just a second. If you look on page 49, you can actually see the levies that they are doing on page 49. And at the very bottom, highlighted in yellow, is how that is attributed, how they're allocating that out. So you currently are at 0.94 roughly percent of all the levies that they're doing is represented from the county commissioners.
Questions, commissioners?
Yeah, for the most part, it's just going along with what she said. I mean, these aren't as much a budget we're approving. These are more expenses for the Board of County Commissioners. Right? I mean, they're charging us these amounts for services provided. And I'm assuming these aren't the entirety of their budget, correct? I mean, both of them have other revenue sources, and this is just an expense that's basically an invoice to us. Like, for instance, Ken, like the tax collector's office, they have other sources of revenue. That's not netting out this. So this isn't even something that we necessarily approve. It's just kind of letting us know this is money that's being allocated to them. Okay.
Correct. Mostly the property appraiser has very minimal other fees coming in. This is the bulk of their budget is right here. Tax collectors. Right. So if we want to, in the next one, if there's no more questions on that one, if we flip to page 63, the tax collector, and that's a perfect example of what you use, Commissioner Cruz. We are allocated by state statute at 3%, I believe, collection on all the ad valorem taxes that they're collecting, the tourist taxes they're collecting, any tax situation, that is where they get their fees. They are providing what we're showing in front of you today is how it affects your budget. This is your bottom line ticket for all the tax collection that has to go about. And I'd be happy. Okay. We're running out. So,
We don't have a phone here.
what time are they supposed to be here, Sheila? 11. So what I'd like to do then, I think if I go ahead and go through each of their budgets, and when they come in, they can present if there's anything else they request.
Yeah, and that would be great, Jan, and then we're going to go to public comment.
Would you like to go to that? Or you want to wait until?
Why don't we?
Okay. Okay.
Get started on
Okay.
that. Is there anyone from, well, not many people left. Anyone in the public that wants to come forward? Come on, you might as well. I want to go for a ride on that. Mr. Marshall, come on down. I have your card, sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
For our new commissioners, Andy Marshall. I had the opportunity to shake hands with Mr. Van Ostenbridge, and we renewed some old memories. I've lived in this county since 1951, and I've seen it grow from 30,000 people up to what it is today. I'm first vice president of the Federation of Manatee County Community Associations. Mr. Van Ostenbridge, Commissioner, his parents were students of mine, and I don't know if you were or your sister. Do you have a sister? Maybe it was Aaron. Does he have a sister or daughter? Yes. Okay. I literally cha-cha'd my way through law school, thanks to people like Mr. Van Ostenbridge and a lot of young people in this community in the past years. I worked at night teaching ballroom dancing and social etiquette to young people in this county and occasionally to their adult parents, and that's how your mother and father and your uncle and aunt got into it. And we were sponsored at the Anna Maria Teen Club. I was sponsored over in the Palmetto Women's Club, and I helped originate the first Manatee Cotillion in this county. This is what I did at night when I worked during the day at another job. And I graduated from Manatee Community College, the first graduating class when it first started. Got my AA degree there. Traveled to Tampa, got my bachelor's degree commuting, and then commuted from here to Stetson College of Law and got my JD degree. And thanks to people like your parents and others, that's what part of my history is. But I'm a retired trial lawyer. I spent 50 years in this county as a sole practitioner. I actually represented as city attorney for the city of Anna Maria under two mayors out there. I helped them with their building code when they first developed it. So I've had a long background, and I've been a member of the Federation for the past 60 years. And we've been coming to these meetings like this for the past 12 years, as the older commissioners know that's been on here, to help give input to you from the public. And we write a letter. Rather than tell you what I'm going to write, I'll just tell you we're going to send you a letter, and we do it annually so that you have input on how to approach the commission, a job that you have. Excuse me. I'm getting pretty young for this kind of stuff. I'll turn 86 years young this year, and I don't know how many more of these I got left, but I don't use the word old because I don't like it. First thing, about the only thing I want to tell you, it's very refreshing to see what I see here today. It's a change. And you know what? This county has changed after every election with new blood, new people coming in. There's nothing to be said about the ones that were here. Bad, I don't believe in that idea. I talk about good things instead of bad things. I can talk about them if you want to hear about it, but I won't share it here in the public if I don't have to. But I want to compliment you because I see you working together. And this young man right here with a PhD being your county administrator, that's very special. We wrote that in our newsletter. And I see an organization going on here that's going to be beneficial to this county. So our president will be here this afternoon with you. I can't be here this afternoon, but I sat in this morning and listened. And I like what I see when you can hold up about 6 pages and it's got all the numbers on here and you don't have to go through one of those books out there. I used to get one of those books like you got. And I had a headache after I got done looking at it. And thanks to the young lady down at the end of the table there, she's doing a great job for you. So keep up the good work. The only thing I would share with you, remember, the health and safety of this county is what counts. And we've been through some very trying times in recent times. But guess what? Anybody can do it when it's easy. Take something extra to do it when it's tough. And you all are doing it when it's tough. So hang in there and don't be disappointed. Anything the Federation can do to help you, we will. I'll send you a letter on some thoughts that we have. But remember, don't spend what you don't have, and be sure you keep a good reserve account, because the reserves is what saved us when we've had tough times and other counties were suffering. Don't let that happen here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sandy. Anyone else from the public? Seth, phone calls?
No public comments, Madam Chair.
Wow, okay. Well, I know we had someone on earlier that he told me, so that's why I was asking. Okay, Jan.
Then I'll continue to go forward. Sheila has gone to contact both of them to make sure that they're on their way. Let's start on page 99. The state attorney's budget, the state attorney started in the first column with FY21. He's funded out of two places. One is in the general fund, one is this court technology. That's why you see the division from the top and the bottom. In the general fund, he originally was funded at 274,436 last year. He has requested an increase of 339,493. So the funded amount, though, is located on the far right column, 334,627. The largest change in his is a $56,000 rent increase. That's an allocation of being in this building. That's just us allocating out. So that's us putting that item back to ourselves. We did allocate out the market adjustment and the increase in salaries. In court technology, there was minimal change. There's a change in our own internal costs, and then there are two market adjustments and a salary increase. Those are mimicking what's being done on the BOCC side. The three things that he wanted were the multimedia specialist, a portion increase for the IT director, and an increase in contractual services for e-filing. I believe he'll ask you the same thing that Larry Eager asked as well. So we'll definitely go ahead and do that again and bring that back whenever we get into the July work session so that you'll have it.
Commissioner Whitmore?
Did he ever, I think last year, did he ever get the window coverings and the remodel that he needed?
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe so, but
That
we'll
was like
ask.
last year, the year
I will
before?
check with Charlie Bishop.
Yeah, they wanted to
verify.
upgrade. They were sharing one conference room table together, a bunch of attorneys. Okay, thanks.
But I will double check.
Out of curiosity, have all the three new commissioners met the state attorney? I don't. Yeah, Ed Brodsky.
Like who, Ed?
Okay. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I'd forgotten about that. Yeah, you're right. I remember. I forgot all about that. Yeah. Okay.
So, Commissioner, I believe what would be the good thing, if we turn to page 79, it's guardian ad litem. And that's your last office that are judicial, of the judicial programs. And then what we can do, I can give you a preface for what's going to start this afternoon. We've got a little bit of explanation. And then when you get back from lunch, we can go straight into the decision units and fund
Okay.
summaries.
Sounds good to me.
So with that, on page 79, the guardian ad litem. Sheila, if you could switch to the guardian ad litem. Do you want to go through that one, the guardian ad litem? You know that one better.
By the way, the state attorney was recording a video and he ran over, so he's on his way. He'll be down here. Okay, so with the guardian ad litem, the only requested change that they wanted from their prior budget was an increase in their operating supplies. And like everybody else, he got an increase of the, for the pay for performance and the salary increase in total. And then the increase of the 8% on the health insurance since they rolled through our HR process. So for a total budget of $133,000, their budget is by far the smallest of all the four judicial programs.
Yeah, I can't let this pass. On the new position, the child advocate manager, we didn't fund that, did we, or I can't
Yes,
tell?
we did that last year.
Okay. And I'll tell you why I'm asking. How many commissioners do you know someone that is a guardian ad litem? I mean, they have a tough job. And half the time I can tell you, I've got a good friend that is one, and it's so common that they take their own money and they buy whatever they need, and they actually help to support. Yeah, they do. And so that's why I was asking. I know that they put so much into it and they don't ask for much in return. They do it out of love. And it's a tough job, especially with, things the way it is here in Manatee with the drug problems that we've had. They've really had their hands full. I was just asking. All right, thank you. Any other comments, commissioners, on guardian ad litems? No? Okay.
Okay, so if it's okay with the board, I think what we'll do while we're waiting for those two individuals to come, I think let's go ahead and go forward and let me give you an explanation of what we're about to go into next. So the rest of the day, we're going to just give you an overview explanation of the highlights of the budget. So that way, as you go through, you can go through, digest it better, understand the lay of the land of it a little better, and we'll be able to help that. So let me start that now. Sheila, if you can flip the PowerPoint. And Sheila and I are going to tag team through this, but there's a couple of items that we really want to point out. We are very guarded by Chapter 129 of Florida statutes, how the process works, especially how it fits into the trim process. I have to tell you, of all the things I do here, the one thing that terrifies me is the trim process, because if I miss a step, you lose your millage for the whole year. So that is the one thing that really I get concerned about. So if you flip to the first one, Sheila, or can I borrow the clicker? There we go. Perfect. So Florida Statute 129 defines.
Can we explain the books that they received so that they can
Sure.
understand the flow of it? So,
You can't.
Microphone.
How about you let me finish
Sorry.
and then you do it? Okay. Can
Okay.
I finish it and then
Okay.
you do it? So Florida Statute Chapter 129 talks about the budget process. The budget is the one high important job that you have to do that you pass each year. It must be balanced, and what I mean by this is different than private accounting. For the state and governmental budgets, the sources have to equal the expenses. In other words, everything that you own in your savings account, any excess money that you have, all of that has to be reconsidered as a source. So all the money whereas in the private world, if you're thinking what revenues are coming in, what expenses are going out, you're not adding in your savings account. Here we do. We add everything back in. It is a holistic picture of what is going to come in as revenues and what you have, and then we're matching it to the equal amount of expenses. Now, before we go into the trim process, Sheila, do you want to tell them about the books?
Sure. So, with your, I'm sorry. With the books that you see on your desk in each one of your settings, you see a memo that we wrote explaining each one of the documents that you are seeing on your desk. There are 3 different books, one of each is for the next budget work session, which is the capital improvement plan. The other 2, of course, you saw the constitutionals. And then the third one is this one that you see that's pretty hefty book. It includes a copy of your actual recommended, of the county administrator's recommended budget for the 22 and the 23 plan. It includes both the decision units in a summary at a glance so that you can see for department, per program, all the decision units that they have. The third section is the fund summary, which we'll be getting into later after the decision units. This one is more focused towards how are the budgets doing per fund. All right, so it's all contained in this book, which we're going to be using in the moving forward. Then you also saw a US flash drive that's sitting on your desk. It complements the decision unit summary, and it includes the entirety justifications of all the decision units that you are seeing in this summary. It's a bookmarked by department, and you can flow through it easily if you have any questions and you want to know further about what do they mean and what is it that they're asking for.
Okay, we'll go through each of those as we go into the sections.
Can I just ask
Commissioner Whitmore, yes, and then the state attorney just
Okay.
arrived.
I know we were going through this, and all the stuff that we brought up at the meeting and the sheriff has brought up, this book here is our recommended budget, and per Florida statute, it's a balanced budget.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I was getting nervous, all this extra money, I'm going.
Everything is
Okay.
balanced, and by the time we get through this, we will go all the way through where the different expenditures are and also where you end with reserves and what this changed from the prior year. If the state attorney has entered the room, I'm going to let the state attorney come to the front of the room, sir.
And while we're waiting for the state attorney to come up front, I would just add that the extra money that we are seeing in the budget is money that we've had all along. Yeah.
But we also have increased property values, so that'll make up.
Well, we have that every year. Thank you.
Mr. Brodsky, thank you so much for coming. We've already, can you flip back to the state attorney's budget, please? We already gave them a precursor look, so we wanted to give you the opportunity to say hello, and if there's anything you want to bring up.
Welcome, Mr.
Greetings,
Brodsky.
everyone. It's an honor to be with you guys. This is a great space, and it's great to see our commissioners, and congratulations to all of our new commissioners. Beautiful space, and if you look at our budget, wonderful budget, pretty small, right? For the bang that you get, buck that you get from the state attorney's office. I hope that one of the things that I would like to share with you about our office is, you know, we are very committed to Manatee County and serving the citizens of Manatee County and working very closely with Manatee County government. So we value our relationship with each and every one of you. Congratulations to our new administrator. And so we look forward to working with all of you going forward and doing everything that we can at the state attorney's office to enhance public safety and making sure that Manatee County is the #1 destination for folks to come live, work, retire, and, you know, build a family here. I mean, this is an amazing community. I'm a resident of Manatee County. My family's here in Manatee County, you know, and we love it here. So we want to do everything to be a part of this community and to work closely with you to make this a great place. You know, we're pleased with the recommended budget, and, you know, we'll do everything that we can to work closely with you to serve you in any capacity that you think is relevant or that we can assist. But you know, with that, I'll turn it over to you if anyone has any questions about our office or the organization or how things are going.
Any questions, commissioners?
I just have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
Only because I know your attorneys, their starting salary, it's kind of shocking. I remember last year you told us. What's their starting salary? You have so many of them, and
Yeah, you know, about a year ago, this last legislative session, the Florida legislature, because there was an alarming trend and prosecutors throughout the state weren't really staying at prosecutors' offices, and there was turnover. I mean, I think generally around the state we were seeing turnover as great as 20% of annually of attorneys leaving the office. You know, private sector was paying more. There were even some other government agencies that were paying more, and so we were losing our attorneys. And I always said that lawyers that work in our office are very heavily recruited because in the legal profession, having trial background and trial experience, courtroom experience is extremely attractive to other legal organizations. So they are very heavily recruited. And so the last legislative session, the Florida legislature wanted to help address that issue, and so they increased starting salaries for our attorneys to $50,000, which, you know, as you know, and here in law enforcement, and God bless our law enforcement because they do a fine job and we appreciate everything they do, but even law enforcement and some of the starting salaries at some of the law enforcement agencies are making more than what our attorneys are making. And a lot of the attorneys now, you know, for example, if you go to Stetson Law School, you're going to come out of law school with a significant amount of legal debt. So it's been a challenge, but you know, I say there's nowhere else more rewarding to join an organization than the state attorney's office, simply because of the work that we do and the satisfaction that it brings and the trial experience. And so a lot of folks are very interested in joining our organization, but it is a challenge compared to the private sector, to answer your comment, Commissioner.
Ed, if you don't mind, in noticing when we went over your budget a few minutes ago,
Yes.
if you could explain to us the difference in what you were requesting. You know, I know there was a specialist involved and so forth. Can you go over that with us just so we'll have a better understanding for
Right. I think
Much in the future.
my understanding is the only differences in my executive director, who's our fiscal director, Jennifer Strawn, is here, and she's happy to probably address it better than I am. She is the financial brains of our organization, and she does an amazing job. And she's worked very closely with Jan Brewer and Sheila McLean and various county officials. But it has to do with benefits and the increase in cost of benefits, and that we have to cover for our employees. So there was a gap in being able to cover those benefits to our employees.
Okay. All right.
But if you'd like, I can have her come up if you'd
I
like
would
her.
if I were you, because
Sure.
it's not that far off.
Right, that's
I
why
would bring
it's
her up.
not. It was not far off, and I know that this is important to us, and I know that there was a gap. So I'll let Ms. Strawn come up here and speak about it a little bit more directly. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Jennifer Strawn. The differences between what our salaries plus benefits is, the increase that we received really covers just mostly a portion of our 3% increase that we received from the state of Florida of last year, but it doesn't fully cover the increase in the benefits that goes along with it. And then additionally, I think we were short in funding for our case management system that we use to manage all of our cases. We were short $17,774 for that. And that pretty much sums up what the difference is in funding.
And if I can just comment real quickly just about that case management system, we implemented a system that's called STACK. You know, we're at the time when we began the initiation of that process, and largely what we're talking about is becoming a paperless office, which state attorney's offices began doing. And at the time when we took that venture on, there was probably, and there's 20 state attorney's offices across the state of Florida, there was only probably 10 offices. And there were offices, and thank goodness we were a paperless office and we implemented full procedures before COVID, which was significant for our office and our attorneys to be able to work remotely from any place, even at home. But that's been a tremendous technological boost to our office to be able to, I can open up a file if somebody calls me about a case in DeSoto County or in Venice or Sarasota. I can open up all of the files and look at those records right here at my desktop. And so I think that's been transformational for our attorneys. And I know other offices across the state are now in the process of fully implementing paperless technologies. But that has been very rewarding for our office, and those are some of the costs that had not been fully covered.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners?
I thought you had me on the board.
Oh, no,
You'd
I'm
acknowledged
sorry.
me
Go ahead,
earlier.
Kevin.
Okay. Hi, Ed. So I have a question, just to help me understand. So Manatee, under your Manatee budget, you have rents and leases for $240,000. Is that for this building,
Yes.
Yes.
which we own?
That's,
So we're funding him to pay us, to pay ourselves rent?
yes, this is part of indirect charges that we go through. We do rents and we do indirect charges. This is the allocation. So for example, you also have the building department in this floor that we rent space out to them. We rent space out to, I'm trying to think of who else is on there. Community services grants. I'm trying to think.
The impact fee administration.
It's an allocation so that if we say the different sources of money that come into this building, the general fund rents out this building to those pieces. And in this case, yes, you're taking it out of one pocket and you're putting it in the other pocket. But we have to do it systematically with everybody. We can't pick and choose one or the other.
I guess that makes it clear. Thank you.
Funny bookkeeping, isn't it? I know. Well, that's not always the best, is it? Commissioner Cruz.
I have a question about it looks like the main thing we're pulling out is that 17,774 for the stack upgrade. What's the alternative? Like without those funds, what is your office going to do? Do you still have stack, but it's in a smaller form? Are you going to stay for paper? I mean, what's the alternative there?
We somehow have to come up with the resources to cover it. We can't function without our case management.
You need to get.
I can't hear what you're saying.
My apologies.
Is it green?
It's green.
Okay.
Without our case management system stack as it works today, we can't function without our case management system. So we would have to find a way to come up with the resources to cover the difference.
Yeah, I mean, because the one thing I've noticed, they're seemingly small dollars, but I know they add up. But what we realized last year was people need technology. I mean, we all got sent home for a while, and a lot of these budgets, the minor incremental cut we made for each of these departments was in IT, and I saw that in a couple of other departments too. And I appreciate paying salaries; that is clearly important. But some of these are incremental. And if you look at their budget increase, if you pull out the 56,000, which is just a change in our internal cost, it's less than 20 grand is the total increase for entire staff of attorneys and everything else. I don't know how the system. That's critically important, and everyone knows I hate paper. And if we're moving towards a paperless system, that is long-term benefits from a cost standpoint in the long run. I'd say to put that back in. It's 17 grand.
Dr. Hopes?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, as we were going through some of the requests, we'll have the funding for this on the technology side. What I'd like to do is work with them to just ensure that the share that they're getting from Sarasota County and DeSoto County, because remember, we all contribute, we'll work it out with them so that we are participating at the same proportionate level as the other counties to ensure we're not that far off with them. And so that's part of the process. So Jan and I just had a conversation, and we'll work with them on shoring up their request.
Commissioner Bellamy, I'm sorry, Commissioner Cruz, are you finished?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Commissioner
Yeah,
Bellamy?
I just want, he's a part of the Public Safety Council, and I can't speak for him, but I think he's in favor of funding drug court also, since we're getting the money. So I wouldn't dare speak for him, Mr. Administrator, but.
Well,
we can change their level of rent because we're renovating some of their office space, and I don't see that rent increase in these numbers.
Well, one thing, and Dr. Hopes, and I appreciate that very much, and Commissioner Bellamy, I appreciate that very much. Listen, you guys have been awesome, and there is some renovations going on to our office, which we definitely appreciate in the county, as Charlie Bishop and his folks, and Brandon has been phenomenal. Drug court, is certainly a topic very near and dear to me and here in our community, and it is something that, having served and serving on the Public Safety Coordinating Council here in Manatee County, is extremely important, and I would be remiss if I didn't take that opportunity just to talk about how important it is, by identifying those folks that are offending, and we see obviously a very large portion of those that are committing crimes in our community that are doing it because it's fueled by drug addiction, right? We know that many of them are doing it because it's fueled by mental health illness. And so those are two areas that we're strongly trying to work very much to address. But when we tackle the root of crime, which in many instances is drug addiction, we can reduce criminality here in our community. And it's also helping with costs of incarceration at the Manatee County Jail, which you all are very familiar with. So it's been an extremely successful program. The folks that run our drug court, I say, and just so what I say about our drug court program here, of all drug treatment facilities and programs, that is bar none the best drug treatment program that we have. Unfortunately, the price of admission is getting arrested or entering the criminal justice system, but it is a phenomenal program. So thank you all for your support and everything that you can do to support that program.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Got to find a friend from somewhere. I know.
Thank you.
Oh, any chance I get, I'm a plug.
And again, it's been wonderful working with Jennifer. We appreciate you so much.
Jan, I'm curious, do you think we should go back to public comment at this
Please.
point before you finalize everything? All right, anyone from the public want to come forward? Not seeing anyone. Seth, do you have anyone on the phone?
Yes, ma'am. We do have one, 387-387, *6, please.
That's not Glenn.
Hi, caller. Go ahead.
Hello, Mike Meehan, Manatee County citizen. I just went over the popular report for 2020. And I found it interesting that all of the county departments did not spend their budget last year. And when you add up the total difference between the proposed budget and what they actually spent, it was $23.2 million. A fair amount of money. I'd like to recommend that you add one column to these budget proposals as they're presented by the individual departments to show actually what was spent in the prior fiscal year. So if you were to add the actual expenditure and then compare that against the other three columns, which are the budget for 20, the budget for 2021, and then the final budget, it might give a more realistic basis as to the actual the actual income or expenditures for each department. To Commissioner Satcher's point about concern that we're not fully funding the Sheriff's Department, I did the same exercise for the Sheriff's Department and the other constitutional offices. Actually, the budget sheriff was 143.1 and the expenditures were 137.5. So the sheriff's office was not able to spend their entire budget. They underspent their budget by 5.6. So I don't know if I would worry too much that you're not meeting the full request from the Sheriff's Department, simply because the past history indicates that they've been able to, stay under their budgeted request and still fund their operations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meehan. Anyone else?
That's all we have. Thank you.
All right, I'll close public comment. Commissioner Cruz?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, because we are just seeing what they asked for last year versus what they actually spent. Sometimes it's less, sometimes it's more. I think that is in fact a relevant column. Although I don't know if it's as relevant for last year, because that was kind of a quirky year. I mean, people were working from home. There was increases in technology expenses. We had to race everyone out of the building. So I do think that's an excellent idea. I think going forward that is something that'll be interesting to see. Even if it's just raw data on a thumb drive for our own sake. But I don't know if this year necessarily is the best test case, because I just don't know if you're going to get relevant. But if we do, I'd love to see it.
I will tell you, hours and hours and hours and hours in comparing the actual expenditures historically, and then we have it in graphs for you. I mean, that's in when we get into the details, that's all there. We look at the actual year-end expenditures, monthly, quarterly.
Oh, George.
We're happy to inundate you with data.
He's going to keep going after you. Yeah.
Commissioner Satcher?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that, but I will point out and just remind everyone that does set up the situation that we've all heard of in government organizations, where there's, $75,000 left in the account at the end of the fiscal year. Hey, everybody, go spend this $75,000 or they won't give it to us next year. And so everybody goes, and for their classrooms at the school, they get big screen TVs or whatever. So I would just caution on some of the unintended consequences that come with that.
Dr. Hopes?
Yeah, I want to say, this conversation is very relevant. And as we go through this budget, as when I first came into this position, I challenged each director to basically start from zero, defend all the positions, defend all their requests. And we have spent a considerable amount of time about, I'm going to hold you accountable for the outcomes and for delivering the commission's priorities. And you're going to be measured and monitored with your ability to actually fill those positions and those FTEs, complete those projects, get that design into 90%, et cetera. So as we work through this, you'll see the process that staff has gone through, including looking at years of historical actual expenditures by decision units. And so you're absolutely correct. All of this is relevant. And we have set up systems, and you'll see that the finance department has done an outstanding job of setting up the data in a structure so that we can present to you, at every meeting and in dashboards, how your Manatee County government is performing against budget.
I want to add into that conversation that for those of us that's been around for a few years, I can tell you that the sheriff's office, I think Commissioner Whitmore will verify what I'm saying here. The sheriff's office came forward several years back, and they had been wanting a helicopter. And we just, of course, we were told, oh, you don't have the money for that. You don't have the money for that. And so they agreed that they were going to try and have money left over in their budgets every year if the county would agree that money would be put aside for them for their helicopter, and that's basically what kind of helped in the scenario. So for the sheriff's office, it's not uncommon for them to have money left in their budget. I think they really try and guard and spend wisely, so that they can try to make sure that they have money coming forward for a lot of their needs. So just thought I'd add that. Yes, ma'am.
And you're right, and I think they return it back to us, and we give it back to them. And I think it's like 300,000 or 400,000 last year.
You just gave back 2.4 million.
2.4 million. Well,
Yeah,
that was
I thought
this
it
year.
was more
That was
than-
this year, and that's
Yeah.
for the elevator. That's for the
Yeah.
helicopter. Yeah, and so you're right, and that information's going to be good. But I agree with kind of what Commissioner Satcher said on this too. Are we done, Madam Chair? I just found out.
Jan, are we done?
We can do one of two
Oh.
things. We have, we're waiting for the guardian ad litem. She was going to come. I can finish giving you this briefing, or you can stop now and come back after lunch. My suggestion would be if you can give us maybe about 10 more minutes of your time.
Absolutely.
Let's break and get this done, and then when you come back, you can speedily go through the other items.
So everyone knows my intention is to break at noon and then come back at 1:30. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So
Is this our?
Oh, there they are.
Yeah.
they are here?
Yay.
If you'd like to, come on up, Tony.
I didn't see them from here.
Yep, please.
Front and center. Yeah. I know, no one's believing that today.
So you're going to go right up here.
Oh, my goodness.
And Sheila's going to pull back up on the screen your budget.
They have a presentation as
Oh,
well.
they have a presentation? Okay, perfect.
And we think that you have one of the toughest jobs in Manatee County.
Let me pull up my.
At least this commissioner does.
Good morning.
Can you state your name? Do you have a green light on the microphone?
I do.
Okay.
Tony Latortu with the Guardian Ad Litem program. Good morning. So, do I flip through or you flip
No,
through?
you say, you can, here, you can flip if you want.
So, ooh. Down.
Down.
Thank you. Oh, there we go. So as you can see, and I can't see, and there we are. So our mission is helping children reach home through heartfelt advocacy. We are a program in the dependency arena here in Manatee County, in the state of Florida, actually. So we're here in the 12th Circuit, Sarasota, Manatee, and DeSoto. We advocate for children birthed to age 18 in the dependency court system. Children, once they turn 18, if they are aging out of foster care, which is an unfortunate thing, they do have the ability to opt in until age 23. We currently are appointed to 739 children in Manatee County, but there's still over 100 children that we are not appointed to because of resources, obviously. We have 307 certified volunteer child advocates that come and give their all every day to advocate for the children in Manatee County. So as you can see, we have almost 85% of our children have a volunteer child advocate. Even if they don't, they still do receive advocacy, but it's usually a staff person and with our attorneys. Our staff made up in Manatee County, as you can see up there. We were fortunate enough that Manatee County gave us a new position last year during a very difficult time. So we were able to advocate for more children. So thank you, Manatee County, for giving us that position. We really needed it. Manatee County is one of the few counties in the state of Florida that continues to see shelters on a daily basis. I have my team lead in the back, and she can speak more to that if you wanted to hear, but we are constantly seeing abuse and neglect going on in our county, and so unfortunately, the children do get sheltered. So our commitment is to partner effectively with Manatee County government and community partners to provide 100% advocacy representation for the abused, abandoned, and neglected children in Manatee County. So that is our goal. We will keep working toward that goal. It is my personal goal one day that we will no longer need dependency, but I don't know how far off that is, but hopefully one day we can get to where there's enough services before this that can help parents care for their children. And we did, as I stated, we got that extra position, so we thank you for our budget, and I can answer any questions, but that's the end of my presentation.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge?
Thank you, Madam Chair. How many positions do you have?
Total?
Total.
23. In Manatee County, 23.
Okay. And you have 700 kids in care? Over?
Mm-hmm. Over, yes.
Okay. Does this budget meet your needs?
No.
Please be honest.
It does not meet our needs. That's ever growing. As I stated, Manatee County, of the three counties in the 12th Circuit, we continue to shelter the most children. So I'll give an example. So Sarasota County has half or less than half of those children. And DeSoto County, of course, has about 100 children. So we have the most children in Manatee County that need served.
So from a 100,000-foot elevation, what do we need to do to fully meet your needs? Where are we falling short?
Well,
what's the wish list?
the wish list would be for another position. So as I stated, my team leader is back there. She oversees a total of, I believe, 9 child advocate managers. So the child advocate managers, they oversee the case alongside the volunteer and our attorneys. But we can only have as many volunteers as a child advocate manager can have. So it's about 30 volunteers. So we can continue to recruit for volunteers. And we need volunteers out there for anybody that wants to volunteer. But we need volunteers. But the more volunteers we get, the more children we get, we need staff to be able to manage those.
So if you had another case manager, you could add volunteers.
We could add volunteers, yes.
What's a case manager going to cost me?
Ooh, what is that? Sheila has those magic numbers.
Your budget.
So right now,
Well, there's retirement, and,
73,000
right? Taxes.
going there.
the child advocate that you funded is at $42,000.
Okay, so roughly double $42,000, then, or add another 40 probably to it. So we're looking at 80-ish.
Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, we're not voting today, but want the administrator to know that you would have my support in adding another case manager to her
My
budget.
support too.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah,
Thank you.
That's what I'm getting towards. That's what I'm getting to.
So in that case, it's a pull.
It's a pull.
It's a pull.
It's a pull,
And
with
is that a
everybody
pull?
agreeing.
Okay, beyond a case manager, do you have any other needs that are going to make a big impact?
So, well, Antoinette, what do you think? She's back there. We have.
I mean, I'm not saying it's Christmas Day, but
I
this
know.
is this is a very important issue. We're a growing county. This is a huge problem. These are literally our kids.
So, well, I don't know if you know. So a couple years ago, when Judge Deese was still on the bench, it was because of the amount of children that were coming into Manatee County, we had to add a second court. So, which means, so we're stretched thin as far as like she knows. So our attorneys, we have 5 attorneys in Manatee County. And that would be something that I have to get with Sheila with. I don't know how much that will cost, but there's 2 courtrooms now. So, and they run back and forth. Well, virtually they run back and forth, but when we all go back in person, they'll go back to running back and forth. But we've come a long way as far as how the courts are. We've assigned certain attorneys to certain courtrooms, but the more children you get, you just need the staff. So attorneys would be the next on there. We would need an attorney because we are a legal program.
So I know Judge Deese. She's a really reasonable person. Would you maybe get with Judge Deese?
Well, it's Judge Smith and Judge Malucci now. So.
Oh, is she retired?
Mm-hmm. Well, she didn't retire. She's not
in juvenile anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Are you finished?
Okay, I am.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I've got a question on that. I understand the need for your case managers, but at the same time, and did you say it's generally 30 volunteers per case manager?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Anything over that, it's just, they're not going to be effective.
Right. Okay. Let me ask you this, because I know a few volunteers that are there. Do you have a problem getting volunteers?
It's always a need in Manatee County. And yes, although we recruit all the time, we hold trainings once a month, and there are volunteers in Manatee. There's always a need for volunteers because, as I stated, so a lot of our cases, we have sibling groups. There's multiple children on these cases. So I think one we got the other day, Antoinette, correct me if I'm wrong, is about 7 kids. And so, yes, you can give that to one volunteer, but if you're saying each volunteer should have 2 cases, that's kind of max them out right there with 7 children. But they're not going to have one placement, more than likely.
So when you're talking about the volunteers, has any of the churches or anything, I would imagine that if we talk to a lot of our churches, that there might be people in these churches that would love to volunteer that are retired, as one of my best friends is.
We have a speakers bureau that consists of our volunteers and our recruiter, and we look for places to go out and talk about the program and recruit. We can come here if you wanted them to do a presentation, but yes, if you know of any places that you probably we haven't heard of us, please pass that information along. We'd be more than happy to go and speak with them.
It's a lot of times, you hear happy stories where volunteers are so effective with the children that they're trying to help. But then again, sometimes they're not happy endings, and
sometimes they aren't.
And it pulls at the heartstrings. I can tell you, even if you're not one of the volunteers and you hear the stories, it pulls at the heartstrings. So it's a very, very important thing here in Manatee for our kids. So,
yes.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Bellamy, and then Commissioner Stacher.
Excuse me. Do you all connect with any of these sororities, other fraternities for support?
We've reached out, but if you know of any, what I found with sororities and fraternities is if we have to have somebody on the inside. Otherwise, they normally don't contact us back. So if anybody has an inside, please share. We'd be more than happy. We have reached out in the past, but normally, if it's not their mission, something that they're looking for, it's hard to get in the door.
All right.
Commissioner Stacher?
Were you done, Commissioner Bellamy?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I just want to say this is exciting to see, everyone working together. I think that there is a clear vision for this community and for this county to make this the best place for children to be and families. And so I'm excited about that. I wanted to give just kind of, because there are people watching at home, I wanted to give my understanding of the guardian ad litem and that what the role is. Then you feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, fix what I said. And then also, if you could share with people after I do my best, just how they would contact you if it's something that they might be interested in volunteering. So if you've never heard of a guardian ad litem program, from what I understand, when you go into court, what we see on Matlock when I grew up, yeah, that's back in the day.
Well, you're showing your age.
It was reruns. Don't get me wrong. It was reruns, but TBS.
Reruns, it was, of course.
But you know, the person accused of a crime has an attorney, and then there's the prosecutor that's trying to get them thrown away for life, and then there's a judge. Well, when you have children involved, that gets tough because you know, one person's going to say something's going on in the home, and somebody else is going to say something else. And you know, we all want children taken out of the home if that's what needs to happen for the safety of that child. None of us want children taken out of the home if that child can stay there safely and stay with his family and with his parents. So that's a goal that we all share. The guardian ad litem seems to come in and fulfill that role basically as representing the child, because the child can't stand up and necessarily say, yes, my mom, you know, does great things, or my mom does horrible things, or my dad does horrible things. You know, they can't speak up for themselves. So the guardian ad litem does in a courtroom setting, and it's not a, you know, the judges and everyone there appreciates them being there. It's nothing, you know, it's not intimidating. You know, there is a courtroom involved, but everyone there wants to hear from that person because they're the person that can say, you know, from what I've seen, their interactions are healthy or not. So if I mess that up, fix it for me and for the people at home, and then also give them a place that they can call if that might be something they'd be interested in being a part of.
You did really good, and I expect to see you in one of my training classes soon. So just a few more won't hurt. We'll go easy on you. But that is the goal. So the volunteer and the team gather the information, speak with the collateral. So they get a whole picture of the child and make recommendations to the court based on placement, services, and goal. The goal when a child is sheltered from their parents is to reunify them. That's the first goal if it's safe. If it's not, then there are other goals, but the first goal is always to reunify. And as you say, some go home. A lot of children go home, but not all. So the volunteers there through the life of the case, honestly, you know, there's a lot of turnover in dependency in all of the agencies. But for the most part, the volunteer is the consistent person in that child's life. So they have all that history. Hopefully it's only a year, but sometimes it's not. That the children are out of their homes. So you did a really good job with that, and they do work with a team, so I want to let volunteers know you're just not out there by yourself. As I stated, there is a best interest attorney that works alongside with them and a child advocate manager to guide them. So you can learn more about our program at 12gal.org. And if you fill out an inquiry form, it's right there on the front page. Then our recruiter, Tony Jeffries, would reach out to you. But I'm hoping to get some ideas from this room, is a sorority or fraternity, churches and everything for us to go and reach out to and speak to, because as I stated, it is heart work. It's work that touches the heart. It is not meant for everybody, but you can give it. It's not a hard job. You just have to care. So we love to come and speak with people, and we would to groups and anyone that puts an inquiry in through our website, we always contact them within 24 hours. So thank you. www.12gal.gov. So the number 12gal.org. I'm sorry, .org.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to say, if you would email my office so that we can connect and talk more about that and
I'd be happy to.
how hopefully I can help you connect with volunteers.
Okay, thank you. Awesome. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I've been waiting for you all morning.
Oh. I am.
Thank you so much. Hi, Jan.
Hey.
You got 10 minutes.
I think 10 minutes is all I need to preface you but for when you come back for lunch.
Okay.
So on the board, Sheila, if you could if the screen will let Sheila pull up the next PowerPoint. Perhaps. There we go. So the one thing to understand is what is the rhythm of what we're doing. Right now, starting on July 1, you'll get the certification, as Commissioner Baugh mentioned earlier, from the property appraiser. Currently, this budget is at 7%. We got a June 1st pre-certification guess, and it was around the same amount. So this budget that is before you has a 7% increase on July 1st. They'll let us know exactly what that amount is.
Oops.
What just happened?
Difficulties, sorry.
It's done. It needs a break.
Okay, moving
Yeah,
on.
it's all
So on July 1st, we will receive a certification, and with that, we will adjust it, and by state law, we'll turn in the budget with the different changes to the clerk of the court. That does not, so what happens is we will provide a memo telling you what shifted in the millage. You'll come back on July 28th is our next meeting, and we call it a reconciliation meeting. In that meeting, you'll come back in. We will talk about all the differences, have tracked down anything that you would like us to track down. And the main point is we have to have a tentative millage, a proposed millage, you have to set it. At that point, it cannot go up, it can go down. If you go into your public hearings in September and you decide you want to lower it, that is allowed, but at that point, you have to set that millage to go in the trim notices. That's what it's mainly for. In addition, what happens between August 24th, the property appraiser begins to mail out those trim notices that you get in your mailbox. Sends it to everybody that is a property owner. By state law, we have to have 2 public hearings in September. We go after the school board. That's just the way the statute works. So once they set theirs, we will set ours and go from there. We will advertise, the first public hearing is advertised through that August 4th trim notice that we're turning in. The second one will be in the local newspaper, and then you will have the second hearing, set the final millage, and then it goes into adoption. So that's the rhythm that we're working toward where we're at. Okay, with that, you want to go forward one more? Sheila, I'm going to talk a little bit about this one, and I'll let you do the next one, okay? So we do start with a zero-based budget. We begin questioning everything that needs to be put back in. We actually go through, we talk to each department director on the department levels. We also, I just wanted you to know, we have a wonderful Power BI that George Giovanni is running for us, and the Power BI lets us analyze where everybody ended the year. So we look back, we actually have about 5 years, almost 6 years worth of data now that we can look back where they ended, what needs to shift, and where it's going through. So we analyze what they used in the prior year, where they came in at. We meet with each director, and then they go back and they actually submit their budgets. And they go through their requests. Now remember, with us, we have base, continuation, and desired. So if they're wanting to increase their level of service, if they're having trouble maintaining their level of service, this is the process for where they come through, and they meet with the county administrator.
And this year we had a supplemental request.
You want to talk about that a second? You can.
So, well, no, when I came in and we laid out all of your priorities, many of you know I met with you before you decided to hire me, so I had an understanding of what your priorities were. And as these projects were beginning to mount based on the vision that you had for Manatee County, we met with all the directors and empowered them to look at their competencies and their capacity in their departments. And so when I came in, then through that process, they also submitted to financial management a supplemental request for their budget, which was incorporated, which is what you are beginning to work through today. So and that was more moving from the zero-based budgeting process to the outcomes-based budgeting process or performance-based budget, which all is under that umbrella of zero-based budgeting. So we transitioned and pivoted quickly into an outcomes-based budget. What do you need with regards to human capital and financial resources in order to achieve these objectives of service levels and for all of these various projects and support services?
So we're very unique. We base the budget in levels based upon what it takes to open the door, turn on the lights, what level of service you want to provide. Do we want to mow a median once every 3 months, or do we want to mow a median every week? That's a service level. And then we go forward into desired. So Sheila has, oh, you've moved forward. Sheila has on the board, we have base, continuation, and desired units. Now, what's coming before you today, we're bringing it before you in this amount. You're going to see their base, you're going to see the continuation, and then you're going to see the desired or the new levels of service that they're trying to maintain. We have 76 programs within it, so a department may have more than one program. For example, in Public Works, they have an infrastructure engineering. They also have an operations crew. So they're all divided into programs isolated to be more specific to the little business unit in which they're operating. So out of the decision units, there's 76 programs, and the 76 programs are broken into 14 departments. So while it seems very convoluted, it is much more, I believe you're able to run your business better by saying, I don't want to mow once every 3 months. I'd like to mow once every 3 weeks. And so I'm moving it up, and this is what it'll cost me to do this, and that's how it's weighing across the different items. You want to talk about that one, Sheila?
Yes, in talking about those 76 programs that we have within the departments, so I have on the left-hand side, I'm defining all the 14 departments at 12 plus the county attorney and the county administration, which we also place a budget for. And besides the departments, we also have another 8 programs that are what we call other county-funded programs. And as defined there, they're like the economic development, court, judicial programs, and the court system, other community services, nonprofit agencies, adults, nonprofit agencies, youth, healthcare programs. Those are under the umbrella of neighborhood services. And then the general government is the usual line of expenses that cannot be allotted only to a department that are like more countywide. So they are identified individually as its own program. The miscellaneous programs are those programs that are like the street lighting districts, the metropolitan planning organization, and such, and the port. They fall inside there. Also, as we can see in we provide in the budget the constitutional officers, and basically that is what we budget for on the expense side.
So with that, the decision unit summary, let me explain this book. Sheila kind of alluded to it a little bit before. This is where we're going to be this afternoon, and let me explain where you find the information of what you need. There's 3 gray tabs in there, 3 sections. The first section is the budget message. The budget message, the first 4 to 5 pages, mimic the video of what Dr. Scott put as Dr. Hopes put at, I did that too, put as the highlights of the budget. Behind that, there's more information that goes on for about 40-something pages that talks about details of the budget. It compares things that happened last year, what's changed, what's new, and where it's at. The next tab goes into decision units. And Sheila, if you'll flip it. So the book is divided into all types of decision units. That will go through those sections. I think we're going to break here because I need to show you how it works. And I think it'll be better if it's fresh in your mind when you come back and we go through it. I can tell you the last grade tab, our hope is that in the second tab, we're telling you, okay, these are the items that we're spending the money on. And this is what has been found important. The third tab tells you, can you afford it? It's inside your fund summaries. Those are basically your checkbooks, and it explains what money you're spending, how much money you brought in, and what money's left. So I think when we come back from lunch, this will be a good place to pick up to make sure you understand how we're going through it.
All right, okay. All right, Jan, thank you. And I got to say, I mean, so far, I think the budget that we're seeing this year is impressive. Probably one of the best I've seen since I've been on this board. So good job to all, and thank you for all the hard work that you've all done and put into this. It's huge.
If I can, thank you for saying that, because I would be remiss if I did not tell you that Sheila is my right hand.
That I know.
She has worked as many hours as I have, and every individual along that wall are just as important too.
And I got to tell you, every year, you know, it's amazing to see your staff come together and work as a team to get this budget done. It's an amazing feat.
They're an
to do.
amazing team. I'm
Yeah.
really proud of them.
So
Thank you.
anyway, we'll see you at 1:30. This meeting right now is in recess. Thank you. That's a little. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the budget work session. Jan, are you ready?
Yes, we are,
Ooh,
Madam
that thing's
Chairwoman.
loud.
What I would like to do, we had a question.
Can we have people listening, please? Thank you.
Hi, now that we're back live,
Come on.
one of the things we wanted to make sure that we got a question from the viewers that they wanted to know how to find the information on the web. So I'd like to introduce Haley Harrison, who is your CIP coordinator, CIP Senior Budget Analyst.
Yes.
And she is going to show the viewers at home real quickly how to find the documents on the web.
Perfect.
All right. So
Thank you.
You're welcome. So first, you're going to go to mymanatee.org, and then once you're there, click on Government,
Slower. There you go.
Financial Management. Yeah, just to show them where it's at. All right. So once you're on the Financial Management page, go down here and then toggle onto the budget. Scroll down a little bit, and then you'll see these document containers for the 22 recommended budget and the 23 planned, and then everything is here, and we also put the file for the budget message out there as well, and that'll take you straight over to the YouTube link.
I know, I can't hear.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yes. I'll just hold it.
Just start at the beginning.
Oh, I do that.
Go
All
back
right.
to homepage. There you go.
Okay, so go to mymanatee.org. All right, then Government, Financial Management, scroll down quite a ways, middle of the page, you'll see Budget with a little money sign. And then scroll down some more, and then you're going to see the document container for 22 recommended and 23 planned. Click into that folder, and the first one you have is the budget message in the PDF. Then you have the YouTube link for the budget message, constitutionals, that's what we did this morning. And then the ones we're about to do are these three here. And then also the recommended capital improvement plan is on there as well. And then there's one more spot you can find the capital improvement plan. So if you back up one, go to capital improvement plan, right next to the budget, scroll down, Also, if you haven't seen it, there's this nifty video on how to use the CIP dashboard, which is pretty cool. And then you'll see the 22 to 26 recommended capital improvement plan link. It's going to take you to the same document, whether you're on the budget site or the CIP site, just for this one document.
Thank you, Haley. We just had someone asking, and we thought it would be good just to explain. So with that, they're going to transition back over, and we're going to pick up where we left off. And the decision unit book, we wanted to give you a quick tutorial. So where I'm going is in this book, and it is the second grade tab, and it's the decision units. And I want to explain a little bit what they look like. So what I'm looking at is actually on page 13. And I'm going to start on the left side of the screen, and this is basically how it works. We are unique. Hillsborough County also uses this format. We break everything into base, continuation, and desired units. Base, the best way to think about it is you're actually just turning on the lights, making that department run, and the basic necessities just to exist. Continuation takes it to the next level of service. As you can see on this page, you can see that in continuation number 2 toward the bottom, they go from the bottom to the top. You'll see the continuation 2 has a level service if we added 225 inspections a year. But then continuation 3 is when we went up to an additional 650 to 800 inspections a year, what it cost us to get to that level. It's a great budget for when you're also wanting to increase or decrease, because you can see what you're going to do without or what you want to add into. So you're more able to specify it. So in this, Sheila, if you'll click on the funded and unfunded, there's 2 sections. The one on the left is 2022 page, and the one on the right is 23. This is a 2-year planned budget. You adopt only 1 year at a time by Florida statute, so we're looking at 22 right now. And the key place to look as we go through this is funded or unfunded. So how this works, as an example, the one that we're looking at, you can see in desired 4, that is their highest priority desired, is that they wanted to reclass a business system support analyst 1 to a 2. Dr. Hopes had requested we take all the reclassifications out of there. We're going to deal that on an internal basis and then come back. So that's why it's unfunded. So it's not even in there, and you don't have to have it. As you move up, the other thing we needed to point out, if you go up to desired decision unit 6, you notice at the end of it, it says FY23. That's because it only happens in 23. So if you go to this side of the page and it says on that desired unit, you'll see all of a sudden then number 7 and number 8 are unfunded on that level too. Now, one thing to remember, that if something is added in 22, you're going to see the same thing again in 23. So for example, line number 9 is a senior plans examiner with 2 vehicles. Then you notice when you go over to 23, the exact same line has less money. That's because there's no vehicle. Whatever it takes in that year to make it happen, and then if it's recurring, it will show up in the next year. That's a big word for us, recurring and non-recurring. Recurring basically means your salary coming in is recurring. You're going to get that every month, and it's going to go. Your refund from the IRS is a one-time non-recurring event, usually once a year. So it's a big deal for us. We try not to get in a position where the recurring doesn't match the recurring expenses. If you start trying to spend into your savings account and you keep going, it goes away. So we try to match when we increase. The recurring is a big deal for us. So if you hear us use those words a lot, please ask us if it doesn't make sense. We also talk in a lot of acronyms, if you have not noticed. That was the worst thing when I came from the private side. I could not understand the acronyms. So with that, okay, Sheila, if you can click one more for me. So there's the base continuation. Click again. And then you go into your desired. So where we're focusing, we beat down the base and continuation to make sure there's no increases in there that should not occur. where we're focusing and walking through and answering anything you want today too, is also on any of the new desired, so that you understand what Dr. Hopes did suggest would be a good idea. And then anything you want again, if you want to pull it and you have a friend, we'll listen. Anything you want us to delve into further or you have questions about, please shout out. This is just a tutorial day so that you kind of get familiar with it, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions. Okay, Sheila, going forward. Okay, and now I'm going to turn this over to Sheila because I would want to know what exactly is in each of those lines. And so Sheila, we instead of giving you the book that was this big and that weighed 15 pounds, we've given you each a jump drive that you can use on it, and Sheila's going to walk you very quickly through that so that you can see it. I think you have to come out of full screen mode. Sorry.
Oh. Are hearing aids in the budget this year?
You know, that's one thing I've never been told is that I have a quiet voice.
Yeah. I've actually had a hearing test and it's fine. Never know. Concerts.
That's right. Yeah.
There you go. Now you got it.
That's next Thursday. Don't make this week worse.
So inside your jump drive, this one is called the detailed book. Sheila, I'm gonna let you take it.
This is not what we're looking at here, though.
No, this is that large book that explains every single detail of every single line. Got it. Just put it. So no. So
There you
yes,
go.
that would be it. So for every line we're about to go over, there's a lot of volume of verbiage behind it, and we just didn't want to make you have to lug that book around. We did make Dr. Hopes lug it around, but we decided not to put you through it. No, he was a good sport. He really was. Sheila, I'll let you go.
Thank you, Jan. So just to say, you don't have, because we gave you a summary book, you don't have to open this book to be able to browse and scroll through all the things so you can see the summary versus the detail. Everything is all contained in this USB drive by department. So if I'm going to go as an example to the building and development, I'm not trying to pick on building, it's just the first one in the line. So when you go into building and development and you're trying to scroll down, you will see an executive summary that will explain all the different programs that the building and development has. And then as you scroll down, you will start seeing each one of them broken down. And then if you keep scrolling even more, you'll have a whole description of what this department is about. Even further, it will start, and then their total budget, the amount of positions that exist. As you keep scrolling further, you start delving into the programs themselves and what are they about. Usually, the program is like a division in itself, as it breaks down from one to another. Once you're inside the program, then you will start seeing the total budget for the entire program. Scrolling down, you see the same summary that you see in this book. And then from then, you can start seeing, so you see the summary of program 3501. The next thing that's going to happen is you're going to start seeing, my apologies. You see fiscal year 22 first, then you see fiscal year 23 second, which is what Jan just explained in the slide prior. As you scroll down, you will start seeing the justification for each one of those desired decision units, whether it's a base, continuation, or desires. And we place the base as well and the continuation so you can understand each one of those decision units and what they are entailing inside.
So Sheila, if I wanted to go to desired decision unit 9, can you run down to 9?
Sure.
That's
So
the
you
first
can see.
desired. Yeah.
So you can see decision unit 9. I'm going to start scrolling down. That's 2. Keep scrolling down. That's 5 and 6. We get to decision unit number 9, the senior plans examiner with with vehicles. It explains to you what the decision unit is requesting and the total of the desired decision unit and the cost of it. And the number of personnel that's been requested for that desired decision unit.
So as we go through this book, this gives you a good detail of what was placed in the budget. When we get done with these, then we're going to walk you through the funds, which are the different checkbooks, and that lets you know how all of these things that has been placed in, what impact it had on your checking account. So with that, we can get started on page 13. And in speaking with Dr. Hopes, we're just going to walk you through the pages and tell you the highlights and go through them. If there's anything you want us to stop on, please let me know. So on page 13, you start the first program in building and development. It's building, regulation, and compliance. This is actually your Fund 147, we call it, if you hear us mention that. That is your building department fund. This is regulated by what goes in here by the state of Florida. This is isolated unto itself, and you can see that there were quite a few desired. The reclasses are going to be handled separately internally and then brought back. But what was funded is 2 senior plan examiners. How I know that is if you see the positions next to the $280,000 on the far right. And then also funded were 7 plan examiners with vehicles for the first year, a permitting tech for licensing, and desired unit 12 was a construction review specialist 1. Any questions on that one?
I just got one, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
I hate to be on the first page, but this is a enterprise, we kind of like an enterprise fund, and they pay for themselves, correct? This budget comes out of fees and stuff by the people.
Yes, and
Okay.
I'll be happy to mention that as we go through. This one actually charges fees for
Right.
the services it provides,
So
not
if-
tax dollars.
If services decline, then that's that, okay.
Right.
I think the public needs to know that, okay, because that's a lot of positions.
So then the revenue, the funding source for that would be within that department. We would not be
Correct.
tapping it.
Right.
Right.
Not coming out of our
Not coming out of
budget.
operating.
No, you're not taking out of taxpayer dollars. You're not, yes.
I do have a question, probably this one, the question is actually for Scott, Dr. Hopes. We're talking about adding inspectors and, so forth. It's my understanding that the money has been there all along to be able to hire more, but the problem has been we couldn't find them. Is that, what are you looking at there?
What I've discovered in working through the process is a combination. There was a recognition in the past of a need to have additional resources, and it wasn't approved. And then in other cases, the money is there. They are generating the revenues, and it's evident by the workload and the throughput that there has been this sort of, I would say it's like a throttle that was put on the organization coming out of the recession.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, as Jan walks you through the various funds, the checkbooks, and you see the monies that were there, that were funding reserves, and then funding this thing called a stabilization fund when they fully funded reserves, and they were banking more money.
Right.
And so,
Far
as
away.
I mentioned, when I came in, recognizing and being familiar with your priorities and the infrastructure needs and the need to get permits through quicker so that these homes can get built, it was evident that there had been, I think, both a climate and a culture of restraint coming out of the recession, and so the organization never changed it never altered to meet the demands and the service requirements of the community. And so that's what made this such a challenging process, because you don't want to just say, okay, just ask for the moon. I kind of did that with the sheriff. I told him to treat it like Christmas if I got the job, and tell me what the needs are. And we did that with each of these departments. And so they did start at nothing, justifying what their base needs are. And it became evident quickly that the organization was stressed.
Yes.
These departments that were expected to meet these growing demands for service and projects were not adequately staffed. They weren't adequately funded and authorized to bring in the people. Now, there are cases where, look, engineers are hard to find, and some of these people, but I tasked the directors to come to me and tell me what you need in order to be able to recruit these positions and defend the positions that you wanted added. Now, with regards to the reclassification, there were so many requests for reclassifications, but many of the requests for reclassifications was because they recognized they needed to increase pay to recruit the people. And so I said, well, stop. Look, if we need to reset our pay scale to be competitive, that's one thing. This bureaucratic game of reclassifying a position so you can more easily increase the pay scale, that's not a good way to do it. I mean, I want sustainable solutions to problems that have plagued the organization for years so that we can meet the demands of our growing population and our growing number of businesses that are moving to the area and starting. So as you find, and I'll talk through the strategy with regards to utilizing funds, while, as Jan mentioned, being very cognizant that it has to be sustainable. So if we're going to agree to fund the additional positions, there's a test as to whether or not you can fill them, and we'll know within the first couple of months. But we also needed to ensure that we could continue to fund those positions with the revenues that we have and the revenues that are projected. And that's why I mentioned this is a budget, this is a starting point. And as we move through the new fiscal year, it's going to be plastic. It's going to be an evolving budget, because we're going to continue to have demands with all the people that want to be here.
That's amazing, just so you know. Okay.
It was not an easy process.
Commissioner Cruz?
Yeah, I'm glad to hear you say that. And initially, I think some of these comments are going to be a little more macro, not specific to departments, because it's our first time really looking at a budget, and it was certainly something that gave me heartburn. What you're saying has been a problem with this budget is every year, as much as we want to pretend we don't raise taxes because we don't raise one variable in the taxes, which is the millage, whereas everyone's property values are going up year over year, the services aren't always commensurate with the increase in taxes being paid by this county. And part of it is we're hoarding money into reserves and then not using money where it's necessary. And I get so many phone calls and messages and people just stopping me saying, I'm waiting to put in a deck and it's been 4 months. I can't get a permit on this. That's not what people's tax dollars are supposed to go towards. It's not supposed to go towards a bank account where we hoard money for a rainy day, when we could be putting more people out into this community to serve the people who are paying their taxes and expect a quality of service in a timely manner. So I appreciate you saying that, because that's exactly the direction we need to be going with these tax dollars.
And just a note, so you understand as you get into it, we, as I mentioned, there are reserve funds, and the state requires reserve funds, and we basically have, I would say, I think the state requirement is 15%?
20.
20. And so once we hit that, then this stabilization fund was created, which is like a second layer of reserves. So with this budget in the general fund, we have reduced the stabilization fund by 83.5%.
I love it. Commissioner Bellamy?
Well,
Go ahead.
and
He is, KVO is after you.
that's good. Passion is good. the reality of this, the way it was previously presented, we had a fund, then we had stabilization, then we had reserves, and the reserve was at that 20%. So bottom line, what you're saying is, hey, we're going to look at that stabilization, right, for each department and see what our options are. But I have a question. I don't know, I'm not an attorney here, you can answer. But when we talk about the stabilization, that's not a legal area. That's just something that we were in. Okay.
That's not part of the 20%.
So basically, we are going from a micro in mind to a macro. It says, listen, we have a little bit more flexibility here in the past, right? With all the other things that's going on. So now, whether it's department, everything like that, it's going to be a little bit more funding opportunity there. Is what you're saying?
We've maintained the 20% reserve amount.
Okay.
And actually, in total dollars, we've increased that by 11% because of the growth and because our budget's grown.
Right.
But more importantly, we did not do a sweep of the stabilization funds, but we've reduced the stabilization funds by almost 84%.
So are the stabilization funds,
at least that's what they
lined
called
up
it, a
by
stabilization
statutes,
fund.
or are they lined up? They're not. So it was just a way that the previous county administrators
Bingo.
set it up, right? Just coming out of the recession. Okay.
Uh-huh.
No, you're gonna make sure we use that money. That's what you make sure we do.
Oh, please. Yeah. Jan,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Did you want to handle that?
I can clarify a little bit on it.
Okay.
So, Commissioner Bellamy, you're right. What happened was when we were doing, the Manatee County was in the economic boom, 2006, 2007, that we were in the same pattern, extreme growth, everything coming in. They started setting some money aside in a place called stabilization so that in case something happened. Now, there was about $50 million in it when the boom hit and it busted. So when it busted, our values went down, I think, almost 30% over a period of 3 to 4 years. The board never raised millage in order to make up that difference. And just so you know, and I'll do a graph on it next week, but we are very sensitive to property values. If they go down, it really hits our income, our expense line item very quickly, and you have to make a lot of decisions. Knowing that before, what they had done is put that $50 million in there, and over as everything fell and it's slowly grown back up, they've used that stabilization up. In the last 2 years, maybe 3, that's when it started this upward sweep again. What Dr. Hopes has within this budget, it's dropping the stabilization down. I think last year in the general fund, I want to say it was, and I did a complete section on it in your budget message. It's actually on page 37. It starts talking about it. But your general fund, your stabilization went down almost $21.9 million, I believe, in the general fund between last year and this year. But you have 20%. You have actually in the general fund now, there is $4.3 million of stabilization still there. And there is a very small amount in each of the funds with stabilization. Most of that being designated, especially if they're associated with, if the funds are hooked to construction because of the rising prices we have going on right now.
So, and I'm still on, if I may. So the reality of it is the stabilization is going to be maneuvered now. And in the past, it was something that was presented as though it was not an option to maneuver. Right. So when I first started and I said, listen, I want to look at every line item that could potentially impact the Lincoln Park pool, right? And I said, well, what about these funds right here where we don't touch those? That was just a way of business. That wasn't a statute or a law or something like that, right?
Let me clarify.
Please do, because I'm getting a little bit
There is
antsy over
only
here.
one fund that can be used and maneuvered for anything, and that's the general fund. If it is the impact fees for law enforcement, that cannot be moved or shuttled if it's because it actually has stabilization money in it too.
Right.
It's being collected for the purpose for which it is meant to be used for, right? So that cannot be moved around. If you collected taxes in the library fund, anything that you specifically collect a revenue for, you have to spend it for that same revenue. But the general fund is the one fund that you can use wherever you need it.
You sure you got a grip on what she just said?
Oh, I have a very good grip, Madam
Hey, I
Chair.
thought you might. Yeah.
Well, and nothing against anybody. I don't think nobody intentionally misled me. Maybe I misunderstood, but I like that we're activating the stabilization funds. I just put it that way.
It's amazing, isn't it? I
Put that
keep
one
wanting to
on
call you KVO. I'm sorry. It's disrespectful.
I've been
Commissioner
called-
Van Ostenbridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been called much worse than KVO. So in my conversations that I had with previous board members, like when I was running for office, a lot of the stabilization fund, because I didn't necessarily agree with the policy either, but a lot of the stabilization fund reasoning went back to the Great Recession. And it was a period of time, right, where people had to be laid off when the economy took a turn, and that's a very difficult thing, obviously, to do. And some of the rationale I got was that they didn't want to ever have to do that again, and no one does, no one ever does. But unfortunately, the economy does go up and down, and right now we're experiencing tremendous demand in the building services department, and we need to increase the number of personnel that we have in that department to meet the demand, to meet the services. This is an example of, I said earlier, a situation where only government can provide this service, right? Unless we're going to privatize the whole thing, but ultimately only government can perform this service. So we have to perform that service. We have to expand the size of the department, and it's highly likely that we are not going to continue to build at the rate we're building now forever. So yeah, I understand, but at the same time, you don't build up reserves and then just pay people to not necessarily work or to do a half workload forever either. You have to make very difficult decisions. So those are unavoidable, I think. I love what Dr. Hopes is doing because of the way the county is growing and changing, giving us the opportunity to, at a quarterly basis instead of an annual basis, make these budgetary changes. I think that's hugely important, especially for something like this, like the BADS department. If it's possible to privatize some of these services, that would be a great idea. I wouldn't mind seeing that happen at all. And the other thing, as things do change, we are now into an inflationary period. So our money is sitting in the bank. It is actually losing value. And that's something to consider. So then if we're looking at a stabilization, if we were to decide that we needed a stabilization fund, or if we had, say, Hurricane Irma hits again and we're looking at, was it like 40 or 50 million that ended up costing the county? We just did a line of credit, and it was 0.29%. I mean, we could easily go for a $50 million line of credit at 0.29%. And we're probably losing more than that in inflation at this point. So it's just something to consider, is that there are other avenues, right? There are other options that we could take, and it doesn't necessarily mean that what was done previously was necessarily wrong. Times do change. They weren't experiencing the inflation then that we are now, but anyway, we are in the time that we're in. So I'm in favor of what we're doing here. I just wanted to weigh in. Thank you.
And I just want to assure you, as you'll see, even though we're using these funds, and I believe, my recommendation is to appropriately, make this investment, we still have very, very strong levels of cash on hand in reserves in this budget. And so, we're using what we think we can actually utilize with regards to people and investment. But by no means do I want to give the impression that we've just done a sweep, because even with this budget and with this growth in the budget, we are incredibly strong financially, and that's important because that allows us to get money at 0.29%. 0.29% interest. And
And the fact that this isn't a business, we have a literally guaranteed revenue stream that never goes away. I mean, we're never going to get shut down or
and the
go out of business.
sooner our building department can issue permits,
The better.
the quicker the properties can become a taxable asset and hit the rolls. And so it continues to fuel the projects and the priorities. Thank you,
Yeah,
Matt.
and I just want to add something to all of this real quick. You know, we talked about, having funds that has to be used on certain things, and that is true. But when push comes to shove, a lot of the funds that we have in designated areas, we could, to a lot of them, we could switch them around to other things depending on what became more important if we were in a crunch. And I have to say this with everything that was just said. You know, I hope that Commissioner Johnson is watching this workshop, because I got to tell you, he was told that he didn't really understand budgets, and the man did. He has been, okay. Commissioner Cruz.
All right, yeah, I want to,
No, you weren't.
I was before
Commissioner
Kevin. I let him go
Cruz
because I already spoke.
was next, then Commissioner Servia, and then Commissioner Whitmore.
All right, I want to stick with this because this affects the entire budget here. Couple questions. You talked about during the downturn, we were using that stabilization fund. During the downturn, how much of the stabilization fund that had been built up at that point did we use?
At one point, I'll have to go back, I've got the chart, it went down to almost 800,000.
All right, so at one point in time during the largest financial crash since the Great Depression, we almost got to a point of using the first dollar of our actual 20% reserves.
You've used your reserves before. When items hit, a disaster hits, you get in a pinch.
I'm not saying we don't ever use them.
Tiny point.
I'm just saying.
You know.
Okay. All right. Because I'm trying to figure out these reserves, because I looked at the Florida statute. 129.01, Section C, number 2 says that we're required to have no more than 20% reserves. Not that there's a statute that says we have to have 20%.
No,
That's a maximum. So what we're saying is we're capping out the absolute maximum the state of Florida even allows us to take from taxpayers, not that
There's
we're
two things.
adhering to it.
Right, there's two things. They're in that same area of where you're pointing in the Florida statutes. There's a 10% that is for reserve for specific contingencies.
Correct. That's
That
like
is
a section or two
10%.
before, yeah.
We usually don't have a lot of contingencies. What we do or Manatee has historically done, if there's a program that they're holding money to use for before it gets put into place, they put it in there. We've never come anywhere near the 10%. The 20% is based upon for the Florida statutes, it says it can go up to 20%. Best practices is at 20%.
Best practice, I'll clarify because that's where I'm going. It says best practices is 2 months.
The best practices is 2 months, which is 16.7%.
Yes.
In the GFOA, if you read further, coastal communities, which are at more risk, they recommend a higher level.
6 months.
Bradenton Beach, 6 months. Anna Maria had 6 months also. Bradenton Beach has 35% reserves.
Bradenton Beach does not have an $850 million budget where they're going to hold $400 million of taxpayer funds behind. All right, all right. Yeah, because I'm looking at 2 months is 16.7 to your point. Just using these reserves alone, using that number instead of 20% in and of itself frees up $53 million difference in our reserve holdings. That's a lot of money. That's a huge percentage of our real estate taxes. That funds. About 6% of our entire budget is just the additional revenue we're holding by using a 20% instead of the 2 months.
If I may, I'm following policy that was put in place by an ordinance.
Okay, I'm just having discussion here because, when we're discussing how do we pull pennies and how do we shovel dollars and what do we do on millage, because, again, we always just assume let's start with the millage where it is because we have this massive stabilization. The stabilization fund, according to this table for emergency libraries, is greater than the entire reserve. The stabilization amount that's just a carryover year over year shows our library has reserves for 168 days in case we desperately need to buy books.
Every fund is collecting revenue for specific things. That library fund is for the opening, when they're opening the rest of the East County Library and they're opening the one that they're revamping out at Braden River. That's where those reserves are going to. We dropped the reserves and stabilization in the library fund in this budget by $3.5 million to take care of the additional cost for the building.
Is there anything that precludes us, since the stabilization effectively is every year we have excess money, it gets moved to a stabilization because we can't shuffle it because we used it for a specific purpose. Does anything preclude us from using the current stabilization, this overflow stabilization, to fund the 20% reserves as opposed to fresh capital? Like what I'm saying is every year we have this extra money, and then after we hit the 20%, we're like, we still have money, and it moves to this additional stabilization, correct?
So how the budget works is once you determine what revenues you have, you determine exactly what expenditures you have, we have to calculate the 20% first.
Gotcha.
And then anything after that that is not designated within the budget in another area, that goes into stabilization. So for instance, in the general fund this year, the overall expenses, the sheriff went up 12.5. That significantly impacted it. So did some other items. So the general fund 20% reserves are 68.1. They went up about $6 million, I believe it was. But then the stabilization went down 29 million. Oh, thank you, Sheila. The stabilization went down 21.9 million. So it depends on where it goes. In, for example, transportation. Transportation in its fund for operations, it's maintained. It went up a tiny bit because their expenses have gone up, but their stabilization went down 3.3 million. We transferred to sustain capital projects, and that's what the rest of that is meant for. And once it goes, now that one's probably a bad example. Once it goes into transportation, you have to spend it on transportation items.
No, I get it, but I'm just saying, like, if we have to spend on library, we need according to our policy today, we need to have $2.4 million of reserve to hit 20% reserve in library, correct?
Yes.
But we're showing we already have $3.1 million in an excess overflow stabilization reserve.
That's correct.
Why couldn't we have just put $2.4 million from that stabilization and have that stabilization be 0.7? Like, why are we using $2.4 million of fresh capital?
It's for the library in the next couple of years. That's what that's for. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be dense. I'm just trying to understand what.
I'm not trying, Paul, you are. When I see reserves, it's excess. It's contingency.
Exactly
So I'm
what it
assuming once I go through this entire thing, which I just saw, that there would be a line item for the library in there.
Mm-hmm.
So this 2.4 isn't the library. This is additional funds.
Well, and I think the stabilization fund has been used for many things. In this particular situation, and we'll get into the library later with regards to what has been allocated as a percentage of the millage to libraries. But in essence, if you think about some of the funds that are currently in that library stabilization account, it's really encumbered funds to open the library when it's built, to put in the books and all that sort of stuff. And I think we can help with that when we get into those decision units. We can better describe encumbered versus non-encumbered funds. And so while you see in the library fund, it looks like, and I hear what you're saying, in a normal scenario, you're right. If we wanted to expend the maximum amount of general fund revenue, then if we had monies in a stabilization fund, which is kind of like this secondary reserve account, I guess is one way to look at it, you could transfer that into the primary reserve account to maintain the 20%, and then you would then have a higher percentage of the general revenue, the general fund revenues coming in for expenditures and programs.
Exactly.
You're absolutely right.
That's where I'm going. That's what I'm saying.
And my objective in this first pass at the budget is to work to a scenario where we have adequate reserves in the reserve fund to protect us in the event of an unforeseen disaster, so to speak, and invest the monies that we receive into programs and services and infrastructure as opposed to what has been what has been done before I got here. Because we, in my opinion, the county has not adequately invested to keep up with the growth that we're experiencing, and that's why we're having to stress the organization to the point of being able to deliver maximum services and get these roads and sidewalks and things in place. And that has been the challenge, but I will tell you, all these folks, including all the directors, have done an incredible job. We're only in maybe week 9 or 10 of my tenure, and this has been a big task. But I will tell you, the hours that we've all spent together and the midnight oil that staff has burned has resulted in what I think you're going to find to be a rather impressive first pass at this budget.
We move on. Commissioner Servia.
Thank you. Okay, and so just so that I understand, I want to go back to the buckets of money, because I heard Madam Chairman say that in a pinch, we could move money between buckets if we had
Said
to.
some of them.
Some of them. Can we do that?
So let me clarify. If the fees earned by the utility system cannot be spent on code enforcement, and there's a legal restriction within that. What may be being referred to is, I can give you a for instance, is when beach renourishment, Charlie sometimes has to front all his money, and he also has to front the state side too, right? Not just one, but the other.
Right.
And usually there's not enough tourist tax in there to help Charlie do it, but the mobilization, it makes a good idea. It's a good business case. The general fund loans money.
Right.
They pay interest on it, and we're doing internal loans. Now that we have done, and Dr. Hope's under his direction, he wants most of that gone back. There's very little of it.
From the general fund, which is the flexible fund.
Right.
But could Charlie front that money from the library fund?
No.
It would not be advisable.
Right.
at
So the
all.
general fund is the only bucket of money that has
No strings.
flexibility.
No strings.
Has no strings on it.
Right.
But if we
right.
designate a fund, we can always change that if we want to. We have, a lot of them, we have designated ourselves.
So
not the
is
state.
that true, Jan? Because that's not how I understand it.
I think the best way I can put it is this way, and I wish Mr. Clegg was here. But in government, it is very specific for what you collect that money for. You have to spend on that money. So the only one that is maneuverable is the general fund. But specifically, transportation's a great one. If you bring in tax dollars and you put on a trim notice, I'm spending this and I'm collecting this for the tax dollars, the auditors will be looking to make sure that is being spent on the expenses that it was collected for. That's one of our hurdles that we have to get over.
And that's not what I'm talking about at all. But, you know, a lot of times if we have like the reserves that we have, we can take and use that on other things if we needed to. Then you've got your stabilization fund. We can take that and use it on other things if we need to.
Is that true?
Okay, okay, let me explain that one. So what I can explain, if a lot of times in your budget, now remember, we've got 4 different categories. Let's just talk about 2. Okay, one is the reserve for contingency. You're putting it in there with a specific name on it. I am going to drug court. I'm going to use this item for drug court, and this is isolated to that. If you decide to move that around, you have that authority within that fund to do whatever. Now, it's general fund, so if you needed to spend it over on code enforcement, you could supplement or you could do whatever you needed to do.
Because it's from the general fund.
Because it's from the general fund. If you have, for instance, in the MSTU, if there was money in a reserve and say you were going to put that unincorporated MSTU, we set it aside and we were going to do a playground, we decide not to, but instead you need more code enforcement officers, which are in the MSTU, then you have the ability to move that. And that comes around with your budget amendments.
And that's what I'm talking about.
It's within the MSTU.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But generally, yeah, those buckets are pretty
tight.
Pretty tight.
That's why I said some. I didn't say all.
Okay.
I said
Okay.
some.
All right. I just wanted it to be clear in my head. So let's talk about the library fund a little bit. So the library fund money that we have, because I've had other people come to me and go, what's the emergency with the library? Why do we have all this money? But it's so that we have been continuing to put money in there. So when the East County Library opens up, we can fund all the positions. We can put all the bookshelves in. We can do everything to open the library day one, right?
It's my understanding too that, and this is what I've been told, I'm not sure if it's changed, but I was told initially with the design of the library that the price was going to also include furniture and the bookcases and things like that. It wouldn't fully furnish everything, but a lot of it was included in the price.
Okay, I don't know. Is that
Well, and what you will find when we get to the library, because there's decision units for it, and it clearly identifies what's happening. I can give you another good example. Lincoln Park Pool was supposed to open probably this last year, and with everything that's going on, it's opening a little later. We made sure and got that in the budget for the people that we need. We didn't spend the money. We're spending it on when it opens for certain equipment that goes out there. We'll just move that into there, but it stays within it. So the main thing to remember is truly what you collect the revenue for is what you have to spend the revenue on.
And just like yesterday, when we had the Friends of the Library present a $61,000 check, it went into the revenue column for the library.
Yes.
And it is earmarked or encumbered.
Use that on
Exactly.
Right. Well, and that's just an example of how those funds build up over time. And then people call us and go, my God, you have so much money in there. But it's largely because there are all these things that are planned for it. All right. So I have a question. So when a project comes in under budget, which we love that.
I love that.
Yes, we love that. And then the leftover money, let's say it's in Charlie's department and the Parks department. It comes in under budget and there's $30,000 left. Then it used to go into that stabilization fund.
Right.
Because it was earmarked for that. It was left over. It went to stabilization, right?
Yes.
What will happen to that money now?
It was still, so the way she's describing is kind of exactly how Commissioner Cruz was deciding. We designate the 20%. The 20% has to be there. Then anything over that is in the stabilization. It increases it. So if we have a project that Charlie was doing, it wasn't a capital project, it was just within his fund, it goes into that stabilization. It comes back to you to be removed to put somewhere else for parks.
For parks. And then annually, we kind of shore all that up. Is that a fair statement when we look at the annual budget and say, okay, parks has this much in stabilization.
Yes.
Maybe we should do this and do that within the park budget.
Right.
Right.
And one of the things to add horrors to everything. So I just want to make sure everybody understands. No, just understands our process. So right now, we're anticipating where we're going to end the year, right? I don't know what your savings account is going to be on October 1. I'm making my best educated guess with all the estimates from the state of Florida. So I'm estimating where we're going to be. I add any revenues that come in, and then he goes through, he picks out which expenditures go on the other side. We do the 20%, and whatever's left over is stabilization.
Okay. And then let's talk about the other side. When a project is over budget, which is happening with every construction project right now. I mean, they go up by the week.
Yes.
So then historically what we would do is we would draw from the stabilization fund to balance the project.
Correct.
What will we draw from the reserve fund in the future to balance the project?
I think that's a fair question. And let me put it this way. We do your capitalization plan has been done over 5 years. We made sure there's inflationary factors in it to make sure that we could get where we needed to be at the end of 5 years with cash. That's what's presented to you. In a couple of the funds, it's going to look like you have some extra money right now. Southeast District has extra impact fee money in it right now because in a year and a half, Chad's going to need $20 million to spend down on 44th Avenue, maybe earlier. But we know that's where that money's coming from, and that's what's playing out. Now, could we use it on anything else in Southeast before then? We used everything we could just to make sure we get to where we're going to be. So I'm not just sitting on 20 million. I'm taking into consideration all we're going to be earning too, so that we use it efficiently.
And so then when we get into the project where we have to borrow from the reserves, when do we have to put that money back in reserves?
So when you fund a capital project, I'm assuming you're saying, we don't anticipate it going back. Though if you build a road and you need an extra $3 million, I doubt you're going to give any of it back. If it comes back, it goes back to stabilization.
Oh, if it comes back.
It may not come back. If they come before you, when they let a contract, they only come before you when they're letting the amount of contract it's going to take to construct.
But if the industry standard is to have 20% in reserves, and we pull and we only have 15% in reserves, when do we have to go back to 20?
You're mixing a capital project with sort of operations, and so those are different animals.
No, in a capital project. In a capital project.
Well, I'm saying in a capital project. Now you don't have reserves. You have contingency funds in capital projects. I wouldn't call it a reserve. Most of these accounts we're talking about here are kind of like our operating funds. In the capital projects, let's just say that we budgeted $40 million for this road project, and we end up spending, because keep in mind, we're probably going to be bonding for a lot of these road projects, right. All right? And so it comes in, and when it's closed out, when the project's closed out, we spent $37 million. There's $3 million. I mean, that's capital. It's not likely that it would go into a reserve fund. I mean, it's going to go back into a capital account depending on the bond covenants.
Yep.
And so that's a little bit different.
I understand, and the bonding scenario is going to be different. Okay. All right. Thank you for helping me to understand that.
Thank you for the questions.
I guess I'm next. Well, I'm sorry I even brought this up because that was page 13, and I asked the first question, and we're still on it, so I'm going to hurry. I was wrong. I think in Holmes Beach I had 3 months reserves. Bradenton Beach did have 6 months reserves. And I asked Mayor Vanna Maria recently how much in reserves he has, and his city has 35% of their operating budget in reserves. Because, barrier islands, but it was just, of course they're smaller cities, but and I just got to clarify something. When I started in November of 2006, the budget was already done. The budget was $670 million. I'll never forget that number because my budget was $10 million when I left. So I was just so shocked at it. And then during the recession, and I'm glad Kevin walked back in, and I appreciate his comments, it went down to $358 or $360 million, our budget. And it was $670 when I started. So what Ed did, whether you love him or hate him, he went and looked at every reserve that they had in this county, and he looked at every pot of money. Jan, no, you weren't here then. Were you? Mm-mm. No. And you were in DeSoto, yeah. And trying to find out ways to keep the government going. After he laid off the 300 positions, we were able to use those reserves. And you are right, that's how he started. That was a different style of management. I have no problem with what you're doing. Makes me nervous cutting down the what do we call it? The
stabilization.
Stabilization, 87%, for just the very reason that Jan brought up about the construction, the way things are going, and how expensive everything is. What, a plywood was $20, and now it's $80 or $90 a slab.
And it's going up. And
Yeah.
the whole point is when you've got a period of, potential inflation. We already know we have, inflation cost in materials and construction.
Yeah.
And so from a strategic perspective and a financial management perspective, you need to use the funds that we have
Exactly.
to accelerate these projects
make sure
because they're
that-
only going to get more expensive.
sure the contingency
and make no
fund-
mistake, I'm very appreciative of my predecessors
Yeah.
because
I wish
I'm coming
others
into
were.
this with the ability to fund
Yeah.
your
A lot of these projects.
priorities and the needs of the community, which is a much better position to be in than if you had to actually look for the money.
And I just ask that whatever our contingency fund is, that we have enough for these unexpected costs. And, and again, I appreciate what you're doing. I don't think any of us have a problem with it. I'm just always nervous about what I saw when it went down 300 million in a year or two, the budget.
And we are taking a very painstaking process to ensure that we have contingency funds available. We maintain the level of reserve funds. And you'll see we're not sweeping accounts. We have monies that are available as additional priorities come up, as additional needs come up, and should we be unfortunate enough to be confronted with a storm or something like that, we're in very solid financial posture, even with this increased budget.
And those of us have been here, 4 of us that have been here for years, and maybe that, again, like Kevin said, it's a philosophical difference. We were always, and it's true, our bond rating was great, so we could borrow money without putting money down. So do you know, with what we're doing with this decreasing your stabilization fund, is that going to affect our bond rating at all? No, good. Okay, that's all.
I'm very cognizant of our position with regards to giving us the best possible position for low cost of money for these infrastructure projects.
Commissioner Bellamy, did you have something else to add, sir?
No, this is.
I think he knows where we are. I think he just can't believe some of what he's hearing.
Yeah, and the reality of this, I think from where we are as a board, I do think we have a responsibility to make sure as we go through all this that we are prepared for potential natural disasters. Not just one, right? Because we had 2 or 3 years ago where we had the unnamed storm, as well as 2 or 3 majors that impacted our county, as well as some of the things that we may run into, as I don't like saying red tide, but the things that go on out there at the beach, we have a responsibility that. But just listen to it seems like, okay, we have this money. We have this money. But I think we as a board of policy say, listen, you're right, we do have it, but let's make sure strategically the stuff that you're presenting to us, it does not put us in a situation where we cannot address a natural disaster or 2 or 3. And I'm not necessarily sure how that looks, but I would always say, okay, if this has happened before, what does it look like for me to be prepared for it if it happens 2 or 3 times? What percentage of each time do we need to make sure we're prepared for so we can continue to serve our county and continue to move forward? I do know there's a lot of positive momentum about your philosophy with the way that you're doing it, because now I want, sidewalks, roads, lights, everything that we need in order for us to get, the funding. Right, exactly, and drug funding. But I just think we ought to keep it in mind, and most of y'all are conservatives, so I'll say this, there are services out there that we still need to address also. So within the stabilization, how you do it, I just want to make sure we keep that out in front of us.
Bingo.
Okay.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, still want to say KBO.
That's a lot of what I was going to say has been addressed. I would just throw in 2 things. One, if the economy were to take that drastic downturn, which it's likely to, it's not going to go up forever, we know that. And if a disaster were to strike, and it's likely to, these things happen, we do have the reserves for it, 1, and 2, difficult decisions, but, if the economy goes down, then there are going to be less demand for some services. BADS is not going to need all these people, okay? And ultimately, that's going to be a relief to the budget. It's not going to strain the budget as hard. So there are certain areas where, natural economic cycle is going to resolve some of the market is going to resolve some of this for us. And the only thing I would add is, don't feel like we're coming at you or this is personal or anything. We're all trying to get what we want out of the budget, and you're sort of the gatekeeper, if you will. And you're smart as hell, and I think we all respect you. And don't feel like we're coming at you by any means. We're just trying to understand it. That's all. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Is that it? She's not going anywhere. She's tied, locked to her desk. Commissioner Satcher?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to point out, because I've had the thought, I've heard other commissioners express the thought, and other people that work here at the county about how, great it is that we're in this position to be able to address these, areas. And I want to just say that that's okay, but it sure would have been much better if these issues had been taken care of at the time they actually arose. And we could have built sidewalks at 2016 prices, and we could have fixed Moccasin Wallow at 2018 prices. That would have been the ideal, but, I understand it's 2020 vision looking back, but some people did see the issue. So I don't think, from what I'm seeing, I think we're okay for, you never know exactly what's going to go on, but it sounds like we have the reserves necessary to take care of disasters. I believe we're made a mistake as a county as a whole in the past was thinking that not only did we want to have enough reserves for that, but we also wanted enough reserves to take care of every single budget in the entire county, when the macro economy of the entire nation was in a major depression at that time, or major downturn, whatever the technical name of the 2008. And I don't think that was a good idea to be sitting with that much reserve to endure a once in 100-year event. So I just want to make that point that I am glad we've got this money, but I wish that my roads were fixed more than I'm glad I have this money.
Commissioner Cruz?
Yeah, I'm just going to make two statements so we can move on. These aren't questions. Number one, I'm just going to point out we were talking about how a lot of this money is in isolated buckets and we have to use it that way. I think that's all the more reason to start working through this stabilization, whether it's moving it towards that 20% reserve instead of new. I mean, the reality is we're most flexible when our general fund dollars is the largest because that's the one we can do the most with. Continuously adding more and more money into stabilizations doesn't do us any good because it ties our hands. We should be trying to become more flexible because, as we've talked about in the past, there are great things we can do with an extra large general fund. I previously mentioned having a dedicated millage component to it for affordable housing funds, especially with Sadowski, because then we can leverage that. We don't need new funds for that. We've got the funds for it. Unfortunately, it's sitting in $107 million of stabilization. I'm not saying we need none of it, but the more we can move towards general, the more flexibility we have to look at our ideology and our policies to do bigger things in the long term other than to sit on cash. The only other thing I'll say is we talk about how great it is having all this money, and we talk about stabilization is this additional funds we've got. Let's remember something. In the private sector, all those additional funds are called profit. In government, all those additional funds are just called over collection of taxpayer money. we didn't generate that money by doing anything special other than charging people too much taxes year after year endlessly. So we've got a lot of money, but it wasn't our money in the first place. It was just money we've accidentally collected too early, and now we're sitting on a bunch of it. Fortunately, we're now realizing we can do a lot with it, and we're going to pay that back relative to providing the services and the infrastructure. But it is what it is. It's not like it's our money because we did anything that generated profit other than charge people too much millage for years.
I can tell you we haven't in the 9 years I've been here, and I've tried every year. Commissioner Servia, you're next.
Yeah, and I agree with that, George. I would like as much money in the general fund as possible because it is the most flexible fund. And so I think going back to the library project, which we all talk about, I know. Well, yeah, make it a playground or whatever you want to make it. But there's almost an incentive to conservatively price that whatever the amenity or charge or operation is, and then take money from the general fund if we need to supplement it, than to over budget for it. And then that money would be locked in and would have to go to stabilization. So I think that's the shift that we have to make too. Yeah.
Okay.
Moving
Jan, move us along, would you?
On page 14, what happens is you started on page 13. Page 14 is what happens in 23. So the front part of the page is 22, the back part of the page is 23. You can see on this one, the budget went down due to non-recurring items only happening one time in 22, and that the staff level stayed the same in the second year. In page 15, now planning and develop.
I do have a question about that.
Well, I'm getting this thing over.
It's a 2-year thing. So, no, this is a legitimate question. If we say base continuation, everything on 2022, when I go to 2023 and it says continuation, does that continuation assume the funding in 2022, or is that continuation from 2021 reflected in 2023?
Let me repeat it back to you. Make
Okay.
sure we're saying the same thing. So on page 13, on level 2,
Yes.
it says 1.7 million and 26 individuals. When you flip to the second page,
Okay, now that I'm flipping, I see it's the same line item.
It's
I
the
was
same line
I was just
items.
asking, does continuation in 2022 become essentially?
essentially it does. So continuation is the same through every year.
Okay.
I think what you're asking is if it's desired in 1 year.
That's what I meant. That's
does
what I
it become a
Yes, that was
continuation?
that was my
The way the budget system is set up, it does not on this. You see it continually as desired in each of the
So
2 years.
subsequent years assumes we decline desired
Right.
until otherwise.
Mhm.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, 15. On page 15, this is planning and development. Planning and development resides within your MSTU. So inside of that, there are fees charged for this to occur. You can see on this page, starting at level 4, they asked for some reclasses. Again, those were pulled out. They'll be handled separately. Desired 5 through 8, those were requested in 23. Again, reclasses, they'll be handled separately internally. And then you go to desired level 9. So you're actually adding one principal planner. You're actually adding 2 of them. We ask them to put them separately sometimes in case you decide you only want to fund one of them. But we actually are 2 planners and a planning and zoning tech 1 senior level. That's the classification of the job. So roughly about what? Almost 200,000. Any questions on that one? Okay. So then on page 16, you can see it stays the same as far as the employees, and that's for 20 through. On page 17 is code enforcement. That's the last of the 3 programs. You can also see that 1 desired unit was funded. That's 4 code enforcement officers.
Wow. 4.
That is within the MSTU is funding that, which is the tax increase from the MSTU. MSTU is unincorporated MSTU, not Palmer. We have 2
Okay,
MSTUs.
it's a different one.
We have 2 MSTUs.
Okay.
The unincorporated, yes,
2 different ones?
positive.
In the unincorporated area, because I always heard it was only 1.
There's one called the unincorporated MSTU, and then there is an MSTU developed for the Palmer area. It's
So
called
it's
the
2
Palm
separate.
area. Mhm.
Okay, all right.
And the
Thank you.
2 don't cross.
Okay.
Moving on to page 18, that finishes. They stay at the same level in the second year, and that concludes building and development services.
And you notice the amount drops in the second year because the first year includes equipment and
Correct.
things like that. That's why you see that high number for the 4 code enforcement officers. But then when you switch over to 2013, you see the amount funded drops because we've already purchased the equipment vehicles for them.
Yeah.
How many people we get in developmental services altogether?
The total for, hang on one second. And I thought it would be, I thought we'd be good to get you some cheat sheets on some specific items for the highlights of the budget. For building and development services, they had desired of 18. That's in with, they're getting 18. They're getting 11 within building and development. The building fund, they are getting 3 in planning and development, and then they're getting 4 code enforcement officers.
Yeah, and that's an area we have got. We need those people because we are not getting permits out and site plans approved.
Not,
you know,
more inspections. Yeah.
Yeah.
Madam Chairman, may I ask a question on that topic before we leave it? So on the BADS department, did I hear that it is entirely funded by server fees or application fees?
Okay, let me clarify.
Yeah,
As I go
okay.
through this. On page 13, the first program, building regulation and compliance, those are funded by building fees. On page 15, planning and development are funded by fees. Code enforcement is directly funded through the MSTU fund through tax.
Okay, and so then my follow-up question, an example would be the people at the zoning counter. So those people are not working necessarily on applications that someone's paying a fee for.
But it's all built into those fees.
It's all built in. Okay, so
Yeah.
100%
Yeah,
built
so
in.
you're doing that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on.
Wait, Commissioner Van Ostenburg?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to chime in on the code enforcement issue. One, yes, the county is experiencing growth, but two, we are asking code enforcement to do much more than we used to ask them to do. So they're patrolling the beaches out on the island, whether it's vaccine, right? Tom Bennett Park for vaccines. I have them going out before we use MSO, going out to homeless camps, trying to help with that situation. So we're asking them to do an awful lot, and it's just expanding what used to be their job responsibilities, and their traditional code enforcement responsibilities are suffering as a result. So that's the reasoning and the rationale behind that. So thank you, Madam Chair.
May I add to that, please, Madam Chair? And yes, absolutely. I'm so happy about the additions to code enforcement. And I hope that we also are going to be changing how we operate code enforcement, just to be a little more proactive. The example of the mobile station that's been a vagrant camp for a long time, that we should be able to go in there, tear it down, and then assess the property owner, right? So I hope we make those types of changes. Well, it's been boarded up twice. It was broken into again last night, so. Yeah, thank you.
I want to ask a question on what Misty just said. The building department used to have a fund if they needed to remove a building, demolish it. Is that still there, do we know? Is that still,
Yeah. Which one? Go ahead and speak.
was it under the building?
I'm sorry?
Is it in the building department where that is, the fund for that?
No, it's called the demolition fund. It's in its own fund.
It's in its own fund?
No, I think you're thinking of the Greenbridge
Oh, yeah,
item.
that's right. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
no. So we'll find it for you. I believe it's a line item that they have
you're
some
right, it is a
availability.
No, it
and-
used to be, I just don't know
And
if
they
it still
also
is.
have the availability to request more funds. They're in the MSTU area, so they come back and request.
You hear that, Misty? Thank you.
Okay, if there's no more items, we're moving on to CVB, which begins on page 21. CVB is divided into 3 programs. CVB stands for Convention and Visitors Bureau. The first one we're going to talk about, the 3 programs are tourist development, the convention center associated with Crosley as well, and then they have a third program, Premier Sports Campus. So the first program is on page 21. It's called Tourist Development. Easy to remember, all the tourist taxes go into this one. So 4 pennies of the taxes you collect go into this item. He is not requesting any new individuals, but if you start on line 15, he is requesting to have some additional sponsorships. PGA Golf Tournament for $300, Manatee Performing Arts for $75,000, Suncoast Aquatic Nature Center for $275,000, and the Arts Center for $250,000. So everything was funded that he requested in that item. One thing I wanted to let you know, tourist tax is absolutely solid right now, which a year ago we were very nervous. We had cut it back. We came to you a couple of board meetings ago and said, hey, we'd like to raise it back up, get it back to the 30%. I actually think, just based upon what the analytics are showing, you're going to end the year very, very strong. Good. So it's coming. It's a testament to where we're at right now. On page 22, no changes. It's continuation of what happened in 22. This is year 23. On page 23, you have the Convention Center and Crosley operations. The only thing he was asking for there are some sanitation line repairs. They aren't funded because we're going to go through the American Rescue Plan. We're going to try to use it
idea.
instead of this. Moving on to page 24, again, a continuation on, no changes, relatively minimal from the year before. The last program for them is Premier Sports. They do host several things at Premier Sports. They provide funding for facility operations and for events when they have their major events. They did ask for 2 event techs, a Tech 2 level and a Tech 3, their OPS, and that's for the major events when they come in. They need the extra help.
I'm going to ask a question about Premier. I know that Premier has had a problem, and I guess it's something that we need to expect, I'm assuming, every year. We take a pretty good loss. Do we know where we are with that now? Has it increased? I mean, I know that we're putting a lot more there, but where are we as far as?
I think what I'd like to offer is when we come back next week, if I could bring back the summary and I'd walk you through it.
That'd be great. Thank you. Commissioner Bellamy?
Yeah, I just want to better understand, with Premier Sports, and from what I heard earlier, we had an aquatics going out there, an aquatic center going out at Premier Sports. And in one of my briefings, we talked about gymnasiums, and I want to make sure I put this out there where I'm going with this as far as the number of gymnasiums, because when we have evacuation issues, we have to turn people away. And if we're going to do it, let's do it the right way. Out there in that area is a good area with space, right? And we have the opportunity. So it didn't make this budget, am I correct?
So that's one of the things we're going to go over in the CIP.
Okay.
So how it worked with the CIP, especially on parks as well as transportation, and I have those for you, and I'm going to provide it when we go. I'll walk you through it before we leave.
I'll stand down.
We had to do it in tiers because we could not do everything. We're showing you all the tiers and what you each voted for. And then we show what we funded, what we were able to do with parks. The other piece to it is that you have operational expenses.
Oh, no doubt.
So it was funding your highest priorities and then for you to debate what you want to do with it. We just did our first best pass.
Right. But if that's done the right way, it could be a revenue source also.
Yes.
And I won't make sure we keep that out there because right now we only have GT Bray as the only, in Marble as far as facilities where you have summer camps and programs and things like that, that's operated by the county. The same mindset that I had when we were talking about bringing the pool out. We need to think outside the box. And we need to think, that sometimes we have our facilities overcrowded when it's evacuation. And this is a tourist area where people want to come, whether or not it's for soccer out there, Premier, and whatever we put out there with the aquatic center, whatever we put out there, we need to be thinking with our mindset, how are we going to draw the impact tax dollars? We're going to put something in it. We want to get a return on our investment. We have to make sure we think outside the box with that.
How are we going to do that at Lincoln? Just asking.
I think Lincoln has, soccer fields, and we're upgrading the football field. And with the aquatic center, some of the competition will be able to go there. You'll be able to do competition with the North River pools and everything like that. But Lincoln has started. Its plan is there. As we go to the next level with Premier, a little bit more opportunity there, a little bit more space. We were running out of space at Lincoln. Let's be honest.
The reason I'm asking, Commissioner, is not so much. I'm asking because, we have a lot of swim teams, and it's a problem finding space for our citizens, their children that are on these swim teams to have pools to practice in, and that is one of the main things for me as far as the aquatic center at Lakewood Ranch, and I know Lincoln. Probably it would be
no doubt
perfect for that as well. Right. And the other thing is that Premier is not just put there to make money for the county; it's also put there for the citizens of that area, for the children to use as well. So that's why I was hoping that Lincoln, the swim teams could use that as well.
Oh, that was definitely the intent, and I don't want to rain on a parade or anything like that. When we initially asked for 8 lanes, it got kicked down to 6. And for whatever reason, we are where we are right now. But I think where we are, with this board and working, collectively together, the vision for Premier needs to have a little bit more broader perspective. And we need to think, competition pool, yes. We need to think that when we start talking about the gyms, we need to think about that space and how we can use it for evacuation space for our constituents, for our citizens when we have an evacuation issue. We just need to think outside the box so we can accommodate as many as possible.
And I can tell you that the discussions that I've had about the aquatic center, the pool, I was amazed when I first heard how many lanes they wanted to have on that pool, and I'm like, what? I've never heard, all I wanted was a pool.
Right.
But they are looking at it that way.
Right.
Yeah.
And the same with Marble.
Yeah. Commissioner Satcher?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like, so yesterday we voted for I believe it was somewhere around $500,000 project for Moat Marine. I know that there's a partnership that the county's committed to with the aquarium. And then now we have a $1 million partnership with here. I'm very curious as to what we're getting back on that money. And if it's really worth it. I mean, they had, I think they had a grand opening or groundbreaking.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know about it.
You weren't elected yet.
You weren't elected yet.
No, they had one just the other day.
No, that wasn't for the aquarium. What you saw was backdated. They've only had one groundbreaking for the aquarium, and that was before you guys took office. You're better off not to go. You'll get yelled and screamed at.
So the one that it said that Commissioner Servia was there and that the Supervisor of Elections was there. That event was an
I
event.
don't know what is he talking about?
I'm
The one
sorry,
referring
which,
to- Did you?
which event are you talking about?
I'm not sure. It would have been one that you and Mike Bennett would have been at, and it was involving Moat. It came up in my news feed about
Your
2 weeks ago.
newest feed.
ish.
I don't
No,
know
no,
why you
about-
and Mike Bennett would be.
I'm sorry. Don't
Anyway,
remember.
but regardless, I'm curious as to what the total amount that we're putting into Moat
I
and
can
what the
help you with
total
that.
return on it is.
The board voted last year, I guess it was, $5 million total. That is the Manatee County portion of the aquarium. Sarasota County is putting in $20 million.
All tourist
And-
money.
I'm sorry?
All tourist dollars.
All tourist dollars, not from our tax base. It's all tourist dollars. And so that was voted on last year. And the way that we're paying our $5 million is we're paying $1 million a year for 5 years. And so when you look down there and you see the $1 million, that is our second year, I believe, toward the $5 million. And it's not open yet. It's being built now. It's not open. That is for the pier. Is it Anna Maria, I think? Yeah, it's at Anna Maria. And by the way, that is tourist dollars, as you can see. That's $500,000 of tourist dollars. And Moat Marine is going to pay for running for that. It's running daily, their expenses.
So, and then if we did a deep dive into it, that would be the end of the deep dive.
That's the end of it.
1.5 million for the year.
For Moat. Yeah, but next year you're going to pay another million for Moat.
Yeah.
Understand.
Until the $5 million is covered.
And Commissioner Satcher, the city of Anna Maria is providing free rent, forever and for
Yeah.
infinitely to Moat for the space. So we just had the one-time contribution.
Right. I tried to give them extra.
You did.
Yesterday.
That was kind.
I was hoping that maybe we'd have some funds open up.
Yeah.
282 to one island city was coming available, and 41,000 from another island city was coming available in my mind.
I'm not touching that.
So.
Thank you, Commissioner Satcher.
My mic is going off.
Let me keep moving. Okay, moving on. We're on page 29, and this is the County Administration and Board of County Commissioners. On page 29, there are 3 desired units. One is another executive assistant for the board. Another one is in relooking at the way the organization of administration is. They want to hire an office manager to fulfill and make sure they have the overall supervision. And then desired unit 8 is an agenda coordinator based upon the level of the agenda that's going out. She needs some assistance. She needs assistance. She needs assistance. Mo- Moving on to. Moving on to the.
No, I have a question, Madam Chair. Okay. So are we adding, we have 3 assistants, so we're adding one more, or is that one Denise's position?
That's correct, right?
So we're going to have 3? We have
4.
We're going to have
Claudia,
4
can you
then?
prepare?
If I may,
Yes.
we are going to be hiring the position that's currently filled by a temp, and we're going to be adding a position. So there will be 4 administrative assistants. The office manager will be out on the administrator's side and will provide supervision for all of the office staff on the 9th floor.
What about increase of staff pay? All the work for those that's carrying the load?
May I ask about that?
Guess not.
Are we going to utilize the people differently than we currently do? Like the extra assistant maybe will be divided between you and the new deputy? Yes.
Yeah, because basically, in the administrator's office, there's only one FTE to provide all that support. The other is that we don't have a permanent person out front. When someone comes in to either go to a commissioner's office or the administrator side, there has been no FTE that's assigned to, greet people and coordinate that. So the idea is have a person, kind of double, both be the sort of administrative manager for the floor and to handle, the traffic as they come in to meet with you and call back to the assistants and things like that. And then when we have meetings, so it's these people are going to wear a number of different hats to be fully utilized.
Well, I know right now, we have 2.
Denise. She's here all day, but she divides her job until she's gone. They're replacing her.
I know when Julie was out for a couple of days for high school graduation, I had nobody, and Vita was helping out. But I really felt the loss of support, as busy as my schedule is. So,
when we're going through our budget, this is one I'd like to flag. I don't know if I feel comfortable having that many up there. I think you could reorganize what you have and maybe it more efficient. I do all my own letters, my own emails. The only thing literally that they help me do is my schedule. It's the only thing, the appointments, and help me coordinate a meeting, like make calls for my schedule. But that's just me. But if we need space somewhere else, an employee, I would like to have that flagged to talk about it. Do we really need that many people up there? And maybe we do, but I'm not comfortable adding that many people right now.
Yeah, I would like to see the vision on that, and I don't have a problem with the added because different commissioners have different philosophies and different needs and everything like that, and I respect that. But I'm just going to put this out there. That's a tough office up there dealing with 7 of us, and the ladies that are up there, those 2 now. First of all, happy birthday, Vita, if she's watching. Happy birthday to her. But we need to make sure, for compensation wise, we're finding a way to address and take care of them and show that they're being appreciated before we bring somebody else in. Before we bring somebody else in. So just kind of put that out there on the table on how we can look at that, because it's been a rough road. It's been a rough road, and I know just dealing with me alone is probably worth more compensation, to be honest with you, because I know I'm a headache. But I just want to make sure we give that some thought.
I will share with all of you the details. Part of this sort of reorganization of the 9th floor, which includes your offices and support and the administration side, it is just that we are updating the job descriptions for those individuals, and with that is a compensation package that is competitive with the demands on their time. And with regards to, look, you do all use these people differently, but I will tell you about my style and Bob Reinshuttle coming in is we will constantly monitor the utilization and the need. And that's why, look, there were requests from the commissioners for even more support. And this is a compromise to see if you have staff available to you, because right now there's very little backup.
Right.
When Vita's out, there's so you've got to so what you have on the ninth floor is you have an organization, a support organization that's been pretty stressed. Aside from any animation or anything like that, just the demands for their time. So compensation and making sure that people feel that they're valued in the work that they're providing. Also to ensure backup, which there's next to no backup up there. And we're coming off of an environment where we didn't have a lot of outside traffic into your offices and into the administrator's offices. That's getting ready to change with everything that we have going on and all of these projects and citizens wanting to share with you what they're experiencing. That traffic's, you can already see it beginning to pick up. But what I will assure you is I am not the type of administrator that hires a bunch of people and then leaves it at that. If we identify that you are not adequately utilizing one's time, we'll find a place for them to contribute within the organization. Likewise, if we find that you are utilizing those individuals to a level where we need to add resources, whether it's OPS or part-time, we'll do that. So I just want to reassure you that a lot of thought went into this. This wasn't just my decision. This was a whole team that included the folks that are already working on that floor based on what they say they're experiencing and the pressures they're under and the needs they have. And HR's gone through this and put together a well thought out plan that we will be happy to share with you. I'm not handling this any differently than I have been with the directors when they express their desires to us in this budget process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No, I'm done. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, I'm one of the commissioners who requested this. I would say I might be like an overly active commissioner. You might put it that way. But there are a lot of things, and I am hoping that there are a lot of things that the current assistants are fantastic. Happy birthday, Vita. And the current people we have up there are great. But there are a lot of things that they are not, their job description doesn't cover, I guess is what I would say. And there are things I want to set up town halls. I had the transportation secretary here, and I needed help with that. And I was going to like Nick, and Nick has a job because I was consuming a lot of his time, trying to get that set up. So whether it's town halls with my, and doing outreach with my residents or my constituents, emails, there's all kinds of things that I would like additional help with that I just don't have enough time in my day to do. And so I can't, take up all of the time of one of the only two people that we have up there. So anyway, I'm hoping that, the job description will be expanded a little bit as well. It looks like it's just the same position. Okay. Anyway, so I'm one of the people that did request it, and it's because of the amount of time that I do utilize from them, and I find myself going to other county employees as well, requiring help from them, but those folks already have jobs, so that's a problem too. But anyway, thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I just want to say I have a lot of confidence in Dr. Hopes and what he's trying to do. As they operate right now, those two girls have been so stretched, so thinly. And then when you have a death in the family, which they have experienced, or if anything goes wrong, then the system is even more stressed than normal. So I hope that you'll share the expanded job description with all of us, and I think there's a lot of opportunity there. But I hope that we do recognize those two girls, and don't forget about Diane. If something happened to Diane, what would we do? So, yeah, thank you.
Moving on page 31, we're going to finish county administration. You have 3 programs. The next program is impact fee administration. There are no new desired units in there. They're maintaining the service level where they're at. That's on page 31. Nicole Knapp. On page 33 is the last of the 3 programs, and that's the information outreach program. There is a new request in it for a bilingual and social media specialist to be added to his team. What team? Sorry. It's Nick's team. Nick, this is the information outreach, putting things out, the PIO, doing all that. This is a bilingual social media specialist. Do you want to add anything to that, Karen?
If I may, so this position will be bilingual, will work on social media, but will also be able to participate in other types of media, including videos in Spanish language, outreach in Spanish language, focus groups in Spanish language, and that sort of thing. So this is someone who can help us broaden our reach in the community. Not just through the written word, where now, if we want to switch something over from English to Spanish, we do Google Translate, and that, makes the switch. Well, we need something more robust than that, and we need to be able to have the spoken word for our Spanish citizens.
And hopefully they speak French because of Creole. I know, maybe asking too much, but I don't know how large our population is.
That would be trilingual.
Yeah, bilingual means French and Spanish, German.
If there are no further questions, I'll keep moving on. I'm sorry.
One of the things that I'm experiencing as far as with the Creole language, even if we don't have someone to speak, do we have someone that maybe we can consider put on retainer and have a budget for that to make sure, even when we're trying to put our information out, so they can interpret it and then communicate with that particular part of the community also. I don't know whether or not that's in the budget, but I do know what I'm doing in another entity that I'm responsible for is making sure I have a third party that kind of plans on assisting me with that.
And around that, well,
Right.
we can work with the school district because we have a Haitian Creole and all that. So because I don't remember which commissioner mentioned the website to have areas in the website with other languages and so. Right. And so this will accommodate at least a significant portion of that by having this person on board.
We need another plan. We're not going to get through.
And also, I'm sorry, I just wanted to add one more thing about the Haitian Creole. So when we have employees come to work for us, if they speak a second language and they're willing to do translations, they receive a small stipend in their paycheck for that, and they're put on a list. And we do currently have a Haitian Creole speaker in one of our departments that we have utilized. And so that's available if you need it.
All right, I've got a question, actually, I guess, since we're talking about information outreach. I've noticed that at least one other department, and maybe there's more and I can't think of it, but they seem to have a marketing specialist, like, say, public safety. So, I'm sorry?
Ogden also.
Right, Ogden too.
That's public works.
So, so you've got 2 departments there. Are there any others that you know of that has?
Yeah, and Karen can address it, but we have one of our top topics in the directors meeting is a lot of this decentralization where we have people spread out all over the organization and to come up with some sort of structure around that so that we create some centralization around public relations and social media so that it's the organization that's coordinating it. But Karen can probably address in that area because that is in a number of departments. They have their own people. They have their own HR people. They have their own finance people. They have their own communications and social media people, and none of them report up to right. So we are addressing that.
Well, that was going to be my next question. It seems like to me that anyone in the county that does that type of thing for another department should all come under the same so that we all kind of have the same message that's being relayed.
The same brand.
Yes, the same branding. Because I am noticing, others, and that's why I was asking. Okay, thanks. That's it.
Okay. That
Yeah,
finishes
absolutely.
county administration. Moving on to the county attorney's office. County attorney has 2 programs. One is legal representation, where most of the attorneys reside, and the second one is risk management. Under legal representation, there is a request we have to add an assistant county attorney, and let me elaborate a little bit more. You are adding, you've doubled the size of the CIP that's going to occur over the next 5 years. You also have over 90 million of parks that's going to happen in the next 5 years. So there are a team of individuals inside this budget that directly reflect that need. So as we go through it, I'll try to point them out so you can see which ones they are. This is directly one of those, due to right-of-way and everything else that will be coming through with a lot of this building. The second program he has is on page 39, which is risk management. You're a self-insured organization, and there are no new items there, and it is a very tightly run area. Now be kind on the next one. It's financial. I know. I see the highlighter too.
Wait a minute. Where's my marker?
So on page 43 is financial management. In our area, we have two divisions. Just keep going.
Right.
It is. The only people that the procurement is holding down the fort. Okay, there is no one in the budget office. Jake Erickson.
Jake.
On page 43, there are two requests that we're requesting budget analysts. This is in direct relation to the CIP projects and the increased growth.
Next.
On page 45, we are requesting some renovations. There's a couple of maintenance items in here, and I'll point those out, see which ones you want to do. This one is a renovation for procurement. They haven't been renovated, I'd say, since the 80s. So we're just...
Is their carpet orange?
No, Charlie Bishop has done a great job of taking care of them and piecemealing here and there, but we would like to try to upgrade, if at all possible, if y'all will allow it. If there's no questions on mine, I'm going to move quickly out of my department. Okay. And human resources. Human resources on page 47. Human resources has two components as well. One is actually our HR division, and the other one is employee health benefits. So on page 49, there are no new requests within human resources. And on page 51, there is a benefit leave specialist that is required as a desired unit. In addition, when you read your message, there is a section in there about health insurance and what's happening to the fund, and we'll be happy to go into more of it next time. There is an 8% increase on our side for the employer, and there's an 8% on the employee, and we'll break that down. It's broken down in your message, but we'll be happy to go over it so that you understand what's happening with the fund. We're a self-insured fund. They do an absolute excellent job. It's just the way the state of the market, everything that's going, prices keep going up. Does anybody have any questions on those? I can stay longer in this area. It's not mine. Okay. Okay. Information technology begins on page 53. As you can see on page 53, information technology is divided in several areas. They are located in the general fund. However, some are internal service funds. I'll explain those as we go through. The biggest asks are on page 55. You'll notice that there's two desired units to enhance data protection and enhance our network. $435,000 and $345,000 respectively. We did not fund them, but they're in reserves. We place them in reserves so that they can come before you as a budget amendment to be pulled out when it's time, so that they can itemize what's going on in the overall areas. If there's no questions.
Do you have a question on that? Cybersecurity? Anything in IT for that?
Actually,
You've already tried. It didn't work.
Commissioner, that actually falls under Desired Unit 8. That's part of it.
Thank you.
And we will be having a Florida law allowed shade meeting around cybersecurity as soon as you get back.
All right.
That's what I just.
Well, not around information security.
That's what we were just talking about. We were just
Only ever had one of those.
There are actually two things. There are two things I just and I'll caution you should it come up in conversation. There are two things I just ask that we do not discuss in a public meeting: building security and cybersecurity. And so if we can just stay away from them from a public perspective. But we will have the legislature has been very forthcoming with providing for out of the sunshine meetings related to security issues and cybersecurity issues.
Perfect. As Commissioner Bellamy would say, gotcha, boss.
Gotcha, boss.
Moving on to their second program, if that's okay. It starts on page 57. This has to do, you hear us oftentimes refer to ASM. That's our automated system. This is an internal service fund. Each of the department pays in to have their computers updated on a regular basis. It's the same concept as Fleet. They have one desired unit. The Asset Explorer is actually software. It's software to be able to maintain life and everything. They have a homegrown system, and it's at the end of life. So this is their request to update it, and they'll be much more efficient with this one. Moving on to page 59 is application and development. There are actually no new desired units in there. On page 61 is the GIS, no new desired units. 63 is the telecommunications and data center, no new desired units. And radio communications, no new desired units. They're maintaining where they're at, and what they charge for the internal service is handling what it needs. Yes, ma'am.
Did we find the position to fill, what was his name's one?
Willie?
Willie?
Yes, I believe so, and I believe that's already done.
Okay.
Okay, on page 67, if everybody's ready, neighborhood services. If I'm going too fast, please just interrupt me.
Oh, you're good.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay. On page 67, you have neighborhood services. You see that they have 5 different divisions, and I'll go through them quickly. The first one is neighborhood connections. There's actually, on page 69, there are no new desired units. County probation is on page 71. And as you remember, with the increase of COVID, the ability of the court system is utilizing probation quite a bit stronger than it has in the past. With that said, on Decision Unit 8, they're asking for 3 increases to pretrial release. They're asking for some additional renovations to make sure they can house everything they need. And number 10 is standby call-outs, whereas before they probably would only get a couple of calls a night. They are overwhelmed with what is going on and what they're having to deal with. So this is a direct reaction to the population.
And, I'm going to make this comment. It seems like in the years I've been here, the probation department has always kind of been on its own. I mean, we never really did much to help them. So I love seeing this year. It's great. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I don't understand. Okay, I know we have the work offender. We started that program, and that's been very successful, and it pays
It
for
pays
itself.
back, yes.
Yeah, okay, it pays us back, but I don't understand what a pretrial release staff is. So before they go to, what is that? Pretrial release staff.
Look, can you pull
I mean,
up
I know it's staff, but what does pretrial mean? You don't have to go through anything major, just tell if you know it.
They go.
It's actually before they go to trial, the steps and the processes. It's just they're processing them through. She'll pull it up because I don't know the true definition and I don't want to misspeak.
So they just prepare them to go to trial?
I think it's
in
the
probate?
casework. I think it's the casework overall is what they're being called.
Okay.
Sheila's going to pull it up.
Page 671.
It's on page 71, and where she's going is inside that large book that's on your jump drive.
It's all tied into the system, and well, here we go. She can explain the pretrial release.
Did you hear us?
Yeah, they're having
my God.
they're having fewer. There are fewer and fewer. Let's say misdemeanor cases where they're charged with misdemeanors. We don't want them in jail. We want to release them pending their trial.
get them out of jail.
So
Okay, so they're in jail and these people go and try to get them out?
Well, when people are remanded to jail, we have staff out at the jail that begin to process them. And they determine whether they can be, sorry, I'm always heaving when I come near y'all. So what they do is begin to process them. And if they are somebody with a special need, or if they're on drugs, alcohol, or if they don't speak the language, they get that information, they share it. What happens with pretrial is when somebody's assigned to pretrial, we're trying to not overcrowd the jail. So this is a way you'll hear of electronic monitoring, those kind of things. So this is a release function that before they go to trial, which keeps them on the outside, or with like the offender work program, it allows them to maintain their job. So the judge does that? Yes. Yes. So those numbers have, our electronic monitoring has gone up 400%, and our pretrial has gone up 150%.
No, stay around.
Yes,
Madam
sir.
Chair. And so this is not the best time to bring this up. But when I did the tour over there, they mentioned that the 400%. And I guess my question is, does this, what you see here in the budget, does this address some of those needs? Do we need a policy change if the courts have made a change in how they are treating criminals? Then do we need to make a policy change that we adapt as a county to take care of it? Because if I remember correctly, you were saying you have some people accused of pretty serious offenses that are on just ankle monitors in the community, and it's not by our decision. It's it's someone else's decision in court that we don't have authority over. So
Yeah, it's not just the volume of the number of cases, it is the level of the cases, which is a concern. And I do believe the courts are working with it, and now that they're beginning to meet in person again. But while it was all virtual, that also made an impact on things by all means, and they stayed virtual for quite a while.
So you think with the adjustment we made here, hopefully will see us through to them normalizing and stopping some of these serious offenders that are out on the streets without, currently?
It's our hopes.
That's the hope.
By all means.
Okay, keep us posted on that if we need to make adjustments as we go throughout the year.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
On page 73 is library services, and there are a couple of things to point out. What isn't funded is significant desires to expand the library hours at this time. Thought being you would hold off until the new library opens up and you have the Braden River expansion open up, just to see how that plays with service and what's going on before you fund these. One thing, pointing back to our conversation earlier, you notice desired 19 and 20 talk about new library materials, and there's nothing there. So if you flip over to page 75, you'll see on those same numbers on desired 19 and desired 20, that's almost $1 million of that reserve, that stabilization, that'll be going toward this.
I have to ask a question on that. Ava, help me with this. I know in my meetings that I've had with Willis Smith, when they've been going over the design and everything of the new library, they have told me, it's my understanding, that some of the furniture and shelving and so forth is included in the price of the library itself. So what exactly are we talking about where we talk about library materials? Is that just books, et cetera? What are we talking about there?
That is primarily our materials costs. So to actually do what's called an opening day collection, so you're buying your core materials. And then this is a one-time purchase. And then in future years, it becomes part of our overall book buying budget. So it is not just books, it's also audiovisual, and it's to add on more e-materials, all those kind of things as well. It's really the base of the collection that would be out there. So most of the furnishings, yes, in fact, you are correct, are probably going to be part of the overall build.
And on the Braden River addition that's being done. When do you expect that to be completed? Do you have a date
We
on
are
that yet, or-
shooting for fall.
Okay, this
Yeah,
fall.
this
That's
fall,
good.
ma'am. Yeah, we're going to look for a big ribbon cutting.
Ah, baby.
It's going to be a good news piece.
Yeah, that's going to be great. All right, thank you.
Ava, what are the current hours of the library? I see you have 9 to 6 here. What are our current hours?
We have very varied hours at our libraries. That was made when the hours were cut back in 2006 or 7. What they did was keep some open Monday, Wednesday evenings, and some open Tuesday, Thursday evenings. So what this would do would, the addition of the hours, what I think Elizabeth and her team are trying to do are reach to a 9 to 8 Monday through Thursday, and then also a full day on Friday and a full day on Saturday.
So we're currently 9 to 6. You're wanting to expand it to 9 to 8.
It depends.
You're currently all over the place, I guess.
Well, yeah. I mean, some of them are at work from 8 to 5. Some of them are open till 6, and some of them are open till 8, just depending on the day. It's typically an 8-hour day, but you have to add in a whole additional shift, and that's the hard part. You can't just ask somebody to be there 12 hours that day.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Sir?
On page 77, you go into community services. Community services, one of the best items here is desired unit number 13 is a new veterans counselor officer for the increasing population that we have with veterans.
Excellent.
And finally, page 79, this is just identifying the grants that we're using, and we're absolutely subsidizing 3 employees through grants that we have. No. The funding there means we don't have, they're funded completely by grant. We don't have to fund any of the, into our budget. The grant comes in as revenue, and that's what it's spent for. Moving on from that, are you good to move on? Did you want to
Yes.
take, okay.
No, go ahead.
Parks and Natural Resources, they actually have several programs, 5, 6, 7. Let's start on page 83, and I can point out the highlights. With the increased usage of people on the outside, this has several increases in the need for working the preserve. Desired Unit 8, you notice contractual services for preserve management. 2 projects on 10 and 11. I'll come back to number 9. Both of these are maintenance contractuals. A work squad for the West Preserves and the East Preserves. And then number 9 is a project manager for all the new projects that are coming through. He is getting one on his side to help manage. On page 85, if no questions there are 3 desired units there. The first one is for a vehicle for the watershed program. Number 9 is actually the stormwater manual that we have does not have specifics on low impact development standards. This is to develop it for $116,000. And then finally on number 10, I always say this wrong, Boles? Did I say it right? Boles Creek, and it's a best management practice project for improvements. On page 87, now remember part of the items with Parks and Recreation, you want the fees to pay as best they can for it, but it doesn't always work that way. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, Commissioner Serbia.
Do you have any details about the Bullies Creek
I do.
non-structural best management project?
It is in program 3202, and it's desired unit 10. So this is successfully secured funds from the Restore Act to perform water body assessments to identify current and possible water quality improvements and overall items in the Bowleys Creek area. Is that okay? Do you want me to read it through?
No, it's fine. So it seems very broad in nature, and therefore anything that we deem necessary to Bullies Creek that may fall within that funded line item we could use it for.
Right. The last paragraph is the one you want to focus on. Funds will be used to hire a range for a street sweeping contract to increase in frequency of street creepings as well. Street creepings. I'm so sorry. Street sweepings.
It's good.
And collect statistics on the volume of debris removed and removal benefits. We can get you more detailed information on that, and I can bring it back.
Yes, thank you. And I'd like to know the last time that we dredged Bowley's Creek.
Okay.
And the schedule that it should be on, and the plans for maintaining that schedule. Because my understanding, and I haven't confirmed it, is that it's been about 4 years since it was dredged.
Okay.
And it should be dredged every 3 years. And I have residents like Shady Brook who are flooding partially because of that. Thank you.
We will bring that back to you. Okay, moving on. On page 87, what I was starting to say is Parks and Natural Resources, they do charge fees for the services they provide to an extent, but a large part of the parks is always going to be a supplemented program. It is for the embetterment of your citizens. Starting at the bottom, they've increased staff time on several things to handle at GT Bray, to handle the overall capacity. We're starting to have more and more people coming back, more and more uses. Lincoln Pool, where he added $10,000 for some water aerobics. He's got some games, the bocce ball at John Marble, and swim instructors, and actually a single cab, too, for the aquatics division. One of the disc golf course, the kiddie pool shade structure, all of these are things to enhance his overall area.
Okay. Commissioner Bellamy, did you have a question?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out where we're going with this $8,000 for water aerobics.
The $10,000 for the water aerobics at Lincoln Pool?
Well, it went for, I think 10 was requested, and then I guess 8, if I'm reading this the right way.
In 40 years, you'll understand.
In 40 years?
No, it's 10,000.
You'll be out there.
Right, I'm just asking, what is it? I mean,
10,000. Decision unit 20.
It's
Okay.
decision unit 20 under
right.
3.2
I'm
or
looking at
3.
it.
You mean, what does the water aerobics instructor do?
Yeah. It's a teach for $10,000?
Yeah.
For the whole year? Divided by 12 months?
Part-time.
Thank you. Sir, it's on the screen, and if I may, when the Lincoln Pool is complete, we'd like to offer water fitness classes to Palmetto and the surrounding community. We'll
There'll be
offer a
some revenue
variety of
generated that
classes.
way.
These will be a mixed water aerobics, floating yoga, and a water boot camp for more.
And it's really big with the mature population. No, it really is. I know. I mean, it's
You
yeah.
can't do pickleball anymore. You're at water aerobics.
It's good physical therapy. No,
Mr.
really.
Van Ostenbridge?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jan, my question is going back, I'm on 87, page 87, third from the bottom, $911,000 for the GT Bray Recreation Center.
I'm sorry,
Oh, that's a base.
that's a base. That's what they're actually saying for the rec center, the base to open the doors, offer base programs, offer the base things that are going on. That's what it costs.
You obviously wanted to draw attention to all the money we're spending in your district at Bray
I
Park.
just was stunned it cost $1 million to open the doors. And then same page, we're going up to desired expansion of GT Bray fitness equipment.
What number is that?
It's a 23, but there's no number there,
Remember, that one says 23. So if you flip over to page 89,
right? That's
it's
where I'll
on
find
there.
it.
That's where you'll find it. It's for 20,500 to
Okay,
expand.
so staying on page 87, number 25, purchase single cab pickup for aquatics division. What the heck is a single cab pickup for aquatics division?
That's your basic old Ford F-150.
Yes.
Literally, we're just buying a pickup truck.
It's a
Yes,
truck.
it's
a
a
pickup
literally
truck.
a very small basic truck.
Okay. the
Because
word
we're
truck
adding
would've
all
helped,
these
but
aquatic
gotcha.
facilities, they need to be able to run around and take care of all the
Sure,
maintenance.
Sure. I got you. Okay.
Do we?
He wanted like a
Commissioner
club cab
Seltzer?
with,
So, well,
Sunroof
wait,
and-
I still have the floor.
Okay.
So I found GT Bray equipment at $20,500 over here. My issue is this brings me back to, it seems to be a recurring theme. The government is here to do things that the private sector cannot do. There are multiple private businesses in my district that are trying to sell gym memberships and provide jobs, and they are paying taxes to this county, and we're taking their tax money and we're going to spend $20,000 of it to put fitness equipment and then go into business to compete against them. This goes against my conservative principles. I just want to let you know I'm going to red flag that. Thank you.
Are you finished?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Commissioner Satcher and then Commissioner Whitmore.
Yeah, I don't, looking at this, and I mean, this is, I guess, a theme, but it just seems disproportionate, just out of, I mean, and who's gonna step up so I end up being the only person to talk about it?
No, you were just.
What are you talking about?
You were next.
I'm just saying, but I'm the person that has stepped up and complained, for lack of a better word, which I don't like doing, to say, okay, we're getting a disproportionate to a ridiculous degree amount of our finances are spent at GT Bray or in District 3 roads. I get along great with Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. I like everyone in District 3. Somebody needs to step up at the county and say we need to be more equal with the projects that we're doing and get this done. So, I mean, Buffalo Creek's not on here a single time.
Nothing in my district.
Am I
is
in the
either.
wrong? Is that under a different budget somewhere?
We haven't got your aquatic center and your library yet.
If you're talking about the capital projects, the soccer fields and all the other things that are coming out there, that operating expense will come in when it starts. If it's existing parks items that are on there, it's in the base or in one of these camps. I can ask Charlie to define for us which one it's at. I understand what you're asking. I get what you're asking.
I don't like to make waves, right? And especially not with people that we work with and get along with.
Well,
but good night.
I think the point is.
Are we going to air condition the parking lot at GT Bray? That's the question.
No. But honestly, what you'll see in the future with the, let's see, what are we going to call it? The Parish Patriot Park. What did you want to name the Parish Park?
Community Park.
The Patriot Park in Parish is when it is built out. Then you'll start seeing a lot of expenses, recurring operating expenses and equipment maintenance expenses and that. Your district has grown so fast that the county hasn't put these lush facilities competing with the private gyms in your district yet. But
perhaps I can be helpful.
I like the fact that there's
Commissioner Satcher,
silver sneakers at GT
you
Bray
and I-
Park.
They're not literally silver, Commissioner Satcher.
I think they're gold.
Yeah.
But that's another story. Commissioner Satcher, you and I are in districts that are growing rapidly. And the county hasn't made it to us yet, really. And so basically, what you're seeing here for 22 and 23 is great for GT Bray and John Marble and Lincoln Park. And then, baby, it's our turn, and we're going to rock it, okay? So just wait. We're coming. They're getting it all together.
And just to be clear, I don't begrudge anyone. I want everyone to have nice facilities and nice parks, every district.
That's right. I don't have an aquatic center.
How many lanes
I don't
is that
even
pool
have
gonna be?
pickleball courts yet. Not at Premier. They're coming.
Every house
So
has a
anyway,
pool.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
I thought I was next. Madam Chair. I was
You
next.
know what? Yes,
Yeah, I
Commissioner
was.
Whitmore is next. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm going to try to bring it down a little because I
Yeah,
do the whole
please.
county. And I've been here the longest, and I can honestly say that until the end before Steve left, nothing, I mean, West Brayton is the oldest part now. And when I was looking at the sidewalk project that the winner today has gotten on 59th Street, I was talking to my daughter at lunch. I said, well, those swales used to be 20 feet deep, 15 feet deep on 59th, and there are no sidewalks. So there are many areas on 75th Street. There are many areas in West Bradenton that are very old, and this is one of our oldest, largest parks that hasn't had anything done in years, and it's because, you know, what are you going to do? Build, keep your pressure, your water going, build that microfiltration system, or fix the, you know, get another pool or a pickleboard cart. We had to pick our priorities. I'm just as shocked as you are. I keep making fun of them all day because I have never seen this in my 14 years here doing budget, this much money being spent. But this is the oldest large park, so it has to be revamped.
But in all honesty,
and you're getting yours. You're
most
all
of this
new.
stuff was not started by Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. He gets to reap the rewards
Right.
for it. It was actually really started and pushed forward by Commissioner Johnson.
Right, because of his tennis.
Yeah, he's just lucky.
Yeah, Chappie did too, but it was really pushed by Steve with the tennis and stuff because of his world. And in all fairness to East County, it's all brand new. And just like our administrator said, you're going to be getting that. It's just not these next 2 years.
Right.
Yeah, and I just want to note for Commissioner Satcher, through in the capital for your parks in your district through FY25, as all these things get started in FY21 and get completed in FY25, it is $81,440,000 in parks.
I would like to red flag that, please.
That's what I like to hear.
Maybe if you get them to agree with you.
Okay, you don't have to talk about Liquid Ranch. It's okay.
I've
Commissioner
got it right
Satcher, you're good. Are you okay?
Oh my gosh.
Stop it. Jan, I've got KVO on the board, and then after that, can we take a 10-minute break, please? Thank you. No, I didn't. I got you.
I'll defer to Commissioner Bellamy.
All right, Commissioner Bell. I would.
And thank you all for your support for my district.
And Pastor, just pass the plate around because I'm ready to pay offering right now because I'm with you on that. Right, I like that you're speaking the truth. But so is Commissioner Whitmore, and a lot of this takes time, and we're up. Just like you're saying, and I'm excited about Lincoln Pool. But I'm gonna be honest with you. A lot of this commendable work has been done before KBO's got here, coming from Commissioner Johnson. But KBO's having a great day. He got a boat, and then he got,
It's not, you have water in your coastline in every district.
He got a boat, and he got 11 out of the 30 items, a third of them. So it's a compliment on his work.
And to be fair, in Parks and Recreation, the only large manned facility is in my district.
Right.
So a lot of these are operating expenses.
I like it, Kevin. I like it. I'm bothering you, but I like it.
That's okay. That's okay.
All right, y'all want to keep going?
Pass the offering, my man.
I'm sorry, we're going to go ahead and take that 10-minute break.
What's on the? Okay.
So we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Right now with the plan. Right now with the plan for closing. That's why you got to strike now. We got to come up with a plan. We're not going to get through all that.
We are back. Jan, continue on, please.
So we're going to move on to property management. Oh, actually, public safety.
Wait, we weren't done with parks. I did have a question on page 95.
Yes, sir.
I didn't have you on the list. Did I miss you, George? I'm sorry if I did.
Because we haven't gotten to the page yet.
Okay, just trying to make sure. I didn't want to miss you.
Page 95, the line 10, we have $112,000 for boat ramp paid parking implementation?
Yes.
What?
I'm just saying, that's on the list. I didn't
Let
put
me
it there.
explain. That is, that was a desire from the parks to talk about boat ramp paid parking that would implement for the maintenance of the boat ramps. I think what you probably want me to suggest is that parks bring you a complete detailed business case about that.
That has been a discussion in the past, and you know what? I think the majority of us were in favor, but
Oh, page 95, and what Commissioner Cruz asked about was line item 10. I was moving out of it, and he reminded me I didn't finish that page.
Okay, yeah, because I did have a conversation with him, but again, it's just me, the 7 of us here. And what I had said, and I think you were in the meeting, maybe not. We were talking about boat ramps because we were talking about Palmetto. It came up. And I had said, I'm curious what our total cost of operating, maintaining, reserves for the boat ramps are. I asked about what the standard number of trailer slips are per boat ramp, like just as a rule of thumb across all municipalities, to say, okay, what does it cost us to operate these boat ramps? What's our total utilization? So you can extrapolate what would you need to charge to effectively take all future maintenance and reserves or repairs of boat ramps off of our tax rolls entirely and do it more like how permitting did it. Because then only the people using the ramps do it, and just like from a parking standpoint, people will pay for it. It becomes consumption. I wasn't saying do it. I was just asking him, and he was supposed to get back to me, not put $112,000 on to implement it.
He wants to implement it.
That's fine, but I did have this conversation with him and asked for that information, because if he came back to me and said all the cost of operating every boat ramp we have for full capacity of necessary slips would cost $4 a day. I'm like, maybe that's something to say. I know it won't.
$4.
I'm using it as an extreme example. That's why I was curious. If he said it would be $100 a day, then obviously it wouldn't make sense. It was more of a general conversation. I didn't intend for it to become policy.
We will have Charlie come back with the entire group, because this is an important topic. We are talking about significantly increasing the number of boat ramps, and they are expensive to build, not just to operate, but expensive to build. And we're one of the few counties in the area. Actually, we're one of the few counties in Florida that has the boating population that we have, and we are not charging some fees for parking and launching.
not only that, I've had some fishermen tell me that they're concerned because they're having trouble being able to find a place to park. So that is something we need to look into, talk about. Commissioner Whitmore.
I remember we've had this. I don't support it, but I probably would get, I think I probably would lose it anyway, but I'm going to lose. But I remember Charlie came back to us with $130,000 it would generate a year, which is nothing to maintain it. At one point they were talking about the electronic, the passes and all that. You got to maintain that. You got to pay for that. I'm going to use the example of Kingfish, and Kevin knows this well. The minute that gets filled up, because you have all these boat captains, but they also have customers that come and park their cars there too. So once that's filled up, where do they go? Across the street on the state right-of-way in the city. So everywhere that you do this parking, now if you're going to charge a lot of money and it's going to pay for itself, there'll be a major war. But I think I would support it more if it paid for itself. But you're right, it would be about $100 a day or more, and because they're going to be there all day from 7:30 in the morning till 4 at night. No, Carly, you don't need to respond.
Fresh from the golf course.
Yeah.
Can I just respond to Carol? 1 second. Yeah. The analogy I gave for the conversation was in line, and I think I used this analogy, was like lift tickets in Colorado. You can get an entire season lift ticket for next to nothing. It's the tourists who come and pay $100 a day for the lift ticket where they make their money on. So if you did it something like this, it's like $100 for a whole year if you have a Manatee County driver's license, but then it's, $10 a day, $20 a day if you're out of Manatee County. But that's where you get your money without overburdening actual citizens. Yeah.
And you all know I don't support it, but I won't win.
So thank you, Madam Chair. You're right. If you're charging people to park at the ramp, they're going to be parking off-site and all over the place. I did briefly have that conversation with Charlie because we discussed charging people to park at the Palmetto site as a way to, create revenue for the city. But in the end, it's not going anywhere. We brought it up briefly because I said, well, people park all over the place. You would have to have a plate reader on the ramp itself, so that if someone backed down the ramp, the plate reader would take their plate, and you would send them the bill in the end. Holmes Beach has plate readers all over the place. Yeah, but that's for different reasons. This would be to, sort of like the toll booth does. But as of right now, I'm with Commissioner Whitmore. I would not support charging to park at boat ramps. Wouldn't support the charge to park at the beach. I don't support the charge at this building or the library or anywhere else either. I mean, it's just another attempt at government to grab money from citizens. So anyway, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Jan, move forward.
Okay. Yes. I understand. Would you like me to go over just highlights, Dr. Hopes, or do you want me to go through public safety? Okay. Because I believe you have the rhythm of what we're doing and where it's going. So you have several departments left. I do want to tell you just a couple of highlights that are in the budget, and then I'm going to tell you what we're going to do next week, and then we can stop. So the highlights that are in the budget, a couple of go through public safety. Yes, sir. So on page 117, I'm going to hit the highlights there. In animal services, on page 119, there are no new desired units at this moment. Moving, Dr. Hopes, did you want me to?
Yeah, that's just go.
Keep going? Okay. So in the emergency center, however, now with the Bishop that's coming online, once that comes before you, we'll bring that into the budget this year, and we'll have to continue it in the next year. So that will be in there. On page 121 is your emergency communications center. We are adding 3, 4, 5. We're adding 3, 4, 5, 6 individuals. You've got 3 311 communicators, and then a 911 telecommunicator, and then also 2 more for inbound calls. They have been overwhelmed with the volume of what is going on, so this will help them reach to maintain the level they're at. On page 123, one of the things we did, there was an opportunity. I know you're familiar with the LIP program. It was in Dr. Hopes' message. We pay in and we get more back for paying to play. And with that, we're adding 12 24-hour float paramedics. What that is going to do is stop overtime. It'll greatly reduce the amount of overtime was there and provide you the flexibility in case of emergencies. There is a deputy director on DU 11, and then 2 district chiefs in connection with the other floaters. The MCOPEMT program, that $500,000 is what I just spoke of. That's the paramedic kind of LIP.
So are we adding 12? Okay, we're adding 12 24-hour float positions, correct?
How about I stop at the bottom? At the bottom. Desired 5.
Right.
There's 2 12-hour district chiefs.
Because of the 20. Because
right. Not only is for the span of control that you have for the ones we've added in the past that haven't been adequately spanned out.
Right.
I believe that's an auto correction for that. And then you move up, you have the desired 8, which is the PMT program. That's the paramedic type of LIP.
Is that the non-emergent things where we go to facilities that he had in his message?
No,
Oh.
that's also, if you'd like to address that, Dr. Hopes.
Go ahead.
Okay. No, this program is very similar to LIP. You actually pay into a program to
low
play.
income pool? Okay.
And then you get the funding back. From that point on desired 9, you're adding 2 more district chiefs. These are in order. If you cut any of them out, that's how he wanted it. He goes, this is what I need the most, and then this is what I'm added. He actually went back through and desired 9 through 12 were added when he was asked, if we can make this happen, what do you need to actually be at where you need to be at? And this is what the public safety director came back with.
Okay. I actually wrote in one the other day. But can you tell me how many trucks we have? Is it 18 now?
I will have to get that for you. I don't know that number.
I think it's 19.
19. And so are we adding with these positions? That comes out of, impact fees, right? All the equipment.
Yes, the equipment does, but we also have an opportunity under American Rescue.
Oh, right.
As it's
For
coming
leftover
through
CARES money.
And
So
CARES, too.
with the leftover CARES funds, we've already ordered 4 new basic life support
correct.
ambulances, which will handle those transports that you're talking about, your interfacility transports, nursing home to hospital, hospital to nursing home, assisted living, because what we're hearing from the hospitals, they're not getting the service level that they need from the private providers. And those are also areas where we get funding both from insurance companies, but we also get funding from the state.
I'm glad we're talking about this because I've been trying for a few years now, but we are not a provider of insurances except for Medicare and Medicaid.
We will be.
So we're going to become provider relations for commercial insurances because a lot of elderly people have Medicare, HMOs, and PPOs, as well as like we all have Aetna, and then there's Blue Cross. So we're going to hire a company to credential us to become insurance providers because no other EMS service really does that. I agree. You can make money. It's better than.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
it's
So here's what's been happening in my assessment of the EMS system. We currently are primarily only doing the emergencies where you pick up individuals for emergencies, take them to the hospital. And there's very little revenue in that. I mean, we get the Medicaid supplemental funds, and that's about it. The EMS transport that actually generates revenue, which can go back into our EMS system, is your transports, where a patient needs to go from a nursing home to the hospital. And more importantly, they need to be discharged from the hospital and sent back to the skilled nursing facility. And what I've been hearing is that in many cases, the hospitals have not been able to get the patients discharged, make that bed available, because the private providers are not adequately covering it. And so from a business perspective, the county was only doing the work that you don't get adequate funding for, not doing the work which actually provides a revenue stream, and the private providers were not adequately providing the service. So when you combine that, you basically say, well, we have an exceptional EMS service. And the mere fact that we were able to use some leftover CARES money to purchase 4 ambulances specifically for this purpose, because they don't need to be equipped for your advanced life support. And so that's one of the areas of growing this. The other aspect of it is based on current standards, they weren't adequately staffed, and we were spending a tremendous amount of money for overtime.
And I agree with this. I just want you to know, politically, being one of them like Commissioner Baugh and I, we will be competing with the private sector on this. But the hospitals, I can tell you, Blake, they're full to the capacity. And I get concerns from Manatee. They can't get the patients discharged until they get discharged at 11, and they can't pick them up till 6 or 7 at night right now, or the next day sometimes. So there is a need, but politically, we need to be prepared. It's West Coast Transport, and I forgot the other one. forgot the.
Tron.
Amatron, right. So you may hear from that, but what I'm going to tell the public is we are going to complement the service to our citizens to get them out of the hospital, and maybe that's how we should handle it.
Right.
I have a question on the deputy director, almost 200,000. What is that? A deputy director for EMS? We don't even have a director at EMS, do we? That's what I'm asking. What are the plans for that?
Jake is here behind you, Dr. Hopes.
I have no idea. That's why I'm asking.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Jake Sauer for the record, Director of Public Safety. Deputy Director is requested of Public Safety. It's not for emergency medical services solely. It's the Deputy Director of Public Safety, the department itself.
Okay. The reason I asked Jake, it's under EMS, so I just assumed.
It's kind of odd how Jan will explain how our budget's set up, but the director and all the admin support staff is under 7101, which is our EMS budget.
What he's been saying is the basic program that they have is EMS. Everything has been built out around it. So that's where he lives, and that's what they're adding
In
to.
your world.
And
I thought it was odd because I knew EMS didn't have a director. That's why I was asking.
And that director will be responsible for master planning. We're starting our first master plan for EMS and emergency.
A master plan for,
I'd
I'd love to see it.
It's how we grow. So prior to myself and the EMS chief coming, it was a less than scientific approach of how does EMS grow as the community and the county grows. So master planning is a big part of the public safety world at this point right now. We're growing so fast, the EMS system itself cannot keep up. So we want to be prepared as we move into the future with future growth.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Jake, for the non-emergent, are we because we have such a hard time keeping staff, are we going to be using EMTs to do that, or do they have to have paramedics?
So over 90% of the interfacility calls, we call it, that's from one facility to the other, non-emergent, those can be handled by emergency medical technicians.
EMTs, good.
Commissioner Satcher?
On the deputy directors, do you have 0 of those, 10 of those currently?
I have 0.
I have 0, so okay.
Yeah. It's a big job. Well, I don't just hand out positions. That's not the way I do this. I mean, there has to be a solid case for me to recommend to you that we add positions.
Okay, I don't have anyone else on the board. Jan?
Okay. Moving forward, emergency management is on page 125. There were no new desired units within it. It is able to maintain its levels. And then on page 127, beach patrol, we've invested in it quite a bit over the last couple of years. They did not ask for any new, and they've stayed where they're at. The last one on page 129, what you're seeing there is an emergency management coordinator. It has 0 funded but 1 position. That's a grant position that we have an FTE that is fully funded by a grant. That's why there's a 0 there. Now, Dr. Hopes, would you like me to go ahead and?
Yeah, for the pleasure of the board, what I think even the newer members should be comfortable navigating these documents. So my suggestion would be for Jan to do an overview and a summary, and maybe call it a day.
I'm good with that. Commissioner Satcher, did you want to make a?
Well, sorry. I tried to not comment on it, but I just do want to say that I don't know that I'm comfortable at this point with taking away something from private industry and taking it over. So going back a topic, sorry. So if we could, maybe set it up to where private industry gets first shot, they don't show up within an hour, something like that. But just in general, and just because the nature of government is what it is, maybe right now it's going to be looking great and like it's going to make us money, et cetera. But it seems like over time, private industry can generally do things cheaper than government can. So maybe this is the one exception, but I'm very
They're ganging up on
reluctant.
you. Get ready.
No.
Commissioner Cruz, were you?
Yeah,
on board?
this is more of a logistic. So what's the plan? Like I was looking ahead, so I had 2 questions under Public Works. When do we come back and actually have this, since this is our first time going through this?
Next Wednesday.
I thought that was this massive thing.
Well, I mean, this will be an ongoing process, so.
All right, so this isn't the time to ask questions about things.
Well, I think if she'll do her, if she'll do her summary,
They're
then
two
you can ask
specific questions. I can just ask them,
however the chair
One was
wants
more
to
just a curiosity because we discussed it. We were talking about stormwater and needing to get this fixed as opposed to the tax. So I'm looking at page 147, which is stormwater management. I noticed on the reserves, that reserve table, we have $5.3 million in stabilization balance for stormwater. It would be nice to start working through some of that stormwater fix in here with the reserves, which is kind of what a number of us were talking about.
Can I answer that one?
Yes, you can.
So with the stormwater, especially when we go over the capital projects on Wednesday, you can kind of see the 5-year plan, and you'll be able to see it in your CIP book. There is opportunity to forward fund, do more projects, move them quicker into the items.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah, because I was surprised. I was hoping to see a big chunk of that stabilization come on that one. And the other question was 151. It shows us unfunding the Route 99 peak period enhancement. I know that was something they were big on trying to get done. I was just curious what the thought process was, because that's a little 8 in parentheses, but there's no footnote telling me what the 8 means.
The 8 is the FTEs. It was 8 FTEs that were coming.
Okay.
And let me explain that one a little bit more, because I think when we go into it next week, it's in the budget message, but this is one of the things, I'm glad I got this opportunity because I was going to say it at closing. So one of the other items that happen in public works, there's quite a bit more service funded in overall maintenance, overall keeping the service level where it needs to be. So we had to do a strategy. So one of the things that we did is we shifted 0.15 mils from the general fund over to transportation. Transportation now gets 0.4 something mils. And that shift, which is about $6 million, allowed transportation to do the service projects and maintain where it wanted to be. In order to do that, in the general fund, you brought in about 16 million on your increase in your 7% with your property values. The sheriff took 12.5 of that. So that really, what was left in there didn't cover enough for your items, and then taking that money away for public works left another thing. So one of the opportunities is that in the Southwest TIF, you are now up to, Sheila, how much are you up to? 24 million?
That's amazing.
24 million is in the Southwest TIF. That is far beyond anything we had ever anticipated when that went in. It just exponentially rose. And with the TIF, if you remember, we started at a base year, which was 2014. So anytime the property values rise above that, then that 50% of it would go into the TIF. So right now, in this year calculation, it was $8 million going into the TIF. So Dr. Hopes is coming through, and this will have to come before you, is the suggestion that we cut it in half, keep $4 million going into the TIF, put $4 million into the general fund. So therefore, the general fund keeps its section able to handle the public safety, the other items that are going on. It can be readjusted at any time, but her catalytic project, she's got quite a bit in there right now that she can continue to stay on the path she's on. And that's one of the things I'm sure you'll want to discuss. If you're in agreement with it, then what would have to happen in July, we come back before you in an ordinance, we're going to change the percentage.
The base year.
The base year, well, I think it's easier, we figured out to change the percentage. Instead of 50%, we're just going to do 25%. It can be readjusted as we go on, as we continue to grow, the money will go back in. But that is one of the mechanics that we did.
Commissioner Whitmore, did you have something to add?
Yeah, with Commissioner Satcher and your concerns, I understand exactly, and that's why I brought it up. But it's how the real world works. If you're a patient in a hospital and a case, well, no, I'm just telling.
Yeah, you can't.
Because I know what I'm talking about. When a real world, when you're in the hospital and you get discharged by a doctor, a case manager is assigned to every patient in the hospital. And just like home health companies, they have a list of who they need to call. So you're right. That may be something that they could look at, as well as the 2 private. Well, there's 1 private because they both work the deal. One stays in Manatee, one stays in Sarasota. So there'll be the one we're talking about, the private sector and ours, and then the case manager will do a rotating list. So that may be a way. Because right now, the one company isn't able to handle it.
This is not replacing it.
No.
What will happen, this is not something that necessarily goes through 911. You will actually have a person at one of these facilities will make a call to a provider of this transport, especially with the hospital sending them back to a facility. That's something totally independent. So I don't want to give you the wrong impression. What we're trying to do is solve a need in the community that's not being met, not displacing something.
Anytime we can find a way to do better, it's a good thing. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge?
Thanks, Madam Chair. As much as I'd like to say, yeah, let's go home, I think we're getting into Public Works and Utilities, and I think we should continue through those two departments before we hit an overview.
I'm good. It's not my call. Jan?
Yes, ma'am.
Move forward.
Okay. Moving forward, we'll go into Public Works. Public Works has 7 separate programs. We'll go through each of them. Page 133 is their field operations. This is where the heavy amount of investment is. Starting toward the bottom, if you start on desired 15, there's $175,000 additional placed for existing sidewalk replacement and repair. It's a contracted services, so they're contracting that out. Desired 16 is shell placement on existing shell roads. In your CIP program that you're going to see on Wednesday, they are presenting a rural road improvement program. Okay. Once that goes in, the shell stops. So this is just a stopgap measure to get where you need to be. In number 17, tree trimming, $500,000. Again, contract. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want
Commissioner Bellamy? Go ahead.
We're talking about it.
Okay.
Tree trimming.
Yes, sir.
And is that something that we currently doing? Is it new? And here's the reason why I asked. A lot of the lights that's been put up in the Memphis area, because of the overgrowth of trees in the right of way from the county and everything like that, we need to look at that. And I think that's the same thing in Somerset, as far as you have a lot of tree growth, and now the lights cannot illuminate, shine, whatever word you want to use. So with this coming in, is that going to be an opportunity for us to use that for?
Yes. Yes, that's exactly what it's for.
Yeah, it's
Okay, all right.
I'm glad you brought it up, because I'll tell you, and I've raised this with our Public Works folks. One thing that I have not seen in Manatee County in the 5 years or so that I've been here, unlike in South Florida, prior to hurricane season, the county goes out and trims trees to decrease the wind load of the trees to mitigate fallen trees. And so it's everything with regards to blocking street lights. And I think this is only the beginning. And I think we're going to be focusing more and more on the service that we provide as county government with regards to trimming trees for a number of reasons.
So are the county workers doing this, or are we contracting out?
Contract out, get a combination of it.
All right. So I'm interested in talking about that as far as the procurement process, to make sure we put some of that money back into those areas.
Number 18 and 19 go together. These are 2 employees for a North County service request complaint response. Number 18 has a vehicle inside of it. That's why that one is so much more heavy. Number 20, there is need for an additional tool truck, a rotary motor, and a bucket truck. This is for response when they're going out. A backup generator in the North County area. 22 is traffic calming devices.
Hallelujah.
Number 23 is an emergency management coordinator that's within Public Works. So for emergency management coordination, it's one person dedicated specifically to that. 24, 25 are gateway beautifications. One is the first one on 24 is installation, which is why it's so high, and then maintenance is at $18,000.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Commissioner Serbia. Well, Commissioner Bellamy, did you have anything else? I have you down on the list. Is
No,
that
ma'am.
it?
I just want to talk about the tree trimming.
Okay. Dr. Hope, so I had you down. Okay, Commissioner Serbia and then Commissioner Whitmore.
Regarding the county gateway beautification installation, so our gateways sometimes are DOT rights of way. And so it is intended to be spent only on county roads or both state and county?
It's 2501. It's decision unit 24 and 25. Sheila. Give her just a second. I don't want to misspeak. I don't want to commit and it's not the right thing to commit.
You guys are so organized. Wonderful.
We've been working on this.
All year,
It's
yeah.
25, it's number 20, it's 2501,
Sheila.
and it's number 23, excuse me, 24. The design will be by property management.
Yeah, they're all state roads. So I'm looking and I see, yes, they're all state roads, but where is US 41? Because it's not listed there.
I do not know, but I can find that out for you.
I think that we need to add that. Maybe it's just an oversight.
We will check on that one.
Commissioner Whitmore.
Just real quick, the emergency management coordinator, is that a duplication of services since we have the emergency operations? Does that person work in the emergency operations, but that fund pays for it and where are we, Public Works?
It's specifically for the Public Works Department. I suspect that individual would be the
Joel and all them?
I forget the number.
Okay. Okay.
Person. So
Just want to make sure there's no duplication.
no duplication.
Okay.
Commissioner Satcher? No? Okay, Jan?
The last one on this list at the very top is Desire 26, and that's adding 210,000 for overtime associated with all the projects. It's 210,000, and this is overtime for the Highway Division for all the additional maintenance and projects that are being initiated. If we're good with that, please move to page 137. Now, this division has to do, this is project management, so this is directly related to your CIP. In it, starting on line number 12, there are 6 project engineers, 2 senior project engineers, 1 that will be added in 23, which is a senior, a right-of-way supervisor, which will be 1, and then 1 right-of-way officer. And then when we move to 23, I'll show you the additions there. And then 4 infrastructure inspection officers that not only help with outside projects, but inside projects for us. Outside meaning the private world. If you move over to page 138, you can then see that there's added where it's highlighting 23. If we start on 12, go up to number 14, there is the last senior added. And then on desired 17 and 18 and 20, there are additional FTEs added. Okay, moving on to page 139. 2503 is traffic management. Starting around, on decision unit 9, you have a highway lighting technician supervisor, and that amount includes a truck, a vehicle with it. The next one is a traffic engineering and safety study support. 11 and 12 and 13, those all go together. They are a pavement marking crew, traffic control tech, and the first one has a vehicle added within it. Number 14, you're reclassing, that one, those two, 14 and 15, are reclasses. Those are being handled outside of this budget. We're going to bring those back. And then traffic signal performance management and monitoring for $50,000 and $100,000 for traffic calming devices installation support. and also a traffic control technician with a new bucket truck for $110,845.
It's like Christmas.
Page 141 is infrastructure engineering. These are directly related to the CIP projects. 3 new individuals for CIP design and review. There is a bridge engineer, an engineer specialist, and an engineering tech. On page 143, this is your fleet services, and if you remember, each department has vehicles. They pay in for the maintenance of the vehicles and the replacement of the vehicles over time. It's just a program. What they are adding are certain things that they need. The Desired 15 adds rolling jacks. It's equipment that they need for their 26th Avenue Fleet facility. A rotary symmetry lift for the 66th Street facility. They're requesting maintenance for interior and exterior paint on the 66th Street maintenance facility. They have some cart additions, warehouse cart additions for $69,000. Purchase for resale for $454. Let me explain what that means. That means if a department comes in, you authorize a truck and say they get there and the truck needs more items, or it's an outside facility that's, the sheriff or whoever, or however they're working. If they need anything, the purchase for resale is allowing them to buy more equipment that they turn around and sell to that department. So it's kind of a wash. Their revenues come in to wash it out. Number 147 is the stormwater. Starting midway through the page on Desired 11, the first is a hydro seeder and a dump truck. That's a one-time equipment cost of $494. Then there is added 4 individuals. It's a contract management team, and they will be working with a vehicle with a chief, a field tech, a maintenance tech 1, and a maintenance tech 3.
And if I may for a minute explain, if you recall when I was talking about the sort of 4 modalities of all these projects, your road projects, sidewalk, one of the modalities that we needed to ensure that our departments had staff for is to be a contract manager. In other words, this is the project. All we're doing is going to manage the contract because it's a third party that's doing the work. And so especially in this department, that's why you see a number of FTEs being added, because they really were not staffed up to be able to manage multiple contracts simultaneously for these P3 partnerships or these private contractors doing the work. So that's why you see them there, because they need to ensure that there's contract compliance, that the project's moving on time, it's moving on budget, and they need to be able to get out there and touch it and feel it. Some of them are engineers and otherwise. So that's why you're seeing that this is mostly tied to all these projects, the capital projects and infrastructure projects that are going on. Thank you.
Desired 17 is a state work squad assistance for $111,000. 18 stormwater basin maintenance. It's all contracted out at $250,000, and additional overtime to handle the flows for $200,000.
Jan, I've got a question on that. Since it's going to be contracted out, et cetera, how did we come up with the amount of money to charge? Like, for the state water squad? Who came up with the $111,000? Because I know sometimes in the past it's been, some issues that's come forward.
Yes, ma'am. So 2507 is the program, Sheila. 617, is the desired unit. This is actually paying for a work squad to come in, so they've probably estimated out what they need. So let her pull it up and they can get the details. We can also get you the details of where it is. It's a prison work squad, I believe.
I just know sometimes, when we price things out, we have to go back and it ends up costing a lot more than what we projected. That's why I'm asking.
17. Just click up there at the page down. There you go. There you go. 2507. And it is number 17. 2507 and then 17. Just about 16 more clicks. There you go.
Sorry.
Keep going, keep going. Okay, there you go. So this is inmate labor, and it actually has down there, it will allow inmates during the hours of 7:30 to 2, Monday through Friday, from the detention center is where they're coming, 1 to 4 inmates a day. The amount would be provided to them, how much it costs, but the amount does include a full cab pickup and enclosed trailer.
Wait, what detention center? Hours?
Actually, Chad is on the phone, correct?
Misty,
Yes,
I've got
Chad's
you
on the
list.
phone. Very good.
Okay. Chad, if you could answer, we're talking about the state work squad.
Making sure I don't have a delay here on the sound. Am I here?
You're good.
Oh, you're good.
Okay. This one was put in to do the same thing that Charlie is doing to try to supplement what we were able to get out of the port. This was intended to work with the state work squad that comes out of Hardee County Correctional Facility. That's why this price is allowed to be estimated. There's a contract you sign, and this is essentially kind of includes a cash amount that's part of that program. It has been troubled with COVID, as our port has been with road gang support. So it was just a way to try to have a force multiplication for our labor at a much cheaper price than hiring staff.
Okay, so Chad, if I may, it's Vanessa. So on a lot of these then, like stormwater basin maintenance, and it says it's contracted, you guys have literally, you've got a contracted amount of money that we know that's what it's going to cost. Is that correct? Is that fair?
It's basically, for number 18 there, that is assuming we have annually $250,000 in the operating budget for that outfall cleaning program that has worked very well for the program. Annually, we have numerous basins around the county. When we say basin, it's a settlement location. Some are holes within a canal. Some are actually concreted areas where we remove the sediment. Some of our areas, about 3 of them, have been developed so much around, one of them being near and around St. Stephen's School, another one out in Northwest Bradenton off 7th Avenue Northwest, and I am drawing a blank on the other one.
That's okay.
It's virtually gotten impossible to get the way we used to do it with a long arm excavator right next door to it. So to be done regularly, we need the contract equivalent of excavating from the water. And that's something we don't do in-house. That's why we were asking for the money to be able to keep up with this on an annual basis.
Okay, Chad, I appreciate you explaining all that to me, but can you also tell me, you have a contract on this, so we know for sure that that's what it's going to cost us, the $250,000 a year? I mean, we know that's a good price, a solid price.
Being in the operating budget, it works a little different than this. Works different than the capital budget. It doesn't mean I have the project defined. We work within the funding that we have. So that would be, if I don't use it all, I return some, or if it costs more, I stop short and I come back and I finish the following year on an operating budget basis.
Okay, well, that's kind of what I was wondering.
I think a better way, perhaps, Chad, if I could say it, this is Jan, he probably has 850,000 jobs worth of jobs that he can do. We're giving him 250, and he prioritizes each year as it goes.
Yeah, and with regards to the Department of Corrections workforce, we do have an agreement, and it's X number of dollars per inmate per day, and X number of dollars for the officer to supervise and things like that. And so he'll utilize up to his budgeted amount if he can get it done. But it's not a per job defined contract, which I think what your question was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Chad, let me ask it another way. The $250,000 that you have down there contracted for stormwater basin maintenance, is that enough money that you feel is good for a year's worth of work that needs to be done on your part?
Given that we only have those 3 sites, we do at this point. I mean, for the prices that we were seeing at the time we developed the budget, we felt fine. I think it'll be tight, but I think we can make it.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. Moving on.
Oh, I had a
I'm so
question.
sorry.
As soon as, thank you, Madam Chairman. Chad, you still there?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, so I have three questions, actually. The first begins with the Hardy County Correctional inmates that we have a contract with. When I last saw the state budget, it was just in the preliminary draft before it was approved, but that program was axed. Did it get put back in?
We applied and put this in our budget in January, so I have not followed that specifically, so that's very interesting. I need to take a look at.
I have not heard anything since. The latest thing I heard was the legislature was not going to be closing the prisons.
Well, I spoke at length with the Hardy County Correctional Manager, and I brought it up at a board meeting because they were asking for support to call our legislators because it was being substantially decreased, and it was near the end of the budget cycle. So we probably need to look at that and see if it's still available. Hopefully,
I'll verify. I think shortly after the warden spoke with many of you, I think word came out of Tallahassee that they were taking that off the table.
Okay, let's hope so.
But I'll verify.
Okay. And then I have another question about canal pond spraying. So correct me if I'm wrong, but in the past, before I was up here, there was a decision made to focus on cleaning the outfall structures and not to do so much pond spraying. Did I say that correctly, Chad?
It may have two things going at the same time. Sometime it's being efficient during the labor reductions during the recession, and other times where we get into ponds that take county water but aren't necessarily owned by the county,
Right.
Where we focus on just assuring the water can come in and can leave effectively.
Okay, exactly right. So the example I'm thinking of in District 4 is McCollum Lakes. And those are stormwater facilities that accept stormwater from a large region. And then they are owned, I believe the property lines go into the lake, if I remember, partially or
Yes,
completely.
they do. Yep.
And so the problem that they have every year, they have these big algae blooms because the pond is not treated, and the county says, but we don't own it, you guys do, so you need to treat it. It's one of those subdivisions that's a very old subdivision, doesn't have an HOA. And so there's no way that community can do that. And maybe that's the only one, I don't know. But I'd like to re-examine some of those problem areas like that, because that's an area that's accepting drainage from a lot of West Bradenton, and they have no way of cleaning the pond. And then it becomes a real problem because it smells terrible. So can I ask to pull that and look at that? Maybe there are other examples that I'm not aware of. But I sure would like to help McCollum Lakes because we used to always treat those ponds until the policy changed that we didn't.
If I may, I'm speaking a little bit for Dr. Hopes, but that discussion is really tied to what we decide is what is our desired level of service. Even if it was our pond, I'm not sure we would meet all the expectations of the residents because we would spray and maintain for things that can affect flow. Many times algae blooms happen, and even in ponds that we maintain, we don't necessarily spray for everything that may be ugly, but hyacinths and things that can develop a mass or a mat and block flow, we definitely try to stay ahead of on those things, and that would help. But if it was just that pure algae and an indoor duckweed or a look, those are issues we deal with all of our ponds. So I speak softly when I say but it focuses around what is our level of service, and so that's how I would address that topic. Do we need to do more of what we do?
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate that too. I don't think it's a visual thing. I hear that it's a terrible smell and it makes people have respiratory issues. So just throwing that out there, maybe some further discussion on that. And then the last thing I was going to say is since we've lost a commissioner, I'm really in favor of stopping until we can get to next week and resuming, because I think it's important that we have a full board for these workshops. And we are near 5 o'clock. That's just my opinion, but I'll do what the pleasure of the board.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge is on the board. Did you have something to
But
add, sir?
you want to pick up from this point next week?
And do all this, and you don't think she's going to leave early next Wednesday?
Right, and we have to do CIP next Wednesday as well.
Well, she left at 10 to 5. Okay, if the board would like to go forward, that's fine. I'll defer to the board, whatever the majority wants to do. I just feel it's really important to have a full board.
Okay, I'm going to make an executive decision here. I think we should stop at 5 o'clock. We have 10 minutes.
Yeah, I wanted to point out, this is really an overview. This is an initiation of the budget process. It's not intended to vet every line item and drill down into the detail. It truly is. This is the book. This is the overview. We're going to spend a lot more time getting into the details.
But when I head off to recess, if I have basic questions about some of the stuff that I'm reading through, I'd
I'm
like
sure
to ask you
we'll
now
have many
before I get,
conversations over recess with you.
Wonderful. Hey, Chad, how many work crews between, since I do have the floor, how many work crews between our port and Hardee County are we using here in Manatee County? I know the city of Bradenton has one, but how many does the county have?
I can't speak for other departments. I'm familiar that Charlie Hunsicker uses a state work crew. I don't know if it's one or two. This would be our first attempt to. Okay. We have traditionally just used the port for our uses. Just the port has some difficulties. COVID has really been the main hampering, especially the types of prisoners. They have to be fully sentenced prisoners, and they have to be ones they feel safe letting outside.
They have to be non-felons. We don't have enough misdemeanor violators in the jail for the labor force that we would like to have. So
I'll speak with the sheriff. Charlie, you had additional information?
I also need to do public comment, so you know.
Yeah, we have worked for 12 years to gain the reputation to get 3 gangs total. 1 gang, then to 2, then to 3. 5 counties ask each year for road gangs from the Department of Corrections, and I'd like to believe that we've been able to receive that 3rd gang about 4 years ago on the basis of our reputation. Because there's a waiting list of about 10 governments wanting more road gangs, we've been able to slip in there. So we have 3, but we don't have them now. They're out. They're not funded, and our budget tries to compensate for that because we effectively. I'm sorry to go on with this, but we effectively lost 12 laborers.
So the 3 are from Hardee County. How many is Wells providing us?
I don't know because I no longer use Sheriff Wells' road gangs. They were becoming difficult to depend on.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
We try to depend on 4, and it depends on the availability of how many we get each day.
It's the nature of our work that we get a 5-mile fence line. So we take the fence out, and we're using those laborers to put that fence in. And rightfully so, the sheriff has to gap and reschedule gangs from time to time. And there would be like, perhaps, I can't give you that gang now for 3 weeks because I've got an assignment they've got to do. And so our large-scale projects are left caught in the middle of a completion. So we needed more regular attendance. I'm not criticizing the sheriff's and his management of his labor. We just felt that we needed more consistent presence. For jobs that weren't that way, we could easily work, and had sheriff's gangs in the past.
Dr. Hopes, did you have something to
Yeah,
add?
I just want to say that the issue is sort of moot with the sheriff. The sheriff does not have eligible inmates to be able to do a lot of this. That's all. The sheriff does a great job. The people that are in jail need to be in jail, and they're just not eligible to go out and work on the road gangs.
Okay. I don't have anybody else that's raised their comment card, so I'm going to open this to public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to come forward and speak? You'll have 3 minutes. Okay, not seeing anyone. Seth, any phone calls, sir?
Yes, ma'am. No calls.
No calls?
No calls. Thank you, ma'am.
Where's Andra? Okay.
I would like Jan to do just her overview. I'd like to leave everybody with that sort of guidance and insight.
You got 8 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. I'll probably try to come under. So where we go from here, we'll pick up on Wednesday. We're going to do the capital improvement plan. I'm thinking from what I'm presenting, it will take about an hour and a half, but you're going to have deliberations and discussions and everything else. So I'm thinking we can get through it in the morning and then in the afternoon come back and finish all of this. Oh, you won't be here?
Don't listen to him.
Oh, okay. I'll try to focus on you. I won't listen to him anymore. The one thing I would like you to just explain, I know you have the rhythm of the decision units now. In the last grade tab, there is the fund summary. I just want to give you an overview real quick. These are your checking accounts for lack of a better word. So Sheila, if you could, can I borrow the clicker for a second? Okay, so I'm just going to give you an example. This is the building fund. They all work the same way. If you just watch, the building fund is actually on page
16?
Thank you.
18? 16 or 18?
16.
Okay.
Oh, no. 18. You're correct. It's 18 because one is a capital and this is building capital projects, which has nothing to do with the building department. That's our capital projects for buildings.
Holy moly.
So this is the building department. Here's what I wanted to make sure you understood. 2 things. Total sources, total uses. They have to balance, and that's how it looks. The revenues are at the top, and they balance to the uses at the bottom. One of the things to point out, we bring in all the anticipated cash where we think we're going to end the year. All of that comes in. We bring that in, and then we bring in your revenues that we believe you're going to use. There is a less 5% on there. That is by state statute. That is estimating your revenues. They request that you limit a less 5%. That is for the ups and downs, is basically what they're doing, is the theory. Below that, then you move into your budgeted expenses by department and your transfers. Remember, your transfers are moving it from one pocket to another pocket. That's why we pull those out. But we do have to list them because all of our transfers have to balance. Everything has to stay in balance. And then finally, you have your reserves. The part I hate about this budget program, and hopefully next year, this will be the last year we have it with this, I can't delineate more than that. I can't group it. I can't change it differently without recreating the world. So when you read this, you're going to see they start with contingency reserves. This one has none, goes directly to salary reserves. We list each of the components so that we know what's in there. Remember, we put a 3% of all the salaries in reserves for attrition. That's the way it's always been managed. And then you go down, you see your 20%, and then you see your budget stabilization. You can see in the building fund between recommended 22, that's where we're at right now, is the third column. You can see budget stabilization goes from 2.2 million down to 182,000 next year. So that has to do with we reduced our fees. That's all I wanted to show you. It's a balanced budget. We are completely done. When we come back, that we'll start with capital projects. And anything that you would like us to look for you or provide, please let us know, and we'll be happy to do it. And we appreciate your patience today.
It's all on that.
Yes.
Love it.
I'm sorry. What? Oh, thank you so much. So I don't have a CIP book, but if you open up your CIP book, there's 2 pieces of paper I would like to draw your attention to. In the inside binder fold, Jan. Yeah, I don't have one. Oh, no, not a microphone. I don't have that. So you have 2 large tabloid pieces of paper. Just wanted to explain them real quick so that you have them.
Yeah.
You took the opportunity with us to visit and talk about CIP projects. So I thought each of you would like to see what the result of all those discussions were. So, for example, on transportation, I'm going to go to that one first. It says transportation at the very top. You will see that there's 3 tiers. The legend is at the bottom of the page. Tier 1 is green, Tier 2 is peach. We placed each of your priorities within there. Tier 1 and Tier 2 are funded. And that lets you see what else is on there and if you would like to fund it any differently. So, for example, in District 1, Upper Manatee River Road is funded and Erie Road is funded.
I've got one whole page. It's nothing but District 3.
No, that's why I say the fruit is in the pudding bag.
Now,
District 3. They got everything.
So now on the parks, I'd like to explain it. Roads are very straightforward. The cost is the cost. But on park sheet, that's the second sheet. If you'll look at it, I wanted to explain one item. On the park sheet, it works the same way. The 3 tiers are color-coded the same way. We funded Tier 1 and Tier 2. The difference with the parks, you can see the capital project costs are in the columns in the middle, but the net effect is the most important thing. That's at the far right. That tells you the annual revenues they anticipate to get, the annual expenses, and the net, the difference of where it's negative. That is where it's going to have to come from your ad valorem tax, in the one that is taxed for parks. So it wasn't that we didn't want to do all the projects. It's the second step of the parks, is that what can we afford and what can we afford to maintain. So this is for your discussion. I know that you're going to want to look at this and absorb it. If I can explain it any better, just please give us a call. But this is for the discussion next week. I thought you'd like to have it ahead of time so that you could look through it.
Any comments, commissioners?
I just want to say that Jan and your staff, you did a fantastic job.
Thank you.
And Dr. Hopes, too. Thank you.
Commissioner Satcher?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, absolutely excellent. I just want to put in, I know that's a lot of work and it doesn't have to happen for next week, but eventually, for those people that are just kind of results oriented, I would like us to have basically this, but with all of the different, so there's CIP projects, there's the other project, there's different projects that are happening from different directions. Does that make sense?
So let me try to say it back. You're saying that if for instance, Upper Manatee River Road, if there's things that's going on around it at the same time?
No, more like, so for District 1, the way you have this out, but I have other projects that I know are going on in the county, some that are happening right now, some that are happening from credits for impact fees.
Yes.
And it's really more, you guys understand it because you're immersed in it every day. I'm getting to where I'm getting it now, but it's really more for the people at home to understand, even though this is here, there's other things happening that are coming out of different parts of the budget, different funds that are funding those projects. But it would be neat to see them maybe all in one place, unless it makes other commissioners mad at me because we've got so much going on in District 1, then just hold off on that.
No.
I don't know about that one, but what we can do is we can run
you didn't
it.
have enough?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
With Dr. Hopes, what he's basically asking is he'd like a list of the ongoing projects in the districts by the district categories, and we can do that and provide that.
Right.
We actually have a PowerPoint that will probably go out tomorrow. I have to turn it into Dr. Hopes first, and we could send that out with that too.
Great. Thank you. This was excellent today.
And I just wanted to note, especially before next week, the parks sheet, if you could look at it, and I can't emphasize enough what Jan said. As we went through these projects, once the project is completed, we had to take into consideration is there money to keep the park operating? And so some of the decisions were based on, because this all flows into, you see 2 years of an operating budget, the budget you're going to be asked to approve, and then FY23. In their worksheets, they go out into like 2025, 2026, because the last thing I want to do is recommend that you build these and then find out we don't have any money to keep the doors open. And so I just wanted to let you be aware that when you look at it, please understand. Now, I'll preface this with the fact that I'm confident revenues will continue to grow, and they will probably grow at a pace higher than what some projections are, but that's why we're going to come back and look at it quarterly for the next 2 to 3 years, I believe. But just keep in mind this was not a arbitrary decision on which projects to recommend funding and not funding. It had everything to do with a number of factors, including, are the revenues going to be there to operate what we would build?
And if I may, one thing in particular with parks, its main source of revenue is property tax, and it's very sensitive. So if the property values start going down, you still have all these parks to maintain. So that's part of that decision factor too.
All right, before I close this out, I did have something right quick to talk to the board about. We received an email last week about a study that Tallahassee is going to do about the Manatee side of Longboat Key. So there's been a lot of discussion with our legislators and so forth, and Joe Gruters is the one that sent the letter requesting the study to be done. So at this point, where we are, I have received another email from the office in Tallahassee wanting to meet with me about this, and obviously the administrator. And so what's happening is that the lobbyist, which is David Ramba, for Longboat Key, wants to meet with Scott and I to talk about making a land trade. Like, for instance, all the Sarasota side of Lakewood Ranch coming into Manatee County and then them taking over. Bottom line is, I don't know that that's going to work. I don't know that it's feasible, but, I refused to do anything until I brought it up to this board, so that, you were fully aware of what was being said and so forth. I don't think that that's feasible to do a land swap. I don't think that's going to happen, but I wanted to make sure that this board was aware of what was being said and so forth. So the bottom line is, I can tell you that I've already heard from all the legislators, including Sarasota side, that if the two counties cannot agree, then it will not move forward. So I think y'all probably know kind of where we are. It's probably not going to happen. But, as I said, I didn't want to make any appointments or do anything without this board having that information. So that's kind of where it's at. If you have any questions, I know you can't talk to me individually, but you can to the administrator. He's totally up to date.
And it was OPAGA, the Office of the Legislature, because this was passed by the legislature, that reached out to have the initial meeting with the chair and I. That's independent from Longboat Key's lobbyist. The state has asked for a meeting with us.
So they're going to look into they're going to do a study to see if it's feasible.
But we would have to agree, you're saying?
According to our legislators, that is what I'm hearing, that if it's something that we don't necessarily, both counties, if we can't come to a compromise, then nothing will happen.
We
That's
shouldn't
what I'm
even
hearing.
start that then.
I'm sorry?
I said maybe we should not even start that then.
We didn't start it. They did. We shouldn't start what? You're saying we should?
Yeah, looking into it.
Well,
I'm not sure what our benefits are. That's why I'm going to listen to you all.
We haven't done anything here on the Manatee side, but I do feel that we probably need to participate in the meeting with Tallahassee. We've got to show an interest, I would think, to not respond would probably not be the right thing to do. But
So with our lower taxes,
we
higher
don't have
quality,
lower taxes.
higher quality water, lower taxes than Sarasota?
No,
Oh, they
we
got
do
us
not.
beat there. Well, anyway, Longboat Key should just all come to Manatee County. That'd be the smart move.
Well, the Opaga study, so look, the legislature included this in their budget. This study was
Gonna
mandated
happen.
by the legislature for Opaga, the Office of Policy, and the language, and we were all kind of surprised. I was surprised. I didn't realize
too.
that the legislature mandated say we weren't even thinking to look for it. But the study direction is to actually do an analysis of all of Longboat Key being in Manatee County and all of Longboat Key being in Sarasota County. That's the basis of the study that was directed by the legislature. Independent of that, the legislative delegation has come forward to the chair to basically state, look, Senator Gruder's got this in the budget. The study was mandated, but here's where we are as a legislative delegation. If the two counties are not in an agreement, then nothing will happen.
Right.
So it was independent of the study, the legislative delegation was asking for a consideration of whether or not this is like a non-starter to begin with, and could the two counties even come to an agreement of what this may or may look like independent of the legislative study.
Right. And that pretty much sums it up. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please pass on that it is the position of the district commissioner that Longboat Key is one of the most beautiful portions of this county. We love them. We love the beaches. We love the island. And over my dead body will it go into Sarasota County.
Over my dead... Okay.
Write that down. And the idea of trading me a bunch of farmland out in East Sarasota
Watch it, bozo.
So that we can then have to develop it and put all the infrastructure costs in and get screamed down by the anti-development crowd along the way, to compensate for the beautiful beaches out on Longboat Key that we already have. I would say would pass on that. So
That was kind of
Longboat
my
is
sentiment,
Longboat
just
is
so you
beautiful,
know.
and I love it, and I love that it's in my district, and I absolutely do not want to lose Longboat Key.
God, do we have to do something
But would
else
you
that's
like
been
to
done?
have all of Longboat Key?
I would also think that we could look into, while the state agency is going to do, I'm sure, a fair study, we could hire outside group to do a study of our own. And I've actually spoken to some people, and there's a man named Dr. Fishkind who does that, and $50,000 to $75,000. Now we bring in $36 million in property taxes
Doing
in that
better than
section of
that.
Longboat Key. So for like $50,000, we could get our own study done, which would be likely to have results. Pay them $60 instead of $50, and I'm sure the results would improve dramatically for us. And I'm sure those
Is
results
there
when we're
anything
finished.
else you'd like to add
No,
on
I'm
that?
sure when those
You're
results,
doing fine.
that study would show that it makes a lot. We provide water and sewer to Sarasota County. They provide their own sanitation, police, fire, ambulance. They really don't get much no one really gets much from Sarasota. So they get what services wise more from us than they do from Sarasota County. So it makes more sense for them to come into Manatee County, in my opinion.
Kevin,
So thank you, Madam Chair.
Just so you know, we do furnish water and sewer to our portion of Longboat Key. We also provide some water to Sarasota. So that being said, I'm not sure, I would suspect they think that we'll just continue to do that. At any rate, that is something that would be discussed. However, as far as doing a study, I totally agree. We've discussed that. And we're discussing as well, bringing forward, perhaps we're looking at lobbyists as well to, I think we should probably, if we're going to pay to get a study done, then we need to really do well with this. So that's another thing that the county administrator is looking into. I can assure you that all those bases have been covered. Commissioner Cruz?
All right. Three things about this. I'll keep just because I'm trying to figure out myself. One, this sounds like it could be more of a negotiation. Is that what you're saying? They're trying to trade us something for something. So to extrapolate off that question, because I don't know the rules, is that the kind of thing that we would do in a shade type meeting amongst ourselves to discuss what negotiation makes sense? If we sit here and discuss, well, I guess if they offered us this, but not this, and it's sitting on YouTube, that doesn't do us a whole lot of good. So, yeah, but it's not like the two of you walk in there and start horse trading land.
Well,
For Longbow
we
Key,
certainly
it's something
wouldn't
that
do
we would
that,
need. I know
Commissioner
you
Cruz,
would. That's my point. My point is it would have to be a policy of a board if it got to that stage. So that was more.
Well,
we just mentioned shade thing.
We're just not at that point. And,
Understood.
and
I'm just trying to
I will
understand.
tell
You
you
brought
that
it
I
up.
don't
Just
think
wanted to
it will end up being a discussion at all.
And my second question is, because the other one combined, if it got to a point where there was a negotiation either amongst the two counties, an agreement or a study, and the state said do this, do we know if that's the kind of thing that then the voters have to vote on it, or is it just, like divorce court, like, sorry, you're going with your dad, like you're out of this county, you're over there, and if half of Longbow Key is saying, wait a minute, I don't want to go to Sarasota, or if half of the new, Lakewood Ranch is like, I don't want to go to Manatee, is it just like tough, or is there like a ballot initiative? Do we know? I'm just saying, because then you can campaign against it as much as you can get a report.
I think to your first question, the Florida Sunshine Law only allows a few exemptions from the
Right.
Sunshine Law. One would be if it's dealing with litigation. A negotiation wouldn't be litigation, so it would have to be held in the public. The OPAGA study that the legislature directed be conducted would include answering all those questions that you raised with regards to financial factors, what it would take. Could it be done through ordinances of both commissions, or would it have to go to the voters? I haven't looked that far, and it's apparent. OPAGA is very obviously OPAGA jumped on it right away because we both got correspondence from the legislature that they want to meet with us because they are starting the study.
Yeah.
And so it is something that we should participate in, because if we do not participate with OPAGA, they'll do a study independent of any input we may or may not have. With regards to the independent analysis, yeah, you're exactly right. The proposal, and this was sort of broached with me before I even got here, that this possibly would be one of those other things I'd have to deal with in my first 90 days. It would be a land swap. That's what they would be considering.
They could.
A land swap, and that brings with it a number of considerations. So it's I can't make up the things that are getting thrown
It's
at
pretty
me in the
complex.
first couple of months.
But really, that is a very complex thing. I mean, you're talking about an area, where you'd have to build schools. I mean, all of
Undeveloped.
that would
Right,
have to be done.
undeveloped.
So for me, I mean, it's pretty easy. No.
So I guess I hear what you're saying is that it comes down to if you're not sitting at the dinner table, you're on the menu, I guess is what you're trying to say. Because I was going to suggest if it's not going to happen without both counties agreeing to it, just decline to say no, thank you. I appreciate the offer, but this is not something our board unanimously is opposed to this. So we appreciate it, but let's not waste everyone's time and taxpayer money.
And that's what was presented by the local legislative delegation. And so I think that was a good posture for them to take, which is maybe not where they were when the legislature was passing the budget.
Yes, exactly. They didn't even know about it at the time.
So it's a very clever tactic. I mean, I've spent my time up in Tallahassee, and I was shocked. I mean, when someone raised it, I had no idea that they would do what I've done in the past, and that is at the dark of the night, get a study put into
They
the
thought
budget.
he was gone, so they didn't have to worry about it.
So,
but the thing of it is, he's right. Our legislators knew nothing about it. This was not done with their information. The only one that knew about it was Joe Gruters and my dear friend, Joe Gruters. So the bottom line, your legislators got very busy. They're on it. I got a call, Scott and I did today from, one of our legislators. They're on it. They're busy working it. And, that's their job. That's what they do. But we do need to participate in the meeting, because if we don't, it's going to look like then we just don't care. So we need to at least be at the table
I'm not interested.
to hear what is being said. And then, of course, as you can tell, obviously, it's nothing that would move forward without this board giving guidance and direction.
And they have a lobbyist working on it, and I believe we should have a lobbyist
I do
working on
too.
it.
They have, by the way, their lobbyist also works for us.
Yeah,
And I like
at
Dave
Fort
very much.
Manatee.
I like him very
Yeah,
much.
yeah.
But he's conflicted in this situation because we're also paying this guy who is working against us.
No.
The port's
no.
Keep that in mind.
He
The port's
works
paying him.
for the port.
We are the port.
It doesn't matter.
One vote
you
of
are
this-
sitting
one vote of
here
this
right
body.
now. You are not the port.
But at any rate, this is an interesting summer event.
Yeah.
Which will occur. It is occurring, but no, I think the sooner we with your decision take a position, the easier it will be to mitigate it. But that being said, it probably does require some thought and analysis. Apparently, this is
Exactly.
not something that just came up this year. Apparently, it's an on and off again topic.
It happened. It was brought up about 2 years ago to this board, and the reason it came up initially, to be totally honest, was because the county administrator at the time had not done anything for Longboat Key on the Manatee side, and they pay quite a bit. It's about $35 million a year, I believe, in taxes.
Well, and I think
they
when I was
weren't-
chair of the school board, the
Right,
issue came
and the
up,
school
and I
board, too.
calculated what the
So-
school board taxes were, and I said, no, we're not going to go down that road.
So
because-
they did bring it up, and Sherry Courier, who was the administrator at the time, started working with them, and we did a lot of things with Longboat Key. So nothing else was said. I thought we were free and clear and working with LBK, and everything was good. So this kind of hit me between the eyes. I hadn't heard of any conflict, other than I did have a conversation with their lobbyist the last time I was in Tallahassee. That had come up, but it didn't sound like it was really going anywhere. So I was a little bit flabbergasted by it when I got the email from Tallahassee. So I got Commissioner Serbia. You've been waiting so patiently. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And as you said, Vanessa, it's such a complicated issue. I would bet you that we solve the homelessness problem before that happens. Just saying. I
I'm
don't,
with her.
I don't see it. I don't see it happening.
Yeah.
I do have a comment. So at the beginning of the meeting, we heard from Commissioner Van Ostenbridge about the fake Facebook page advertising it was clothing optional day at Coquina Beach. Just so you know.
It's over. I'm sorry.
Well,
you missed it.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, because that's why I brought it up.
Really?
It's been broadcast on a radio station that Manatee County is saying that Coquina Beach is clothing optional, and I have people texting me. So could we have our PIO maybe do something to...
Well, to be honest, it said I texted it to Hope. I didn't start that.
Find
I
out
saw it
who's
on
behind
Facebook.
all that and go arrest them.
No, hold on.
I don't think
To
we
be
can...
fair, just say optional, not required.
Okay, I will read it to you because it said
we'll have
today
our
only.
folks work on it.
It said today only. Okay, so we would like to remind everyone that on June 9th, a section of Coquina Beach will be designated as a clothing optional beach, highlighted in blue, and they have a map, which June 9th is today, from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Is that why Carol left
And the
early?
section in red will be people who don't want to partake, which is the parking lot. Please plan your beach day accordingly. And it says Manatee County. We're Manatee County government. So
Yeah,
that's how they're splitting hairs.
Yeah.
But it's just for today, it says.
So we need to do something about that.
What would you suggest?
Well, we need to explain to the public, I think, on our Facebook page, the differences between the two pages.
I want to see how that's written.
These people are getting a lot of press out of this.
Commissioner Ostenbridge, do you want to add to what Commissioner Servia here has said?
No,
I think
no, ma'am.
she has a point.
No, ma'am. I would only get myself into trouble if I started
Yes, it
adding.
would. Don't touch it.
One of the text messages was from a pastor at my church, by the way. He's like, "What are you guys doing?"
Mr. Administrator, you might
Have
want to
someone
get
working on
someone
it at the
here.
moment.
Yes, sir. KVO, you are on my list. Is there anything you'd like to add, sir? No, ma'am. Okay, Commissioner Bellamy, you're next.
I actually have a question about the fast track. Do we have everything? I'm being honest with you. It's a question. Is everything that's here on this page?
No, what is, what is,
Trying to figure out, do we have to log these?
Everything there is on the website that you were given the link
yes,
to.
everything here is also on the website. On your flash drive, Claudia, what's on the flash drive? The 1,000-page book that supports each of those things we were going through, each of the decision units, that is on your flash drive. Everything else can be accessed online and downloaded as a digital.
Right.
Flash drive is on the website as well. What's on the flash drive?
Okay.
Everything is on the website.
Oh, gosh, my thoughts.
I'm sorry?
It's terrible.
So is there anything on the flash drive we couldn't just access on?
No, you can go straight to the web. We just thought you may want it because it is a very large file, and we just thought we were trying to be helpful. That's all.
It takes a while to
Don't say
download
George.
when it's a large document, so we thought the flash drive would be easier if you wanted to put it in.
It's a very large document.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Reggie, I actually asked because I'm not here the next 2 days, and the CIP book is mass, so I just want to make sure it was on the flash drive, but you're saying it's on the computer, so I can just go on the.
Yes, and another thing, you can also access the CIP, I believe, on the map, the interactive map. We'll have that turned back on. We had it stopped because we were working on all this. We'll open it back up so that you can click in that way. And also, when you download that CIP book, it's much easier to search when you pull it down in Adobe in a PDF. Much easier, much quicker. That's how I usually do it.
I have to tell y'all that I got a text message from Carol Whitmore.
Supposed to say she's online listening to the meeting. Sorry.
She says, Carol, I know you're listening. It says, listening to the meeting on way home. Then evidently when I said what I did, she said, ha, I am listening. I started laughing and I said, I knew you were. Okay, so Commissioner Satcher, did you have something to say, sir? And we're going to get out of here.
Yeah, I know, but I did want to say if we can get to the bottom of what somebody on Longboat Key wants and find out if we can get it to them, then that might be a good way. In other words, let's start very early on with the carrot negotiations and hold off on anything other than that, because our delegation obviously is going to be with us, but there could be a lot of political pressure come to bear, and they could end up outvoted with
It could
someone
get very ugly.
with someone like, Joe's got connections, and he's been at this for a while, and obviously I'm not happy that he made that move, but for whatever reason he did. And I know that Manatee County is not going to be happy about that, but for whatever reason, it is what it is.
I will find out because I suspect they've already thought through what the swap could look like, and so I will get that information.
Yeah.
I'm hoping it'd be something much simpler than that, that we want more for, but, so I hope we don't have to get to that point where there's a swap involved.
$75 million a year in cash? Or
Exactly. That's exactly what
I mean,
it's about.
honestly, if we're charging more than than Sarasota County is to those for the same
Well,
value
you got to
house,
remember,
then
we're
we might
only
need to look at that.
We're really not, because Sarasota County charges for other things that we don't have, like a stormwater fee. We don't have a stormwater fee. Hospital, Sarasota Memorial, that's on their ad valorem. But their actual rate for their real estate tax is a little bit less than ours. But they have so many other factors that they add on. So it really comes out to be close to the same. I think the main thing for Longboat Key, and this is what Tom Harmer said before when he was here, was that, unfortunately, because of the two counties, with Longboat Key being divided, they have separate voting places. They got Sarasota over here, Manatee over here. So you got the two supervisor of elections. You've got a lot of things along that line, different EMS. Police or sheriff's office, the whole bit.
They do their own EMS and they
it's
do
not
their own
unique.
policing. Yeah, their own EMS.
Well, yeah, that's true. It's not, yeah. So, anyway, that's the main thing.
And then one other topic, real quick, I just wanted to say, yesterday, very exciting vote at the end of the day for me and for a lot of others. But I just wanted to give you a heads up. Things are moving very quickly as far as talk to Will Robinson. He's excited about Manatee County becoming a sanctuary city for the unborn. So others are, this is good news. But the thing is, I do want to say this early on, that even though as ultrasound technology has progressed to where you can see amazing things, and even though we protect unborn turtles right now, there's still going to be pressure on on each of us here from people that are passionate about that issue on the other side. I wanted to just encourage everyone to stay strong, and we'll get this done.
Okay. Any other comments before we adjourn for today? Thank you for all of your participation, your help. We will keep you informed about Longboat Key. It's an honor to sit here with you. Thank you. This meeting's adjourned.